Oh! Oh! DGG. DGG. Hello. Hello, DGG. Today. I don't know what we're doing today. How are we doing, guys? V-Man won't be putting his money where his mouth is. Oh, the V-Man. Oh, no, no. What is this? Hold on.
My good friend has you ranked as like the 13th best rapper of all time.
13th?
13th, yeah.
You agree with the 13th?
No.
You was
I think it should be
arguing
15th.
my spot closer to 1, right?
No, not closer to 1. No.
Oh, man.
How's life? How are we doing today? I think this is drama I don't care about. We don't care what Vosh does. If there's like big drama, that's fine, but...
Today, we embark on a new mission. It's a no-brainer. Vampire nightclub.
Oh! Would have the Dark Lord roar.
Gonna bust loose on the club roof, sucking throat juice like it's Grey Goose.
FX is what we do in the shadows.
Jesus Christ.
All new Tuesdays on FX. Stream on Hulu.
Don't come gunning.
Personally, I'm not.
That's your boy. You were literally top G'ing him like he's your girlfriend, talking about how you're taking all of his stream revenue.
He's obviously not. I never paid him a dime. Obviously, I'm not.
God damn.
You know, if you're gonna do that, we need to get the final boss time. If he's able to crack some arguments, we got to bring Destiny. We went to the fucking run. Destiny is what you're arguing.
Oh yeah, you want to bring a band streamer? Who the fuck is Destiny?
Listen, so loud pussy. I never paid him a dime.
XQC loves Destiny, and it's so cringe, dude. It's so cringe. Destiny is just so fucking... Oh my god, dude. Like, he doesn't have anything to offer. Just shut up. XQC has no idea. I mean, he scammed his audience with NFTs at the high... Like, 2 days, he was like, NFTs are a scam, NFTs were a scam. 2 days later, he has a...
Okay, so like this is a guy, because I could give all the response to him, but he's not worth it. This guy's a dumb fuck. Okay, I don't care about this guy either. Okay. What are we doing today? Atropos, Planewalker. Oh, do you think we're gonna feed a baby to that to that thing?
Plus, the price goes up every year. This would have made me a millionaire at 20 years old.
Maybe I'll... Wait, fuck. Can I get this in like 20 seconds? What was he saying? Hold on.
Emptied the company bank account. No deals were landed, and it all blew up in our stupid faces. Fucking court cases, everyone taking us to court. I was 20. When you're young, you're scared of things. There's bailiffs at the door. We've lost our office. I was literally sitting there. I couldn't sleep. I was panicking. I didn't know what to do. Everything fucking blew up in our stupid faces. But if I could go back in time and I didn't take that 1 month holiday, and I would have kept it running for another 3 or 4 years, and if I knew then what I know now, some of the other lessons I'm going to teach you, this would have made me a millionaire at 20 years old. So, speed. If you are moving fast, you cannot fail. The name of this company was T2 Television. T2. T2 Television proves speed wins. Get the money in. Get a deal. Produce the advert. Get it out. Get someone else in. Get money. Now, speed. No, we can't wait. When's the meeting? Oh, next Wednesday. No, it's not next Wednesday. It's tomorrow. Tell them we'll go there tomorrow. They can only travel to us next Wednesday. We'll go to them tomorrow. We have to close the deal now. Money, 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 money now. Speed. I cannot emphasize this enough because it is my entire business philosophy. If I had to give you one important point, this is the reason it's the first point. Speed. And everybody is slow. And if you start to work like me, you'll realize everyone's slow, and that's okay. But things must happen quickly. It's extremely important. The second point of
That's so fucking true. Holy shit. People that want to punt stuff down the road, down the month, down emails, like fucking, oh yeah, can I get... Bro, if we're going to do this shit, give me a call. Let's figure it out right now, okay? We don't need to schedule a meeting for 2 weeks from now. Like, just call me. It triggers the fuck out of me when people want to schedule shit like weeks out. Like, do you have to prepare a whole fucking presentation? Like, what are you doing? I don't know if the rest of this is good or not, but who knows? Okay. Do you think Lauren Southern is outraged about Jesus being whitewashed? True! That would have been a good one to bring up. TikTok takes down your video for minor safety, but you're both over 18. It was just an innocent video, just like your... And it was an innocent video just like your boyfriend? I don't get it. What am I... I don't understand what I'm... Oh, is this Kyle? Oh, is that his girlfriend? Why do... Please stop. Why do women look like this? Please stop doing it. Please. Men stop focusing on it and rewarding it, and women stop reinforcing it. Please stop. Jesus Christ. You people don't even look human anymore. Fucking stop it. Stop. It's men's fault? No, it's everybody's fault. Jesus, really? Hold on, I need to focus on her finger patterns here. 1 second, guys. It's an interesting choice for that chord. Women would not do it if men did not respond to it. Yeah, and men wouldn't respond to it if women didn't reinforce it. Listen, it's all part of the game, okay? We all go back and forth. Shut up. What do you know about men? Dumbass. Stop. These outtakes didn't disappoint.
Addressing the heinous attack yesterday, and to those who broke the law,
Speed.
You will pay.
Extremely important. Imagine if all of the Capitol writers were world-class athletes. Speed. If only instead of standing back and standing by the Proud Boys who were running 10Ks for Trump. Speed. 2 trucks go, bing, bing, bon, bon.
You do not represent our movement. You do not represent our country. And if you broke the law, you can't say
Speed. P2. Speed wins. Get the money? No, we can't. Wait, we can. Speed. Not
What
slow.
does this
They
mean?
are slow. That is okay. Now speed. Hubadub, tothadub, sub wooba, luba, dub, dub. Slow. Mo. No. Go speed. Oh no, speed. 2 fist cannon type. Straight speed. Speed. Met speed. What speed said?
They said you will pay. The demonstrators who infiltrated the Capitol have defied the seat of justice. It's defiled, right? See, I can't see it very well. Okay, I'll do this. I'm going to do this. Let's go. But this election is...
I'll write it.
Congress has certified the results. I don't want to say the election's over. I just want to say Congress has certified the results without saying the election's over, okay?
True. The election's not over, okay?
Congress is certain. Now Congress is
Yeah,
certain.
right.
Now Congress
I didn't say over, so let me see. Go to the paragraph before. Okay? I would like to begin by addressing the heinous attack yesterday. Yesterday is a hard word for me.
Just take it out. The heinous attack.
Ah, good. Take the word yesterday, because it doesn't work with the heinous attack on our country. Say on our country. Want to say that?
No, keep it.
My only goal was to ensure the integrity of the vote. My only goal was to ensure the integrity of the vote.
Where's the Bill O'Reilly outburst? I need to see it.
That's tomorrow. And that is it for us today. Okay, I don't know.
Just read it, Bill.
Whatever it is, it's not right on the teleprompter. I don't know what that is.
What is this dog shit version? Wait, what? No. Wait, where's the normal? Is the normal meme gone?
That's tomorrow, and that is it for us.
Where's the normal? The normal meme is gone. Oh no. Wait. This is it.
That's tomorrow. And that is it for us today. Okay, I don't know. Whatever it is, it's not right on the teleprompter. I don't know what that is. I've never seen that.
No, there it is. We are going to do Sting, yeah.
Okay, but... Now, I can't read it. There's no words on it.
Okay. Ready? Sure.
There's no words there. To play us out. What does that mean, to play us out?
Sting is going to do, it's a video, Sting video.
What is...
For credits.
I don't know what that means, to play us
Smiley
out. What does
face.
that mean? To end the show?
Yeah, yeah.
All right, go.
In 5, 4, 3.
That's tomorrow, and that is it.
In 5, 4, 3.
That's tomorrow, and that is it for us today. And we will leave you with a... I can't do it. Okay. We'll do it live.
All the light seems so far away.
We'll do it live.
Now it's a hard word to say.
Do it
All
live.
I believe in
I'll
yesterday.
write it, and we'll do it live. Fucking thing sucks.
In 5, 4, 3.
That's tomorrow, and that is it for us today. I'm Bill O'Reilly. Thanks again for watching. We'll leave you with Sting and a cut off his new album. Take it away.
He's so mad. Damn. XQC turns into the top G.
And what are you now? Are you a top G? Is that what you are?
Top groomer, yeah.
What did you just say?
Jesus.
And what are you now?
What's up, guys? How we doing today? Crazy evading arrest vid. Woman with child in car ring, multiple people.
Now you just had a wreck. Look out! Break glass! Break glass! Break glass! Get out the car! Get out! Get out! Tires are flat!
Hey, no matter how big you think you are, you ain't stopping that car. I don't know what the goal of putting your hands on it. If she's pushing the gas, the car is gonna go, okay?
Come on!
Come on! Let's go! He didn't make it very far. Playing Darkest Dungeon first time. Any tips for beginner? Don't die. What do we... Why even bumper? Wait, what's the goal? Why... Wait, what is the... What's the strategy here?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, did she back up? Oh, maybe she did. Oh, true. Wait, is this person on drugs? They've got to be, like...
Killed 10 people. No, I did not, sir.
What?
I know I'm buckled, sir. I know I'm buckled, sir. Yeah. Sir. I didn't do anything. I didn't do it, sir. You just tried to kill 10 people. No, I did not, sir. Alex, switch back to me. Sir, stop. Sir, I didn't do it. Stop. You have... No. Why have you done... Stop. Stop.
You fucking banned the wrong person. Schizo was Spooba.
Get it. Make it fit.
Oh, shit. I'm sorry, Scooby.
Stop. I did not do it. I did not do whatever you guys are talking about. I did not
just wrecked 3 police cars.
No, I did not.
And a couple of others.
About 3 freaking stop signs ago, a certain saying that I was driving recklessly and I was not.
Well,
You couldn't kill that kid. I didn't do anything. Yes, you did. You almost killed 3 fucking people. How? What did I do? Don't even ask how. How? You killed 3 people.
You put her in my car. Yeah.
Wait, did it happen again? Wait, or no, that must be a different camera. Okay.
Man, get out! Get out! Tires are flat.
Oh, Jesus. What?
How to recognize if queer person is behind the wheel. The car engine. Groom.
How many holes do women have? Well, depends what gun you use. Whoa. How many holes do women have? Well, depends what gun you use. Whoa. Sorry.
Okay. Do you have a favorite class in Darkest Dungeon? Yeah, there were objectively some of the class are just the best, but I don't remember any of them. Highwayman is a AS class. Crusader might have been. Highwayman for sure. Hellion is really good. Witch Doctor. You probably should have a Vestal in every party. Oh, Bounty Hunter, S class.
When did that clown move in with you?
Listen to the science. You said it, Mr. Tane, twisting the narrative to defend yourself, failing to construct logical arguments, failing and kicking me.
You don't see a clown?
A sign of loss. It's
I don't
just
see it.
boring answer for who you are.
I see it as well. You don't see the clown?
I see it. I don't see the clown. Is it me?
It might be you, because I see it. I mean, Aiden, do you see the clown?
To be honest.
Hey guys,
yeah.
do you guys see the groomer? You guys see the groomer? The top G, the top groomer. You guys see him? I think I see him. Maybe. You guys see him or not?
Boo, not funny.
You see him or not? I mean, it goes both ways. Shit.
I don't think I can handle being in this call. These guys are all dick riding the Tay guys so much. It's so cringe. Holy shit. Oh, there was so much dick riding. Yeah, I bet there was. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Do you agree?
History and literature, on the other hand,
It teaches you a lot about culture.
Makes you a cultured human.
Yeah, for sure.
That just makes you like retarded.
What?
History and literature, on the other hand,
It teaches you a lot about culture.
Makes you a cultured human.
Yeah, for sure.
That just makes you like retarded.
That crossover was mean as hell.
Get off that nigga dick, bro. What is you doing?
What? No, you right. I was dick riding.
That's what I'm saying, bro. You gotta calm down with that shit.
Yeah, my fault.
Yeah.
That was an okay shot right there, though.
Oh my God, bro. Is dick riding all you do?
No, I'm
like
saying
you literally got that nigga dick in your mouth right now. I see it.
I'm saying the shot was okay.
All right.
All right, bro. I thought dick riding was like exaggeration.
Yeah,
bro.
yeah, right. Yeah, you're right. All right. Watch the game.
This is basketball right here.
Bro, stop dick riding, bro. That's all you literally talk about.
I'm saying this is a game of
I don't
basketball.
want to watch this shit no more, bro. Damn.
These niggas suck for real. Hey, I'll cross all them niggas up. They suck for
What
real.
you hating on them
They
niggas, bro? Get off their dicks.
What?
They trying their best, bro. Get off their dicks.
No. I was showing love and you said I was dick riding.
Yes.
Now I'm saying they sorry.
Correct.
That's still dick riding?
Yes.
All right, so what would you say then?
What?
What would you say about this game of basketball? What would you say?
What would I say?
Yeah, what would you say? What's not dick riding? Say something.
Bro,
God damn, get off that nigga dick, bro.
What is you doing?
whole conversation,
Say
bro.
it,
You
bro.
dick riding everybody. You are on this nigga dick, bro.
Damn.
Damn, bro. All right, man. I hate this world, bro, for real.
And now he on the world dick, you hear him?
Get off of it, bro.
That's what I'm, bro.
Damn.
First of all, I'll say that I do believe in many ways we are a nation in mourning as a result of gun violence. Black people are 13% of America's population.
Oh no! 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 Oh no! Oh no! No, she's not about to, is she? I can't watch it. I can't finish it. I don't think I can actually go forward in the video. I don't think I can do it. Oh God.
People are 13% of America's population, and I think it's 62%.
Oh my God, it's even worse. It might be now, actually.
Of homicide victims to gun violence. First of all, I'll say that
okay, hold on real quick. I'm seeing a lot of angel thumps in here. It's not angel thumps. Okay, take this message and spread it to your friends, okay? Because people don't understand this. All right. A lot of the times, people will talk about black on black crime. You've heard that phrase before. Black on black crime is a big issue. Black on black crime, killing a lot of black people. Most crime is among like-minded people. Most white people are killed by white people. Most black people are killed by, et cetera, et cetera. Hispanic people killed by Hispanic people. Black on black crime is not a unique thing. White on white crime is a thing. Hispanic on Hispanic crime is a thing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Usually, when we're trying to figure out who are victims of things, I think methodologically, somebody could remember wrong, but I think methodologically, what we prefer to do is we use victimization surveys, because a victimization survey will catch all of the stuff that doesn't get caught, because criminals don't get caught, convictions don't happen, or whatever. So when somebody says, like, these people are 62% of violent crime, chances are it's being caused by the people that are being surveyed. So if somebody says white people, say 50% of them have been victimized by something, it's probably by other white people. If they say methodology, what did I say? If Hispanic people are 50% of them are victims of something, it's probably by other Hispanic people, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, just that's usually how we measure it, is with victimization reports and victimization surveys. Or on Twitter, it's self-victimization surveys. Oh! Oh!
Gentlemen, you all come around here. Stand right here in a line. Can you get a shot of everyone?
Oh, this is the guy we interviewed. Oh my God. Koreans or Chinese?
Face. Make sure you get a close-up. Can you put them on the overhead, bro? Hang on. Start with... hang on. Don't tell me your name. Don't... Get a shot of his face right here, because I want people in the back right there. Look at that. Dude, you have a face that only a mother could love, I got to tell you.
Oh, my God.
All right. Okay.
Mean.
All right. And this dude, so hang on, come around here, gentlemen.
Wait, hold on. This?
Okay.
Oh, God, are they going to do it?
All right.
Because I feel like Chinese,
and this
Korean. Do you think? Oh, fuck. Are they going to name them? Should we play this?
Dude, so hang on, come around here, gentlemen, because you're going to decide.
And before, it's actually at the end, it's like, they're actually all from Singapore or Filipino or something. And I'm like, oh, God. Or Lao. Yeah, we're like, whoops.
Whoa, we got all the women together, all the men together. You got to decide who's Korean and who's American and who's international and who's an American. Who's Korean and who's Chinese? Who's Chinese, who's Korean, and you remember what you are, right, bro? Yeah, okay, yeah, no, don't say it. Don't tell them. So who's Chinese and who's Korean, and then who's an international student and who's born and raised in America? Chinese American or American Chinese, American Korean.
Jesus Christ.
So look at, did you go down the whole thing so people at home can see this? Go down the whole. Don't look right in that camera right there. Hang on. Look right in the camera. Okay, cool. Got that? And now, gentlemen, let me tell you. Hold on, you ready? This is Hang it. You come. Black people, you.
How do you tell they're international American born? They must talk or something. They've got to ask questions. There's no way you can tell by looking.
Here. This is Asians versus Black European Africans. I don't know what you guys are, right? Dudes, and black people know everything about race, because they do, right? Because it's just a black thing. And white people know nothing, bro. So
there is an interesting psych study that I saw a long time ago. It was interesting. You know how like white people will say like all Asians look the same, or all black people look the same, or et cetera, et cetera. People do this. People that are of the same race as themselves or other people are able to discern faces better. That maybe some of you just assume that is the case, but like white people can tell white people apart better. Asian people can tell Asian people apart better. Black people can tell black people apart better, et cetera, et cetera. You have a lot more discerning ability within like your own demographic than other people. So yeah, so like white people might look more similar to black people than white people do to other white people, et cetera. Yeah.
That way you get to work together. No, hang on. It's actually not going to be. These two get to work together. You guys, you're
Doesn't that change on who you're based on who you're around? Maybe. I don't know if that study was on what you were raised as. I think that was I think the same thing. It was just on discerning faces of the same ethnic group as you. Is this the guy that I spoke with? Yeah, this is the teacher.
Okay, you decide. And if these guys beat one of you, I'm deducting points from your final point total. Because if you can't tell who's your people, like.
Dude, this teacher doesn't give a fuck. Oh my God. He uses so many phrases and I'm like, oh no. This is 6 years old though, so it was a different time.
Well, hang on. Go ahead. What's that, bro?
Bro, racism.
I already gave him the answer. That's not fair.
No, you didn't know the answer, dude. Don't believe him. It's a lot harder than we think. What makes it hard?
The eyes. Eyes fuck it up.
Dude, really? No, seriously.
No, seriously, like the eyes fuck everything up.
Yeah? They really do. I know, I'm looking at these guys' eyes. Look at like, seriously, can you get some, you can pull your camera, pull the camera out here and get some shots. Dude, you gotta get close-ups of faces, because I want people to be able to see the close-up of faces.
Chill!
Like here, okay? Okay, so you ready? Gentlemen, you're working together. You're on your own, pal. You're on your own. You guys are losing points if they beat you. Okay, I swear I'm taking 2 points off your score. How about, let's start. You can get closer if you want. We're going to start with her. Korean or Chinese?
Korean.
Korean?
Oh my God. He said Korean.
Korean or Chinese?
Korean.
It feels Chinese to me. Oh man, we should write these down somewhere. I could be totally off. I don't know. I feel like this person looks... We'll just write it down in order.
Korean, American, or from Korea?
Korean American.
Okay, there's no way you could tell that. That's just a total blind guess. You have no fucking idea. There is no way. I'm not even gonna try to do that. I don't even care to try to guess that. There's no way you could know.
Okay, I'm gonna come back. Don't say anything. Go ahead.
Chinese. Chinese.
Chinese.
Dude, okay, hold on. I think I'm face blind.
Don't say anything.
I thought I could tell these people apart.
Go ahead.
Chinese.
I need to see him face. I need to see him head on. I can't do profile. I need to see it head on. It's I can't do it from the side. Oh wait, shit. Go back.
Go ahead.
Chinese.
I'm gonna be totally honest with you too. I hate all Asian porn. I don't watch any of it. So I can't even use my Coomer brain to figure it out. This one is a true mystery to me. This is a true mystery. I'm gonna err on the side of Chinese for this one. I'm gonna err on the side of Chinese.
Chinese.
Chinese?
Chinese.
Double Chinese?
Yeah.
Do you know this? Don't say anything.
Oh, hold on. She's laughing.
Can you-
Wait.
I have no idea what I did. I think you accidentally typed my name instead of someone else.
I unbanned you already.
Watch from the Shadow Realm.
Shut up. Or shouldn't you have gotten unbanned when you donated?
He's Chinese.
Double Chinese?
Yeah.
Do you know this? Don't say anything. Don't say.
Okay, I'm getting a front view now.
Say
Thinking
anything
Chinese.
because these
Okay.
guys have to go. Chinese, all right, and her.
Can I get some more frames, please? Oh my god, it's gonna be like a trick question. These are the hardest Asian faces I've ever had to discern before. Why? Also, the hair needs to be pulled back. You're covering half your fucking face. I'm gonna guess Korean for this one, but I might only be guessing that because I already guessed 2 Chinese, and now I feel bad putting a third one. Oh god.
Can you turn around?
Turn around. Chill.
Like,
Damn.
like all the way, like all the way.
I didn't. He's like deciding if he wants to date her. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, hang on. It's all good. You're good. Dude, you can't. This guy's totally wrong off the bat, so do not follow him. All right? So.
Chinese American.
Chinese American. All right.
Chinese.
Chinese? Dude, seriously?
Chinese. Chinese.
Yeah? All right, this dude here.
Wait, did they guess the next one, or? Wait, did they just?
Yeah.
Did they do this girl in the hat?
Chinese?
Okay, this girl in the hat. It's a hat. It's shadowing half her face. I'm guessing this one is Chinese. I'm thinking it's Chinese.
Dude, seriously?
Chinese.
Definitely American. It's still the third one? Oh, wait, is it the third one?
Chinese.
Yeah? All right, this dude here.
Is
Chinese American?
Chinese American, you say? This guy? Oh, look at him, man.
Wait, this dude? He's skipping, I think? Okay, I think he's skipping. Fuck, I didn't see the last guy.
Here.
Chinese American?
Chinese American, you say? This guy? Oh, look at him, man.
Did they do this guy? What? Fuck, I can't tell this guy at all. Oh my god. I can't do it.
Dude, you're from like Poland. I know, I can tell. The hair, you're a hair guy.
Korean.
Dude.
Chinese American.
This guy? He should be easy.
What does that mean?
Korean American.
And dude, don't get this guy wrong. He will. Look at these fucking guns.
This guy's Chinese, right?
Oh,
That dude's Korean, I think.
All right. That doesn't count.
Chinese.
All right,
Chinese.
dude, you're on. You ready?
All right.
Start down there.
Okay.
Close up.
When do we get to the reveal?
What are you looking at? Or is you off?
I guess just the style. Just.
Shoes. Come on, her. This guy and her. What? It's like. If follow me, this guy.
American.
Yeah. China. You know that, right? Chinese American.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely Chinese American. With your black brother. She's in. Not. You got to keep your own scores. All right.
Okay, here we go.
Find out who wins. You got to keep your own scores. All right. What's your name?
Okay. My guess for
I
this
bet you
one.
within a week there will be a clip of you guessing which Asian countries these kids are from circulating on Twitter. This world sucks, bruh.
Who cares? Nobody cares. Okay. This one has to be Chinese.
And where are you from?
Oh god.
I'm Laura. I'm from Philadelphia, and I'm Korean American.
Fuck! Okay, we're wrong on the first one.
Laura. Not even Laura, it's Lara, right? Okay, got it. Are you born here? Yeah. Yep.
Wait, we don't want to hear the name because that's going to fuck everything up. Well, I don't remember. What did we guess this girl as? Did we guess her as Chinese? I don't remember. I can't see. I think we guessed this one as Chinese.
Okay, got it. Are you born here?
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm Chinese. I'm from Beijing.
All you had to do is start talking. We knew you were an American.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
We knew your name.
This one I think we guessed as
Susan.
We guessed her as Korean, but I think here now she's looking super Chinese. Is she? I'm changing 3 to Chinese. We'll see. We were right on this one. Okay, let's try this.
Hi, I'm Susan. No, you didn't. What's your name?
My name is Jenny.
What is it?
Jenny.
Jenny?
English name is Jenny, but...
What's your Chinese name?
Jinjin.
What is it?
Jinjin.
Oh, dude, hang on. Can you say it? Go ahead, say it again.
Sin.
Dude.
This is why they always have boring fucking English names, because everybody butchers their...
Go ahead.
Wait, can I hear it?
Okay.
I don't care, do the next one!
That was really
Okay.
close. Okay, got it. We'll practice later. We'll come back.
Okay,
Hi,
looking at her, I'm feeling the Korean pull, but I'm also thinking Chinese.
I'm June, but people call me Grace, and I was actually born in Seoul, but I came here when I was...
Fuck! She's Korean.
So I don't know, that's like...
So you speak Korean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably better than her.
Better than her?
Yeah.
Okay. That's all right, though. It's okay. It's good.
Ooh.
Because do you take Korean? Do you study Korean? No, you should. You will after this class.
Like women
We'll
are
get
ugly, you
into
should
it.
watch
So what's your
Asian
name
porn
again? They call you
instead.
Grace?
Good one.
Yeah, most people call me
What's
Grace.
your Korean? What does your grandmother call you?
Like, Chewin.
Chewin?
It's like, people get confused with the Jewish Jew.
Jew.
And the un.
Okay, you're hogging the mic.
She can't. Can you do that?
Okay, hold on. This one with the
Yeah,
hat.
Okay, it's close enough. All right, here we go.
As far as this, Seoul is in Korea. First of all, everybody knows that Seoul is in Korea from StarCraft. Secondly, I was in Incheon for like a month. Fuck you. Okay, Chinese. Absolutely. I know this one. I can see into her mind.
My friends call me Shirley. I'm from China.
Yes.
Seriously?
Yes.
Dude, kick that American accent on again. Go ahead. Say something else. Where in Hong Kong? I know, but what part of Hong Kong?
It's like...
Oh, she doesn't know? Oh, no. She's
When did you come here?
making it up.
When?
Yeah.
He figured out the imposter. Sasamogas.
Dude.
Sasamogas.
Kind of lost count.
Okay.
All right, go ahead. So, are we on? Who's winning?
Okay. What would I see this guy in? Hold on. I'm looking at him. I'm getting a feel for him. I'm thinking... Oh, no. What am I thinking? I'm thinking Chinese. I don't see very many dark-skinned people in Korea, did I? Ever? I've never been to China before. Chinese. Can you have... Would it ruin?
So, are you Chinese or Japanese?
I live in California almost 20 years. First come from Laos. Laos? Relation from Laos. Stupid. It's a landlocked country in Southeast Asia. Okay.
So, are you Chinese or Japanese?
Good one.
By the way.
I'm thinking
I
Chinese.
lost count, but I think I'm at
Korean American, right?
Yeah.
Korean American or American Korean. International Chinese.
Come on.
Complicated. Kind of half Korean.
Let's
She's
go.
Chinese, Hong Kong, but Chinese ancestry. Bro.
I'm American Chinese. I'm from New Jersey.
Yes.
New Jersey. Can you say it like New Jersey?
I don't have the accent. I'm like born in New York. And moved
What's
to
your
New
name?
Jersey. Kevin.
Kevin.
Yeah.
Dude, perfect Chinese name. Kevin. Okay.
Whoa. Don't say anything. Okay, let's get a look at this guy. Okay, hold on. I'm thinking Korean for this guy. The hair and everything. But I don't know if that...
Perfect Chinese name. Kevin. Okay.
Could I see this guy playing StarCraft on stage? I feel like I could. See this guy. Or I guess today it'd be League, huh?
I'm Korean international student.
Yes!
What is it?
Korean international student.
Okay, and what's your name?
My real name is Sang-woo Seok.
Oh,
and
dude.
you guys could call me Joseph.
Joseph?
Yeah. That's. Hey guys.
Okay. Whoa. This guy. I'm getting Korean vibes from him, but I haven't seen him well yet.
Dude,
you guys could call me Joseph.
Joseph?
That's much easier for you guys to like say my name.
Thanks,
So.
I appreciate that. All right, bro.
Hey, guys.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Chinese. Oh, my goodness. He must be. I'm staking my whole rep on this guy.
I'm Jeff. I'm from Connecticut.
Jeff from Connecticut.
Jeff.
All right.
Where in China is your family from? Come on.
Mean that are you Chinese or Korean? Chinese American. You were born.
Absolutely. Okay. Easy. Okay. We got that one.
Here? Do you speak Chinese?
I'm thinking Korean and Chinese are the last two. I think Korean and Chinese for the last two.
Do you speak Mandarin at all? But a little bit? You must know swear words, right?
Oh, that's the only ones I know.
Okay, give me a swear word.
Sonny, ma.
Oh, dude, what did he say? What did he say? Dude, I'm very sophomoric. I'm a high school.
Oh wait, we could figure out. Could you figure out who's Chinese in the next one based on who laughs how? Or they might just be awkwardly laughing. No, never mind. I don't think you're good.
Dude,
Oh wait, now this guy is like acting crazy. Now I'm thinking this one might be Chinese. Is that cheating to change my answer?
I'm very sophomoric. I'm a high schooler. So I just want to know swear words. What did he say? You don't have to say it.
Yeah. It's just,
If your grandmother was here, would you say it?
No.
Okay.
That chick over there.
On the live stream. All right, bro.
I'm Rob. I'm on the same boat as that chick over there. I was born in Seoul.
Yes!
But,
okay, and then the last one. Okay. I could feel it. I could feel that one. The last guy's Chinese.
raised in Maryland.
Raised in Maryland?
Okay, we started off rocky, but...
I'm a Korean American.
Do you speak Korean?
No, I have white parents.
Dude, you have white parents?
Yeah, I'm one of you guys.
This is going to sound really weird, but I have a... this is going to sound really mean. I'm so sorry. When I see Chinese people, when I envision a Chinese person compared to a Korean person, Chinese people tend to have kind of rounder faces versus Chinese people, or Korean people tend to have longer faces. Chinese people have like rounder faces and softer faces, and Koreans will have like kind of straighter faces. But if they're this sounds really mean, but if it's like an overweight Korean person, I don't know, it fucks my mind up. I'm not actually sure, because I don't know very many overweight Korean people.
Guys.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Dude, wait, hang on. Did they feed you kimchi?
Jesus.
No,
Did they let you eat kimchi?
Bibimbap? Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I eat that.
All right. Okay, cool. All right, dude.
Okay, last one.
I'm Jake. Also.
Wait, what's your name again?
Dude, I'm staking the rest of my rep on this guy. Absolutely Chinese. He is.
Also known as the Asian Hulk. I'm Chinese American.
Yeah, easy.
Chinese. Do you speak any?
Okay.
Mandarin?
Not bad.
You speak Cantonese, though, right? You speak Cantonese and Mandarin, or Cantonese? Both? You don't speak anything? You don't even know swear words?
I speak Cantonese.
You speak Cantonese?
Yeah.
Oh, you do? Spoken right in the mic. Do you speak fluently?
I sound the way like
What's that?
we probably say
Oh, yeah? All right, dude. All right, how'd you do? And what's your background again? Thanks, man. What's your background?
I'm Korean American, but I moved to America when I was 1.
When you were 1?
Yeah.
So how'd you do, by the way? Do you remember?
I think for the most part, I got like the Korean or the Chinese part correct, not the Korean or Korean American.
And you, bro?
Definitely got that one wrong. And then.
Oh, what's up, Jeff? No problem. Okay, good job. Good enough.
Do it. We can play that game.
Whoa! Chill. If Gen Z discovered Howard Stern Butterface contest, they may storm the White House. I can't believe this is on TV. Oh no.
She's hot. 8. An 8. That's very good for Ralph. Go ahead, Baba Booey. She's good, but not perfect. I give her a 9. Very good. Fred Norris, you rarely heard from. Go ahead. On a personal level, a 9. And Artie.
going with the theory that there's no 10s in the world, that's a 9.
Hey, can she take her top off or not? No, not here. We're in Vegas, baby. They don't allow that for some reason. Just allow you to lose your home.
Yeah.
All right,
and
here
I've
we go.
lost that.
And now, Stacy, take off the bag. Here we go, and let's see the face.
Oh no, she doesn't even look bad. Are these? They're doing like no makeup too. She probably has some kind of makeup on, but there's like no eyeliner. Her eyebrows have been worked on a bit, but like that doesn't count. I don't think. Does this count as like her hair is not done, right? Like her hair could be done like super hardcore. It looks like she's just like a normal person without like hardcore makeup and shit on. And without her hair like ultra done. What the fuck? This is like super fucked up. What the fuck?
Is that a speed bump on the way?
Stacy, it's got to be.
Jesus.
Oh, dear. Stacy, give her the microphone so I can talk to her. Stacy, it's got to be tough when the crowd starts freaking out.
She's hot. 8.
90s beauty standards were awesome. We did like a really weird thing. Unless I'm doing like I feel like we had a thing where we went maximum like Pamela Anderson, and then we skirt into like Girl Next Door. It was like the biggest change in appearance. Like when the pop punk stuff started to roll in, and then you had like the fucking Transformers girl and all that shit. It feels like we did Girl Next Door for a bit, but now we've gone back up to like the Pamela Anderson stuff. I don't know how we like did that. Like we were going in this direction, and then we went to this direction, and then we went to this direction, and then we went back like immediately. I don't know how we took like a 5 to 10 year detour. Yeah, if it was rap that did it, because you had like all the fake like asses and then like the Kardashians and the Instagram filters and everything. It's weird how yeah. Remember when having a fat ass was gross? Okay, this might just be my lived experience or my time, but no, I don't ever remember that being the case. I don't know if it was ever the case. That was probably before my time, I guess. I'm 33, but I don't know if having a big booty was ever considered a gross thing. I do know that for a while with like the alt girls, I think that for a while like the anorexic look was kind of in. So like very small boobs, small booty, dyed hair, piercings, t-shirts, band shirts, tattoos and stuff. But that's my memory of alt girls. But now I feel like when you look at alt girls today, they all have huge boobs and huge asses, but they still have like the dyed hair and stuff. But I don't know, I could be wrong. Your butt looking big was an insult. Yeah, maybe it might have been. Yeah, sure. Jesus Christ. My reactions in order. Oh my God, I hope he survived. Yes, he did. What is the brand of his helmet? This dude just went through like 5 of his 9 lives in like 2 seconds. Jesus Christ. Andrew Tate Short. Why? Why do we care?
So I said the other day that any child.
Wonder how Destiny would feel if he was done. Oh, I know that people, the cis het white privilege, like, oh man. I'm trying to stay out of this type of drama. That might change in the future, just for this particular person, but we don't have to worry about that. I know this triggers the fuck out of a lot of people, and it's one of those things that like I'll never look good saying it or whatever. I think doxing is way the fuck overrated. There are like, in all the history of like doxing, there are very, 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 very few people who actually get hurt by it. Even all the history of swatting, there are very, very, very few people that actually heard about it. Swatting sucks and it's bad. But I think people make doxing out to be way too big a deal, and then they'll undercount like other things. I would have to go talk to like other real content creators, not like the attention whores online. But if I were to ask like any other content creator, what would you prefer? Would you rather get doxed or have your email hacked and taken? Like it would like dox me. Like I'll post my just myself. Like it wouldn't even be close. Like yeah, dox me. I don't give a fuck. Or it sucks. But like when you're a content creator online, like people are already going to find out where you live. It's like, it's almost inevitable. I think I've mentioned before, I've had people email me saying that they saw out a window that I had in a stream once and they were able to figure out where I lived in Huntington Beach because they knew the apartment building. I was like, okay, whatever, dude. Yeah, I think people way overrate, like, people way overrate how traumatic doxing is. Versus like getting an account permabanned, I think is worse. Having people hack certain accounts is definitely worse. Yeah. But how can you say that and then say one of the biggest things a girl can do is take a guy to their house? Because there's a difference between taking a person that you see physically to your house versus some loser on the internet getting your address. Most people aren't going to do anything. Like the vast majority of people aren't going to do anything. And for the ones that are, they're going to do it anyway. I don't think that doxing or not doxing is going to stop anything. I think a large part of how bad it is depends on your audience. If your audience is mainly 4chan types, then it's a lot worse. I mean, the worst it's going to happen most of the time, if you don't get swatted, it's going to be people ordering pizzas to your house. It's not usually that big of a deal. Like, I don't know, if being doxxed seems like it's super stressful. Yeah, sure. But everything online is stressful. Everything online is very, 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 very stressful. It's a high stress environment. It just, it is what it is. Keep in mind that the same people that say that doxing is like a traumatic experience also like want to rope themselves after they get like 4 hate comments in their DMs. So take everything with a grain of salt. Hassan has been lapping up his W over Tate since it happened and it's fucking annoying. Hey, he got a W, man. Let him celebrate. Damn. Hassan's taken like 12 L's in a row. Let him have a W. Jesus Christ. The man is pushed to the edge. He's on the brink, okay? Jesus. Let him have a W. Holy fuck, what is this room? You should watch the Keffels Hunter video. I think this is drama.
Worse than the actual.
Trying to stay away from. Apparently, Keffels did the same thing in this convo that she did with Stardust, where it was like she just is like unhinged. I think, but even people in Vosh's subreddit are starting to see that Keffels is like unhinged.
Real mistake was because they clipped everything together when it wasn't like rapid fire, all that shit at once.
Right.
But still, I don't know. I'm just really sorry. I don't expect you to even accept my apology. I just want it to be known that like I really didn't have any malintent going into that. I was defending you in regards to how bad doxing is because I myself have been doxed on Kiwi Farms. But I was just really irresponsible with showing that thing on screen. So I don't know. I'm really sorry.
I mean, I'm glad that you're sorry. I think the confusing thing is I saw bits of the stream beforehand and you were basically just shit-talking me the entire time before getting to that point. I didn't see the part where you actually started defending me on anything.
I mean, I was saying how there was an absurd and abhorrent amount of transphobia that I was seeing on the Kiwi Farms thing, and that doxing is never okay. I mean, yeah, I was criticizing you, sure, but
I don't think she even got doxxed. She's complaining that her name got doxxed. Wait. Hold on. You're joking, right? No, they leaked her address. Oh, okay.
that's no excuse.
Okay, I don't know
Child
these people.
who's obsessed with superheroes.
Let's check this person out.
So I said the other day that any child who's obsessed with superheroes, that's a warning sign to the father. When I was a child, the only superhero I was interested in talking to or being around
My
was
dad?
Like if I watched Batman and I go to my dad and say, hey, did you see what Batman did? My dad would sit me down and go, fuck that, listen to what I've done. He's gone for 2 months. He walks in the door, my mom's like, Emery, where you been? It's been 2 months, I don't know where you've been. What is this? I've gone through your clothes, there's a picture of some bitch in your... And my dad had been home for 42 minutes, and he'd just go, sorry, son, she won't shut up. Walked out again. See you in 2 months. Whoa. That's just who he was. He's like, I ain't sitting there taking shit off a bitch. And it's kind of like you grow up around that, and now...
I ain't taking shit off a bitch. Bro, that bitch is your mom. What the fuck?
When I come home after 2 months, and she's trying to say, where you been? You've been in Fresh and Fit podcast. I watched the podcast. You with all them girls. I'm like, bitch, I'm gonna go back to Miami, man. Shut up. So I said the other...
Jesus. His dad was a chess grandmaster. The first black chess grandmaster. Oh, no. I know this guy. We've seen videos of him, right? He was an... Oh, his dad is dead. Rip. 56 years old. What happened? Wow, thanks for... Anyone else? Hey, check out this game. This game was sick, guys. Hold on, let me play it out in my mind real fast. Oh, shit. Good capture. Nice check. Good defense of the rook. Wow. Masterfully done. Wow. Check out this one. Against Udassin. That's just a great game. Way back in 97. Very mature, too, for 90s, late 90s chess. This type of aggression. You won't see this for 10 more years, guys. Just absolutely insane. Wow. Sasha, I don't care. I've seen the link. I don't want to watch your video. Thank you, though. Okay? Chill. Jesus Christ. Jesus. What? Ice cream melts because of UK heat wave. I mean, doesn't ice cream always melt? Isn't that why it's called ice cream and not water cream? Isn't that... Jesus Christ. The Dave Chappelle show tonight at First Avenue has been canceled and is moving to the Varsity Theater. To staff artists in our community, we hear you and we are sorry. We know we must hold ourselves to the highest standards, and we know we let you down. We are just not a black box with people in it. We understand that First Ave is not just a room, but meaningful beyond our walls. The First Avenue team and you have worked hard to make our venues the safest spaces in the country, in the county. We will continue with that mission. We believe in diverse voices and the freedom of artistic expression, but in honoring that, we lost sight of the impact this would have. We know there are some who will not agree with the decision. You're welcome to send feedback. Jesus, they canceled a Dave Chappelle show. Oh my God. Minneapolis sound. Yo, we talk about like Seattle a lot. Minneapolis sounds like a fucking weird place. This feels like a shit take by Erudite. Most men don't enjoy sex that much. They enjoy the status comes from it. Oh, this is the same argument that I made, but you guys all got mad at me. That's what I feel. I feel this unironically. I think it's true. This was because the staff wouldn't work, not because of outside pressure. You couldn't bring in volunteers or anybody to work from any other place? No shot. I don't believe it. Dave Chappelle protester gets egg kicked out of his hand. Ooh. Ooh. This is why people hate people? Is that what she said?
What the fuck go on? People hate people. Guys. Yeah, you know, eggs doesn't mean a kick in the fucking face. Not so fucking day. I'm right here. Today. I'm not today. This is a peaceful people. All eyes on you, bro. Peaceful. You're ready to a fucking dig it when there's homeless people on the fucking street. Somewhere. Bring your ass. Bring it. Talking to a black woman.
White dude just got his eggs kicked out of his hands, looks a little frazzled, starts reaching into his backpack. I think it's time to leave, guys. This guy's kind of base, I'm not gonna lie, the dude that kicked the...
Champion Andrew Tate, welcome to WOTV. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, relieved. I always feel relieved after fights, more than happy. So glad that's out of the way. I can get back to civilian life.
Was he a challenge or a bit of an easy opponent?
No, he was. I expected him to be shorter.
Yeah.
So I was training for someone a bit shorter. So when he was a bit taller, it didn't throw me off. But I knew it'd be different.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just stuck to my combinations. I hit him with a head kick, but he kept holding my leg, which was a bit.
There's a lot of high kicks going on there.
I like to jog.
We can tell.
Yeah. Good fight. Good fighter. Very tough. Hit him with a few shots. It took me 3 or 4 to put him down. So yeah.
So what's your record now?
I don't even know what it is in MMA. I've fought MMA Thai. I'm ISK and IKF British kickboxing champion as well. So my instructor makes sure I fight any rules that he fights. He's just like, oh, tomorrow against whoever boxing.
Yeah. So obviously you've had your stint kind of doing a bit of reality TV. What's the ultimate goal within fighting for you? Other than being ultimate challenger, traveller.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know. I don't know if I have a goal in fighting as such. I do it because I enjoy it.
Okay.
You're
good at it.
I'm all right. I'm getting better. I'm getting better.
So
Or used to be way more humble. Damn.
My name is.
Why do you keep linking this? I don't. Stop. He did the meme. Did what meme? The Gigavax meme? That meme is old as fuck. In fear, when dealing with paranoia, I think it's hard to imagine anyone being a better human being than yourself. I truly think people suffering from paranoia, and if the standard of being a decent human being is herself, literally everyone is an instigative troll piece of shit then. Okay. Be back 1 second. Have you been following any of the GMA stuff lately? Today was supposed to be another mother of all short squeezes date. Uh-oh. What's their cope this time? Oh my god! Wait, I missed this. Is it done? Is
Good day, King. Slightly smiling face.
The end of an era? Wait, how long has it been down here? Oh, wait, they must have done a... Did they do a stock split or something? Yeah, they must have. What did they... Was it just a normal 50% or like 1 to 2? Or what was the split? Ah, it's 4 to 1. Gotcha. What is a split? I don't know why you do it these days, but I guess the idea used to be that, like, let's say I have 100 outstanding shares at $10 each. Let's say that I feel like $10 is too much for people to afford. So what I can do is I can split all of those shares in half. So now I've got 200 outstanding shares at $5 each. And then if I issue new stock or whatever, or if I try to sell stock, now it's more affordable to random dipshits that want to buy my stock. Because now they only pay $5 for one share instead of $10 for one share. But nowadays when everything's like managed in huge funds and everything, and it's not as common that serious investors are buying institutional stock, it's to make options more affordable. Yeah, I guess it's all for like the random crazy weird shit or whatever. I don't know. But yeah, maybe for derivative products, or maybe for crazy retailers, who knows. It doesn't make sense because you can buy fractional shares all the time. Can you? I have no idea how to buy a fractional share. I don't know if Vanguard lets me do it. Wait. Oh shit, I didn't sell my meta stock. Should I have? Damn it. We should hold for a year. We gotta stay away from those dirty taxes, boys. We're starting to see the U-Bull pattern emerge here. Is it 1 year already? No, I've only had it for like a month and a half. I was up 15% on it yesterday. I thought about selling it, but I feel like I should just wait for the long term. Because we're bullish on Meta in the 1 year time horizon, okay? Like what happened to Snapchat. I don't know what happened. Be back in a second.
Cut, 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 euro, 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 cut, fuck me, suck me, cut me, fuck me, fuck me, suck me, fuck me, cut, 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 cut.
I need that speed. I love that speed. Come on, let's speed. Speed. Ball speed.
You call that speed, you ignorant fuck. What the fuck do you know about speed and agility? You just paid another $4. Speed quick, no slow, wasted another $100. Speed meth, holy fuck. Going for more speed, not said, have sex. With speed, oh.
Yeah. I am mentally ill. Yeah.
Okay, I finished the boys. And
All right, listen up, chat. It's time to yump again, yump. Whoa! I said yump, damn it. Yump, my little slut, look at you bitch tits giggle up and down. Whoa!
I watched the end of the boys. My take on the casting for Soldier Boy didn't change. I still feel like that actor was way too charismatic. But also, I feel like the ending, that whole ending fight sequence was just like a wacky clusterfuck of meme shit. I don't think it was necessarily bad. Fuck, this Irish person is posting the most autistic shit on my subreddit.
Hey, Destiny, I'd like to talk to you about...
I wanted to ban him, but I feel bad because they're like a long-time poster. Hey, Destiny, I'd like to about plasma cosmology. The spirit cosmological model of the universe Big Bang is a lie. Nice. I don't know if I can fight against this at this point, but like this is my problem with you guys too. A lot of it is with you guys because you guys do this. Here's like, this is like a phenomenon. I'm just gonna keep pointing this out until you guys recognize it, and then you dick ride me on this. Okay. Let's say that I make a comment right here. Okay. And I say child rape is funny. Let's say that's my joke. Wouldn't it be funny if we all raped kids? Wow. Now, there could be somebody that hears that, and when they hear it, they're like, Jesus, fuck me, dude. That's just, what a fucked up comment. Okay? These people are incredibly rare. They almost don't exist. And then you've got these people. And these people go, that is a fucked up comment, and there's going to be a lot of these people that get upset. But every single time I make an edgy joke, it is 99.999% these people. It's these people. And they all come out, and they're like, don't you realize how fucking offensive that is? And it's like, you're not even offended, though. You're not actually offended. You're saying that a lot of people are offended by what I'm doing, but that's not actually the case. You're offended on behalf of like some shadow person that probably doesn't even exist, right? Like, I don't think there's a lot of people that follow me on Twitter that are very sensitive individuals. No offense. But like, because of the style of shit that I tweet, because of the content that I do, I don't think there are a lot of people out there that need trigger warnings to get by day to day that like watch my Twitter. Also, most people, 99% of people, even the people that hate me, read this and they know that I'm joking. They know that it's a joke. They might think it's a crass joke, but they know it's a joke. I'm getting like, it's so irritating to see this stupid shit over and over and over again, where people are like, you don't understand how offensive, look at me, look how many other people are offended by what you're tweeting. You're not offended by what I'm tweeting. You're offended like because you think there are a lot of people offended by what I'm tweeting. And then all of you get together and you all think there's a huge group of people that are offended, but you're not actually offended. It's like, I don't know, it's this paradigm is like super annoying.
I think it's the last one I'll watch in theater.
Also, I've said this a few times, and a lot of you guys just don't understand, I guess. Like, like I think I have a decent understanding because I've been canceled a lot. I've been in this area. Like I feel like I've done a lot of things here, so I kind of know what's going on. A lot of people keep saying things on my subreddit. There's this idea that like, oh, Destiny's Twitter keeps him from like working with other people, or Destiny's Twitter. I don't think it has ever been the case in my entire life that I've lost a sponsor or I've like lost an opportunity because of my Twitter. I actually don't think that's ever happened. There have been things that I've said on stream, and there's been like big politically related things, but like because I've tweeted something, I don't think I've ever had a sponsor approach me and say like, oh no, you tweeted this, that's not okay. I have had people mention the BLM thing. I've had people mention the Twitch ban thing. I've had people mention the Rittenhouse thing, but it's never been like, well, we were going to work with you, but too many pedophile jokes on Twitter. That has never happened in my entire life, ever. Not even a single time. And I've tweeted some fucked up shit. That girl get raped with a shovel tweet, that was a fucked up tweet. But I've never had anybody. So yeah, I don't know. Like you guys, you're so offended and upset about things that aren't happening, but then you get together with a whole bunch of other people that are offended and upset about things that aren't happening, and then when you all get together, you're like, oh well, look at how many people are upset. None of you guys are actually upset about the thing that's happening though. You're upset because you think other people are upset, but that's all you are. You're all just a bunch of people getting upset because you think other people are upset, and it's like so stupid. Like. It's so dumb. Nobody's actually upset here. Nobody thinks I actually rape kids. And I don't even think any of you are actually offended by the joke of me raping kids. Now you're even upset about that. You're just upset on behalf of some group of people that you think is getting upset about it, but they're not actually there. Yeah, I don't know. It's so irritating. Like to deal with this kind of stuff. And then I see like these like kind of like cope mode comments. So people will say things like, normal people would never laugh at this. Normal people don't find this type of stuff entertaining. Bro.
Did you lose a sponsor after you were doing?
No. Some of the like most popular comedians in the world have been like incredibly fucking edgy, where the go-to example is going to be Louis C.K., who has unimaginably edgy fucking skits. I'm pretty sure Louis C.K. has run the gamut from like child death and genocide to child fucking to like everything, like in unbelievably edgy skits. But then people will like, the cope is that like, Louis C.K. is a comedian in a profession where edgy, ridiculous humor is to be expected. I forgot that the reason why I got big in StarCraft 2 was because I was a semi-pro. Like, what do you mean? Like this idea that like you're a streamer, you're engaging a platform to try to get revenue by having ads, require certain standards, blah 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 blah. Like, bro, my whole shit was like essentially being a quasi comedian. Like the only reason I got funny early on was because, or the only reason I got famous early on was because I was funny. Right? That's the whole reason my StarCraft streams got big. It's the whole reason I was able to make it into like variety gaming. And it's the whole reason why my political stuff got big. Like if you ask people like, what were the reasons why you got so famous like early on in politics? It was because I was really edgy, because I was pretty funny, and I was very blunt. Those are like the main reasons. It wasn't because like, I started watching Destiny in 2016 because he offered like very original insight into the political system. And no, it was because he was funny as fuck and he made fun of people and he bullied the fuck out of like conservatives. That was the whole reason why I blew up initially. So it's so weird to look at my early stuff like, you're actually not a comedian. I basically was, right? Maybe not like a traditional like stand-up comedy, but like comedy is like what I dealt with. Now, I guess you can argue that like, like nobody on YouTube or nobody on Twitch are technically comedians or whatever, but it's like, it's such a stupid caveat. I don't know. And then also again, it's this misunderstanding that like Twitter is like losing you all these fans or losing you all these opportunities. No, they're not. It's the only thing that is blowing back on me is usually like political commentary. Some of my most popular political commentary. It's not because of edgy jokes on Twitter. It's so weird. But I mean, it is what it is. You're barely as edgy as you used to be. Yeah, and the child porn jokes weren't even that edgy. Like, it's not. That's the thing that bothers me the most. They weren't even that edgy of a joke. Dude, I could be 50 million times edgier if you want to talk about fucking children. We could have gone way farther. Rather than like, you were hot at 10, send me some pictures. Wow, I want to bend you over your little tykes. That's like, on the spectrum of like kitty fucking jokes, this is like the tamest fucking safest joke we can make. We could go way more extreme. I could be way more of a pedophile than that. Come on, are you serious? Like, I don't know, it's irritating. But... Anyway. I might start writing some hardcore kitty fucking jokes, so. Why are there 7 million fucking links in this channel? I don't even know what I'm supposed to join. Oh, that's here. Why is it just you and me in here? Oh, she has me muted. Why? She has her shit turned off. She's just waving at me like a fucking moron. She's literally just waving her hands in the air. Like a fucking idiot.
Hello?
Why are you just waving your hands in the air?
Why are you waving your hands in the air? Are you okay?
Because you're muted and deafened. And I didn't know why you were just waving back at me. You can hear me now. Hi.
Hi. Are you okay?
Yeah, why are we the only people in here?
Because everyone else is late.
Oh my god. Oh, that's so
Actually,
cute. You were trying to do the really cringe thing where you were like, oh my god, you want to come to this group thing? And then I show up and I was the only one you invited because you're actually a stalker.
You got me. But it worked.
Jesus Christ. That is
so what do you
so
want to
crazy.
talk about?
I'm really uncomfortable.
Your hair looks good today, Steven.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Well.
Well, how's your day been?
It's great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just great.
Yeah, just great. How's
it
your day
better
been?
now?
Did you just take a shower?
No.
Oh, okay. I'm just asking.
Yeah, that's okay. It just kind of implies that my hair's greasy.
That's why I asked. I just couldn't tell if it was, but it might be the light because your lighting is different. I'm sorry. Fuck. Now I feel like an asshole.
I'm not sure what it is. No, it's probably a little bit greasy because it's super hot out, and I'm Canadian with no AC. So.
Oh, and you're a girl, and like 90% of the time you guys shower, you don't wash your hair for some reason. It's really fucking weird.
That's not true.
It actually is super true. You all go into the hair, or you go in the shower and you put your hair up, and it's like, what are you doing? Oh, I'm not washing my hair today. Okay.
Okay. Well, have you ever been in a shower with me?
Not that you know.
That's true. Not that I know.
True.
Well, I guess now I'm asking, should I be concerned?
I can be in the shower with you without you knowing, and you don't have to be concerned about it. So it's not even a good follow-up question. Hey, what's up, guys?
Oh, hey. They're all deafened too.
Cool. Nice. Based.
What would you do if I actually just had made robot accounts and these also were not real people? So that we could just extend our one-on-one time.
That would be great, you know? I do the same thing with my son. I invite, other 10-year-old kids to hang out, and then they show up, and my kid's not even there, and I'm like, it's just me. That's what we're doing today. That's an example of another 10-year-old joke I could have made, guys. Okay, sorry.
That's true. That is another example of a joke you theoretically could have made.
I theoretically could make that, exactly, yeah.
You could have. Would that have been a good choice?
Yeah,
Steven?
it would have been. It would have been a great choice, I think.
I feel like you're making a lot of bad choices in your life right now.
Really? Because my viewership is higher than ever. I can't possibly see it going down. Yeah. Doing good monthly views. Talking to a lot of people.
Than pre-commie?
Than pre-commie?
Than the pre-commie purge?
Just the quality of viewers increased. My YouTube viewership is up. Okay. I'm talking to people in the real world. I'm making a difference right now. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When are you running for?
The only thing I'm running from is the cops right now. Okay. Yeah, I'm not running for any office. Okay.
Yeah, because of your 10-year-old tweets. I know. I don't blame them.
Jesus Christ.
I'm just saying.
Anyway. It's not the tweets, it's the DMs. Okay, no, I'm just kidding. I'm sorry, my chat is really mad at me making edgy Twitter jokes, but I'm trying to prove that the political stuff is more edgy. So now I'm seeing how many child fucking jokes I can make to prove to them. I want them to make a post and go, Destiny, you were right. You've made an inordinate amount of pedophilia jokes and nothing bad has happened, so we were wrong. So as soon as you guys make that post, okay, I'll stop talking about my experiences with fifth graders.
I mean, the problem is, what if there's always that yikesy thing of what if it's all yokes until you find something out, Like you're all like, oh yeah, you got your friend Gerald and it's all jokes.
Well, I don't have to worry about that because I don't actually fuck kids. Thank you. What kind of a fucking comment is that? Like, that's like saying, do you think you should make rape jokes in case you accidentally fucking rape somebody someday? Well, I guess these days with the definitions of rape, I might be raping somebody all the time. Who knows?
That's true.
Yeah,
that is true.
I don't intend to discover that I'm randomly having sex with children at some point. So thanks for the vote of confidence, though. Okay.
I just, Gotta keep you on your toes. I feel like that's the most I can offer you. Hi, KP. Welcome, welcome.
Hey, so I'll, okay, I got just a little bit of echo in there. Am I too hot?
Uh-oh. Wait, talk again and I'll see if I'm echoing.
Hey!
Ooh, I'm lighting up a little bit. Hold on.
Okay.
Okay, try it again.
Hey, hey, hey.
Did it do it again?
All right, hey!
Was that good?
Yeah, I'm not hearing it.
Okay, cool.
And I'll cut myself another 3, just for fun.
Gotcha.
And then we were 5.
Awesome. All right, just so you guys know, I'm live. Should let you know beforehand.
5.3K.
I feel like we're probably all live.
170 likes. Bad issue chat.
I really should be, but...
Wait, you're not live on Twitch, right?
No.
No, I know about the ban. I know about the ban.
Yeah.
Just making sure.
The fucking the struggle is real, damn it, Destiny. It's like you have so much pull, and at the same time you force people off. It's the dumbest thing Twitch has ever done.
It's the best thing Twitch has ever done. We're destroying the political section of that platform.
You're only saying that because Keffel's got your ass, and now you're stuck
First
on
of all,
fucking YouTube.
The only thing Keffel's got...
We will make YouTube politics a thing.
Yeah, we are making it a thing. It's being built one thing at a time. We're gonna escape the evil woke mob at Twitter.
Hey, you know what? I would love for YouTube. Well, first of all, YouTube's just slightly less woke than Twitter and Twitch. Let's be honest.
YouTube is so much better, but
haven't you got a community strike? I've gotten a community strike. Come on, man.
Here,
actually, I don't know how. I've never gotten in trouble on YouTube or Twitch. And I'm spicier than all of you.
The best thing about YouTube is it doesn't really have to do with politics at all. It's just that on YouTube, all of the enforcement is automated. Whereas on Twitch, they legitimately have. That team is a bunch of like unironic San Francisco early mid-20s yuppies that are like hardcore fucking woke modern. I'm not even joking. Like that is the trust and safety team on Twitch.
Right.
And they will manually go through to make sure that like the political element is there. But on YouTube, as long as you know what you can, like you don't say the shooting stuff or whatever. You don't you stay away from certain words, certain topics, you're generally okay. You don't have to worry about somebody like politically assassinating you on YouTube, basically.
Right. Yeah. Self-censorship, for the neoliberals, and you'll be okay. But what I also want to say though, right, is like there's got to be like at least one suit wearing guy, right, over top of all of these yuppies, and then they're like, all right, yes, we finally got Alinity, she's gone, and then there's one dude's like, no, this girl makes a lot of money, like 2-day ban. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
if you're
there's got to be like one or two of those dudes, those suits walking around.
If you're a really big partner, your account manager could pull for you from some moderate stuff. Even if they say they don't, I know they do. Or if you have a really big, but if you fuck up, like oftentimes you are. Those teams are very, very, very separate, and you need to be in with an old school AM that has old school connects to other parts of that org in order to be saved. Because Keffel's getting banned is a really good example of like, holy shit, that's somebody that I would have never expected to get a 30-day ban on Twitch. That's wild. Right. But it's because she doesn't have an AM with those deep connections, even though she is technically part of their like.
Is that what happened to you?
Yeah, dude, it's actually so funny. Like people posted an email or posted a stream of mine from like 12 years ago, and like I think I opened my email at one point, and I'm just like chatting casually with like Kevin Lin and fucking Emmett Shear, because back then those were the only people that I knew because it was a really small company. But these days, I don't know anybody at Twitch. Fuck no, I don't know. Like everybody that I knew just in their head, like all of those people are gone, and it's just like a faceless San Francisco mob of fucking losers now.
So
I mean, that's the Silicon Valley in general.
Would you go? Would you go back then? Like, I mean, if you had the opportunity, if they unbanned you, would you go back and deal with that?
The thing is, it's hard to say no to that Twitch Prime money, but it's nice to be unbanned just so I could talk to people and not have to have them shut their streams off. So I'm not sure what I would do.
Honestly, Destiny, you should fight to get unbanned and then just not go back so that you can like be talking to all of those people and still be like, yeah, but YouTube's better. Twitch can go fuck themselves.
Yeah,
Giga Chad move.
It's just a really annoying dynamic. But I think that they apparently you can appeal every 6 months, so I've got to wait like 5 more months for my next appeal, and we'll see.
So stupid.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you all for being here for our YouTube only. I didn't actually get too many band boys. But that's the goal of this, is to kind of migrate a little bit more into YouTube politics in general. I do hear a bit of a echo of myself. I think it's from Destiny.
Yeah,
again.
it is.
What a surprise.
Hearing loss? What is it?
It's been just got banned off of Twitch, and he's already fucking turning into Boomer with all of his settings.
Forgets how this all works.
All right, check. Sounds good. Okay. All right. So how this is going to work, this panel show is called Both Sides. We're going to typically max out between 4 to 5 debaters at a time. My goal is to be about 4. So you're seeing 5 people here. However, myself and Professor Meat in the center are actually both moderators. My job as the moderator is I'm going to be watching concision. I have a timer that's been built. I'm just going to be timing you guys as you speak and cueing you guys to wrap things up if you're taking too long. I give everyone a minute and a half at one time to speak. At that point, I will basically say, hey, wrap it up 2 sentences. If you don't wrap it up, I will mute you eventually because we have to move on. The goal is, most conversations suck when people just monologue forever. The second thing is going to be active and intentional bad faith. So the way that we're going to operationally define it, because I'm not going to have fights with people on my panel about what bad faith is mainly going to be focused around if I'm interlocuting with somebody and they seem to be critically and unquestionably never actually hearing my argument and arguing around it and arguing for positions that I haven't said, we're going to just quickly address that. We're going to say, hey, this is actually their position. Please deal with it. And then we're going to let you guys go, because I think 2 things that stall is lack of concision and aggressive bad faith. So Meat is going to be doing the bad faith queuing. So he'll pop in. Hopefully it'll be pretty hands off. I tried to select people that I think it's not going to be too much of an issue for a premiere, but that's kind of the goal, is to mostly just let people talk and have it not be an obnoxious looping shithole. Okay, any questions about the rules from the moderators? Because this is the first time we're doing this officially on Friday night.
I'm stepping away for like 2
Seems
seconds.
like a lot, but I'm pretty sure we'll figure it out. So
a minute and a half. It goes quick. Most people burn it up pretty quickly. You guys will also have a 1 minute for opening-ish. If you go a little bit longer, I'm not going to punish you or anything like that. That's basically it. We're going to be pretty hands-off with the rules other than that. So maybe we'll start at the bottom. Just introduce yourself. You don't need to give your opening statement. Just tell us who you are, your socials, and thank you so much for being here. We'll start with you, KP or Soy Addle. I don't know what you prefer.
Whoa. How about you give us this wonderful, wonderful topic for tonight, please?
Okay.
Well, these are intros.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, just intros, then topic and opening.
Just drop
argument.
your name, yeah, and then you can.
Okay, great. Okay, I am Carl, aka Soy Addle. I am the soy boy from Seattle. I am a centrist anarchist, neoliberal, communist, libertarian anarchist, whatever you want. I'm confused. I'm entirely unsure what I'm doing here, but I have had some experience in electoralism and inner party politics. So you can find my socials at linktree/YesTV. Hope you know how to spell Linktree. Or soyaddle.tv. That's Seattle, take out the C, add in the soy.
Awesome. Thank you. Prime Guys?
I'm still trying to figure out what his socials are. Okay. Yeah, thanks all. Hi, my name is Prime Kai, spelled PRIMECAYES. Yes, I'm on YouTube, I'm on Twitch. We do panels like this, but far less structured. This is a person who likes to have roles. We are a bit more wild over my place, so we love to have you. And we do open panels where you may be involved. So if you want to come on and argue about people like this, right, then that's your opportunity. Thanks so much.
Awesome. Okay, Fabian.
All right, so I am, I guess, tonight's resident non-leftist, which should be fun. All different varieties of lefties, and then there's me on a show called Both Sides, which is kind of interesting, because I think Soyato and I kind of proved that there's more than 2 sides. But that being said, I'm an anarcho-capitalist, so imagine that I'm just like Soyato, but a little bit less confused and a lot more right-wing economically. But I love you, especially when we talk about nuclear energy. That being said, yeah, I'm an anarcho-capitalist. I'm Fabian Liberty, Scott from Fabian Liberty. We're an anarcho-capitalist duo stream, usually on Twitch. Tonight we're on YouTube. But you can search on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube for Fabian Liberty. Just look for that beautiful black and yellow flag with the sheep symbol over top of it, and you'll find us.
All right, and Destiny.
I'm Destiny. I am the omni-liberal. We have all the best parts of every political ideology combined into one. And then I scream at people on the internet, and you can find me on Twitter at the omni-liberal. It's the best Twitter account.
Alrighty. Okay, so we're going to start with the introduction of the topic and then 1 minute opening statements. So the question is, as you guys saw already, belief in our institutions on both sides of party lines is at an all-time low. Is voting enough to correct the problems that we see within our institutions? If not voting, is there sufficient due process within our institutions to correct the problem in another venue? Are democratic institutions broken beyond repair? This will be the full topic. There is not a secondary topic. We'll basically continue the conversation until it dries up. I don't have a mandatory 2 hours or a minimum 2 hours. We'll just talk until people want to kind of finish or we finish looping. So maybe we'll do the reverse order for opening statements for 1 minute. Go ahead, Destiny.
Voting is the best way to have your grievances addressed in our system. The problem is not enough people do it. The demographic of people that do vote are super messed up and super skewed. I think our system works. I think it works exceptionally well. And I think sometimes that's the issue that we have with it. We want to blame the system. We want to blame corporations. We want to blame all these other things. But the reality is when you look at all of the policies that exist in the United States, from the federal level to the state level to the local level, everything exists in the way that it does. And it makes a ton of sense if you just consider who's voting. Case in point, criminal justice. Everybody cries about it. Look at who votes in local elections. It's usually older people, usually whiter people, usually wealthier people. That's why nothing ever happens with criminal justice, because these people aren't getting arrested. They never have any engagement with the system, et cetera, et cetera. You can do this with every political issue at every stage, at every size of the American electoral system. Vote. It is the most important thing you can do.
Awesome. Fabian.
Yeah, so I would say that voting in and of itself has no power. The question is really problematic because it makes a bunch of philosophical assumptions that aren't true. So first of all, obviously we don't live in a democracy. Anyone that says that is, just trying to simplify terms. We live in an oligopoly, masquerading as a republic, masquerading as a democracy. And so voting in and of itself has no actual power. What has power is that voting is a tool that we use to that politicians use to try and gauge the system that they work in and try and play around those rules. What has power is the will of the people and their means to kind of fight back against the state, right? And voting in many ways is somewhat representative of that. I think Emma Goldman said it best when she said if voting changed anything, they wouldn't let you do it. And I think that's kind of true. That being said, voting is a good system towards trying to reduce some violence. And I think that we can use voting if we use voting and combined with a lot of other things as a means of taking away power from the state. In terms of, is our democracy broken? Well, if you're talking about America, that's probably it was broken from the moment it was instituted because democracy is bad. But also, it's probably been broken from what the founding fathers envisioned, and we've had kind of a proto-fascist state since the end of the Civil War and during the Civil War, and it's kind of been broken since then. And I'm not sure if we can fix it with voting alone. I don't think it would be preferable to do so.
Awesome. Prime?
Yes. So I think that when it comes to our institutions, I thought this question was problematic as well, right? One, I think that if it's just down to voting, well, yeah, we have an option, a mechanism within our society to make changes. I agree with Destiny there that you have to engage with the system, right? Like use the tools that you have available. And of those tools, I think we do have some robust tools that can make changes if change is what you want, right? So I think the ability is there. However, I think that everything around that ability, right? The public's access to the vote, right? The public's access to our institutions, all those things are damaged, right? Even the public's understanding of what the institutions even do, right? And I think some of that is even purposeful, that people don't even know how the best way to engage. Right? You could say simply vote, sure, okay, but then I do vote, and then nothing seems to change, and I don't see like results in my life, and things maybe seem to get worse. And I think it's an extremely discouraging process. I think it's vote, it's organize, but it's also like have an understanding what these institutions are and how to either bend them to your will or have a plan to have some sort of institutional reform. So I'll leave it there.
Awesome. Okay, and Soy.
All right. I think of the three, I agree with you all, and I disagree with you all. Of course, voting is necessary but not sufficient. You must vote if you expect anything to change, but you also must do more than voting. You need to contact your representatives. You need to organize. And what we mean by organizing is speaking to other people who are going to vote and finding out, what their positions are and organizing around their needs and building up communities and collective interests in improving your system. Make everything local. Really get out there and find these groups of synergy, groups that you're going to build a policy around. Get involved in party politics. I've been involved in both the Democratic and the DSA parties, as well as campaigning for many wonderful campaigns that are on my back wall. And it's never going to be enough to get our perfect world. But if you don't try, well, you've surrendered all of your agency. And if you do nothing but vote, I feel that you've pretty much surrendered your agency in that case to people who are engaged in the system and are speaking up on your behalf.
Okay, so with that, we're going to open the panel if anyone would like to respond.
Fabian, what do you think you can vote your way out of Jim Crow? Like voting was actually not allowed, depending if you were black or poor at one point in America.
Do I think you can vote your way out of Jim Crow? Probably not. Why? What's the? Can you examine why you're asking that question?
Yeah, your quote was, sort of a snappy thing. If voting actually did anything, it would be illegal. And of course, it was illegal at some point in our history.
I mean, that's a witty retort, I guess, against Emma Goldman, but that's not the point or the context of the quote. So.
I think it's exactly the point in that we have to stretch outside simply voting and join others in direct action when it's appropriate. But I don't think that.
But we agree on
action,
that. That's the point.
Okay,
the point in context of what I'm saying is that yes, you can use voting, right? But voting by itself doesn't have any power.
Yeah.
Definitionally, it can't have any power, right?
Yeah.
With
our organizing, we can make voting matter, and that's more to the point.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be backed up by the will of the people and to challenge the violence of the state, right? Ultimately, if the state is of the opinion that voting keeps you from fighting them, right, then they will give you whatever wedge issues you want whilst continuously gaining more power, as they've done since the founding of our nation. And they'll kind of just let you have your paltry little victories, your little culture war victories. And meanwhile, they'll consolidate wealth at the top. They'll change the rules. They'll make it harder for you to do what it is that you want to do. They will take away liberty, right? And so voting in and of itself, that process, you're appealing to the authority that has the monopoly on violence and has the monopoly on the usage of that violence and is the judiciary of that violence, all together. So ultimately voting definitionally, it can't be enough. It has to be activism. It has to be a change in culture and philosophy, and it has to be a change in the willingness to act in certain spaces or engage in agorism and things like that to exert your pressure on the system.
I think so. I don't think anybody disagrees. It's never just voting. But the question is if somebody says if you go to the gym, will that help you get more muscle? I don't think anybody would say no, it can't just be the gym. It also has to be sleeping, and it also has to be eating. Well, yeah, of course. So if you want to be politically engaged, there are more steps to be politically engaged than just voting. But voting is arguably the most important part of that political process, because if the right people don't vote the right way, then nothing else matters. Like, it is the part where we plug in, like, quite literally to our institutions, aside from working for them. I mean, Jim Crow, as an example, was brought up, right? Like, Jim Crow was ended by voting. Yeah? Like, this...
I don't know that you can say Jim Crow was ended by voting.
Okay, hold on.
Jim Crow
I'm
was
sorry.
also created by voting.
True. I'm sorry. Hold on. I phrased that as a question. Let me restate that. Jim Crow was ended by voting. It was challenged multiple times by the Supreme Court, right, in cases like Brown v. Board of Education. And the Civil Rights Act of '64 literally came from our Congress that we voted on. And this is how Jim Crow got eliminated in a lot of different states, right, in '64 and '65 following with the Voting Rights Act. So, yes, Jim Crow was gotten rid of via voting. Yeah.
You're doing a lot of work to say that the state went against other institutions of the state that were violating people's rights, and then saying voting did this. It's like, maybe
every single every
7 degrees of Kevin Bacon there.
Hold on, I don't want to make the total libertarian debate, but you always do this thing where you pose, libertarians will pose the state against the people, but you ignore the fact that there are times when the state acts on the will of the people, right? Like, the state doesn't just do things arbitrarily. The state is doing things.
Well, give me the example, because Jim Crow's a terrible example, because it's the state acting against the state that had already fucked over the people.
But the state didn't arbitrarily choose to fuck over the people with Jim Crow. That was the will of the people at one point in time, was to be able to discriminate against certain groups of people, right?
It wasn't the will of certain people.
No, but it was the will of enough of them to make it law, hence the voting part, right? Like,
right, which is why voting is in and of itself problematic, because it is conflict. There is no way.
Every type of engagement with the political system is going to be conflict. That's such a worthless statement. All engagement with politics.
No, it's not a worthless statement.
Can you give me one type of political activity that doesn't involve some type of conflict? All of them. All of it does.
Of course. Almost all of the activities that are engaged in Cospaya, almost all of the activities are engaged in Tehran, Mexico, right?
Let's find a better statement, like the tyranny of the majority. And you're a libertarian, you should be familiar with that one. So let's deploy it here and say, yes, sometimes voting is, 51% of people putting a tyrannical judgment on the minority, the 49%. So it's split 50-50. I want us to get to super democracy, where we have things like individual veto and local, local collective agreements that actually build up a just system based on sound principles, rather than, we like the rainbow flag today, we didn't like it yesterday.
But there's no way to ever make a system that's going to make every person happy, right? If you're having a society, you're necessarily going to have some people plugged into that society that aren't going to be happy with 100% of the decisions made.
And but it's not about whether
is absolutely fine, right? That conflict between parties is absolutely okay, right? But I wanted
it's not conflict. Unhappiness is not conflict. What's conflict is imposing your will on other people. Aggression. You can have a voluntary society.
No, sometimes it's perfect.
You can never have a totally voluntary society, right? You have to have.
Yeah, fuck that. No, we should actually impose our will on people. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, at some point we shouldn't impose our will. Like, you're doing a bad thing, stop doing that bad thing, right? And let's use a powerful organization to make sure you don't do that. So
this whole debate is going to be arguing ANCAP shit with Fabian. Oh, fucking kill me.
At some point, we'll have to do that within any organization, right? If we lived in Ancapistan, right, we'd have to impose your will on me, because I'd try to create an actual fucking functioning government. And then you'd say, hey, we don't want to do that anymore, okay? So that's inevitable. What I wanted to ask, though, was is a basic, more of a basic question, because there's a lot embedded in the question that our friend Erudite has asked. So, what are the institutions to begin with, and what are people actually losing faith in? Right, we have a very wide, diverse country, and people have all kinds of thoughts about this. Like, when we say this word institutions, what do you mean, right? Like, is it just parts of the government? Is it like the rules and the order that we impose on ourselves? Like, what is it? What are we talking about, and what have we actually lost faith in?
I think an institution is going to be some establishment that we've entrusted with, like, almost monopolistically with, like, the safety and security of our society to some extent. So, like, when we look at the institution of our criminal justice system, we've entrusted them with the ability to monopolize on violence, to pass judgment on us. When we look at the institution of voting, this is an institution that's supposed to, like, safeguard the ability for us to vote and elect leaders. We look at the institution of Congress. I think that's roughly what it is. They're these external, like, huge things that are part of, like, safeguarding and running our society that we were entrusting with a lot of power to do so.
Okay. I mean, I would work with that colloquial definition. I mean, it's like not the definition.
Okay, what is the definition that you want to use?
Well, no, I'm saying I would work with that colloquial.
Well, no. Hold on. Give me the academic definition that we should be using.
I mean, well, an academic definition would be like any organization that has a purpose that is founded upon like educational or religious or, right, you know what I mean? But it would become meaningless to the conversation of like trust in the institution. So I'm saying, like, while that's not technically the definition, yeah, that's a good working definition that I accept.
Okay.
Sure. So
it's not that weird to say, yeah, I'll accept that when you propose a definition that isn't the word.
So typically, it's usually an underhanded comment to go, your definition is fucking retarded, but I guess we can use it for the purpose of this conversation.
I never said it was fucking retarded.
I know you did it, but that was the implication. But that's okay.
That's not the implication at all.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, I'm implying that it was the implication, so go.
Only love here. Okay.
Original debate, bro. I'm so ready.
Well, they're just like, what's the point of the comment? Like, why say like somebody asks, what's your definition? Then I give the definition, like, that's an adequate definition, even if it's not the academic one. Like, why even say it? Why even give air to it?
Okay, Stephen, your feelings are hurt.
Not everyone is as mean.
My feelings are hurt.
You've spoken to Vosh too many damn times, all right?
Yeah,
like,
right.
I'm not playing tricks here. I'm just saying I will accept that colloquial definition for the usage of the
Okay, that's cool. That's cool.
We move to the next step. All right, kumbaya here. Like, how have they actually failed us? And do you guys agree, right? Like, do you guys agree that they've actually failed? Because I think that so many of our institutions actually haven't changed, right? Like maybe on the margins, things haven't changed. So how is it that they're failing us? And is this idea of them failing, is this a new thing, right? Because it seems to me, looking at a wider sweep of history than like just the present, that if you go into the past, people have always saved these things, right? There are some points in times where people have a bit more trust and them, but like the institution is always failing someone at some point in time, right? And they'll have a lot of the same complaints that I think some people have today. So like, in what ways do you actually think this institutions are actually falling apart?
Okay, well, so I would posit one first, that the institutions that have monopolistic power over individuals that is coercive is designed to be bad. It's not designed to reduce conflict. It's designed to oppress. That being said,
this whole thing is a libertarian debate.
A
it's the whole thing.
Institution, if we want to have this conversation, like we could pick the media, we could pick voting, like we could pick like whatever you guys want to go with. Like, pick an institution, and we can look at it historically, because I think most of our institutions have gained in conflict in the last, let's say, 15, 20 years because of different social movements and political pressure.
I think you're absolutely right. So why not try the Supreme Court? I mean, it's something that's in the news, right? And people have all kinds of opinions about that now. So people say that the Supreme Court is failing, the institution is failing, right? Right now, the left is saying that a lot, right? Like, well, this is a failed institution. And that's kind of because we lost, right? We got our asses kicked, and it is what it is, right? But previously, our conservative brothers and sisters were saying the exact same thing, right? That this is an institution that's completely failed us. It needs a massive reform, and then they went out and did that reform.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. I thought, my bad.
Sure. So just the last thing then. So I think that the Supreme Court as an institution is doing what it's supposed to do, and that I think it's a stifle on democracy, right? It holds us back from putting in whatever we like, right? Like it keeps us within the bounds of the Constitution or someone's interpretation of that Constitution. So I think it's working just as it's always been planned. I think that our understanding of how to use the Supreme Court, at least here on the left, right, has not advanced the way it has on the right. The Supreme Court is an institution of power, right? So we should use that, right? We should pack the court with as many people as we can, right? And we should use it like with complete abandon.
2 sentences.
Right? Like, sure, sorry. So we should use it with complete abandon and not be worried about like the rules because the other side isn't.
Okay, yeah, no, I think you illustrate the problem so succinctly with the evil that you want to commit, right? Which is that you want to create, you want to make the state more abusive, right? And you want to move in a direction to use it as it already is, which is an institution of power that determines what rights people have and don't have without any actual basis upon voluntary power, right? The Supreme Court, ever since the Warren Court, right? So, I mean, like, we could go back and say that the Supreme Court didn't really step into the role of like constitutionality except under extreme circumstances, right? But, you know, ever since then has always functioned as a means of growing the power of the state. That it was a failed institution from the beginning because democracy is a failed institution if it's not voluntary. But yes, the court has gotten worse. But what's funny is that you say, well, the left has failed to understand how to use that power effectively. That's just not true, right? Like the DNC and the left have used the court to stop Trump over and over and over and over again. It has been, Trump was one of the most litigated presidents in history by different firms that were certainly left-wing in their political perspective, saying Trump is going too far. He's abusing his power. In our opinion, we're going to challenge this shit immediately. And like the Supreme Court was used very actively during the Trump administration, as it was during other previous administrations.
So
okay, wait, Rob, we need to have a conversation. We need to figure out if we want to argue like about democracy or not, because like we're just having an ANCAP debate right now. Is that what we want to do? Yeah. Or because now we're arguing, because that's what we're having, because Fabian, this is an ANCAP debate now. Like, should the state have any power? Because every single question is now through the lens of like, well, of course the Supreme Court is bad. All institutional power is bad. All democracy has failed and bad. All of it. Like, if that's what we want to talk about, we can. But let's shift gears into that then and drop the institution shit.
I have no problem taking on all three of you.
A libertarian Supreme Court.
I would rather not.
Okay, well, because that is where we're at, and that's where you're at, and that's where we're all at. We're in the libertarian black hole.
You brought on three lefties and then an ANCAP. What the fuck did you think would happen?
Let me propose a question to y'all to try and reframe this.
Can I respond? Because I like to respond to what you were saying.
Sure, absolutely.
So like, I'm just gonna ignore the ANCAP problem, but like, talking about the Supreme Court and how Trump was litigated, right? So I actually don't know. I don't know if that's the case, but I'm gonna believe you. I'm just gonna take you on your word on that he was the most litigated and probably maybe held back by the Supreme Court. However, the public doesn't feel that, right? The public doesn't actually keep track of these things. I think it's another part of like trying. Hold on, yeah. But I think it's another part of like what exactly does it mean to an institution be failing, right? So people on the left, right, or excuse me, just like the general public looks at the abortion issue, and many people want abortion, right? Want access to abortion care, and they see that they've lost access to that, and then that defines for them means this institution has failed. It is not being used in the way that I prefer, right? So they don't look at all those cases, which I believe
you're making my argument for me. It's not. Sure, it's not used the way that I want the power to be used against other people. I have conflict on that as part of society, and instead of having a voluntary system where we set those things up, instead I want to pack the court. Your words, not mine. And I want to use that power to force the people that I disagree with to agree with my position.
Absolutely, that's what it is. That's what politics is. It's without using guns.
We should break that. We should stop it.
Sure. All right. Whatever. ANCAP. Sure.
Libertarian debate.
We do use guns. Just the state uses them. Or did you forget about Breonna Taylor?
No, we've got to rise above this loop because, you know, if we have different concepts about how the court should be used and what the purpose of the court is. The purpose of the court is to reinforce the precedents that we set in the past. And so, yeah, sure, that means that the state's going to use it in a way that consolidates power, but also people like we have with our right to reproductive care. We are going to reinforce that decision over and over and over again. And when that decision gets reversed, when that precedent gets violated for no good reason, that's when that institution has failed. It's not like, ooh, I get my turn, blue hat, red hat. It's not that bullshit. It's when an actual precedent has been completely reversed and totally like the reasons that precedent was set have been ignored. That's when it fails.
Soyato,
no one
does anyone? But I was just about to say, can you find any quote or any part of the Constitution or anything that supports the idea that stare decisis is the purpose of the Supreme Court? Because I just completely disagree with that as the intention of the Supreme Court. Might be what you want from the Supreme Court.
We're talking about the right to abortion and the argument that that my family's freedom to reproduce is a decision that is held between us and our medical provider. And the difference between, whether my wife had an abortion or a miscarriage back in 2014, 2015, that is not for the state to impinge upon.
When the Supreme Court
you didn't
answer the
ruled
question,
against separation, equal separation. Sorry, that's not the word I'm looking for. But separation of the races. But when it ruled against separate but equal. Excuse me. Separate but equal. When it ruled against that, right? That was ruling against precedents. But people thought, well, it's a certain part of the population thought that it was unfair, right? No one actually gives a shit about precedents. They want the Supreme Court to do what they to exercise their will, right? To exercise their values, right? When it's not doing that, then the institution has failed.
No,
simply
only the left
That's just
wants
how
that.
people look at it. No one gives a shit. No, hold on.
Only the left
the conservatives do the exact same thing. Absolutely do the exact same thing, right? That's what they're doing right now. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, I would say that the pre-modernists and the religious conservatives want their Supreme Court justices to represent their values, right? But when you look at Scalia, for example, right, and and Thomas as well, the examples that they give, they specifically want an interpretation, an originalist interpretation of the Constitution. So not everybody wants the Supreme Court to represent their current today values. Plenty of people want the Supreme Court to represent the original framing of the Constitution and the original framing of any amendments to the Constitution, and believe that is
a set of values, right? A set of values that you may agree with, and it's your interpretation of that original set, and what part of those rules that are set through in the Constitution that you actually want to pay attention to, right? Do you want to pay attention to the three-fifths compromise? All right, then you're going to pay attention to that, right? Or do you want to pay attention to all men are created equal? Then you're going to create that. That's what we do.
That's not. It's not about your individual values that you want the Supreme Court to uphold for constitutional originalists. It's about the fear of the abuses of the government.
Okay, hold on. Just to be clear, there are plenty of different valid ways through which how the Constitution should be interpreted. To pretend that there's one right way is not true. There's different ways that you can do readings of the Constitution. Right now, we have a court that tends to be a bit more originalist, right? And other people feel like you can have more of a living Constitution, whatever the fuck, a more exaggerated version or whatever. Things like substantive due process and these other more unimplied or unenumerated rights that might exist in it. But there's not a right answer there. Right, that's a matter of we have disagreements. You vote on the president that'll nominate the Supreme Court justice.
I would have an opinion about legislating from the bench, but yes, you're correct. One could legislate from the bench. One could be an originalist. One could value stare decisis above all else, and one could say stare decisis doesn't fucking matter at all. Right?
Sure,
yes,
these
are
all
different interpretations,
and the only way to
that
enforce
are valid, but also equally oppressive.
Yeah. Okay. We're not talking about the impressive part, but yeah, whatever you want to.
Next institution, please. Let's just cut it off and move on to the next one. School. I don't care.
I mean, pick whichever one you want. You've been quiet.
We can, but within this, the Supreme Court, I think is a really good one. We can move on to voting if you want, but.
Well, I mean, we could talk about our loss in faith with different institutions, and I think that police is a pretty good one and one that I have a lot to say about. And so we could talk about, what is it about law enforcement that has succeeded in the past and where has it gone recently? We've seen a big militarization of the police. We have seen a gradual erosion of their responsibility to the people who they police. And the response from governments and unfortunately from constituencies is, oh, I'm a little scared, and I'm just going to keep voting to maintain the stability of where I live, because that's the thing that matters the most to me. And that's why 2020 and all the protesting that we did really didn't amount to much at all. We had that vote here in Seattle, and it failed by a 2/3 to 1/3 vote. We did not get our defund the police initiative passed, even in the supposedly socialist bastion that is Seattle.
So I think that the reason why is because the police are largely and overwhelmingly a positive institution, and most Americans across all racial groups recognize that. I think there are also a couple of hard truths that people have difficulty coming to terms with. One is that local voting is incredibly important for police institutions, and it is the least engaged that we are when it comes to voting. Two is that having more police in areas does reduce crime. As much as we don't like to admit it, it probably is the case that is true. And 3, a lot of the biggest calls for police have been from people that live in the biggest crime areas. The idea that the only people that are asking for more police are wealthy people in suburbs is just not true. There isn't even that much crime in those areas. It doesn't make sense that they would be the ones like calling for it the most. So I think that balancing out our understanding of the police as an institution and what that role ought to be is hampered by our ability, 1, to understand what the problems even are, how to effectively utilize the police, and then 2, our inability to recognize some of the realities of the police, like what they're supposed to do, and even how we quote some things. Like you mentioned that erosion of responsibility. A lot of people mention like, oh, the police don't have a duty to protect. They're just going to sit there and watch you die. First of all, in a lot of states, you will get in trouble as an officer if you do that. That ruling just had to do with whether or not a police department could be held financially liable if you call somebody for breaking in and they don't show up in time or something like that. Like, is there going to be financial restitution that the state has to pay because they didn't show up in time?
2 cases.
Sure. It didn't mean that like the police
they don't have a constitutional duty to protect.
It means that they're not going to be held financially liable for not intervening in a certain case or whatever. Yes.
No, it also means that they don't have a constitutional duty.
They might not have a constitutional duty, but the ruling doesn't mean that cops are going to just sit there and watch you die every time, and that's what they're going to do and jerk off or whatever.
But you're also reframing the decision as if to say that it's just about whether or not you can sue if they don't show up in time, and that's not true.
My understanding was the impetus.
That they don't have a constitutional duty. So, for example, you can't sue them, for example, if they refuse to come to your neighborhood because they don't come to your high crime neighborhood late at night. This happened to me growing up in the ghetto plenty of fucking times where I would say, hey, you know, I heard gunshots. There was a drive-by, and they go, cool, we don't come to your neighborhood at night. We come in during the day because it's too dangerous for us, so we're not coming. You guys deal with it yourself. And the Supreme Court said that's perfectly acceptable, right? It's not like the response time. It's not like the response time is 5 minutes, and therefore I sue them because they couldn't stop something.
I'm gonna toss it to KP. He's just had the least talking time.
Oh no, I was making jokes. I think Fabian's doing a great job, but yeah, basically it's all over Uvalde. Is the duty to intervene and the corruption within the police force is all over that incident, and really that is part of when we talk about police as an institution failing. Yes, it can be majority great, but it isn't backed up by the responsibility to actually do good. It's like the great man fallacy. It's like, oh, it's such a great man. Bill Gates is such a base dude. He's just doing great stuff all the time. It's okay when he feels like it. He does some good things. The cops, when they feel like it, do good things. They're not required to do it.
They're a monopoly.
But okay,
that's it. It's really that simple.
Here's one of the problems with this, right? Like one, as people know about me, right, that I'm all for defunding the police, right? I love it. I want to do it. Makes me hard. But I think that one of the reasons that movement has largely failed is because that the focus isn't expansive enough, right? Like what we're looking for is reform of the system. It's not simply like taking money out of the police, right? It's reform of the system. If the police happen to have the exact same amount of funds within their institution, like that'd be fine. But like as long as they treated the public better, right? If people felt it was more fair. But
yeah, you can ban the war on drugs and they double their funding.
The police, but the police are just the front-facing side of the state, right? Of the justice system in general, right? We need to have larger reform of the justice system itself, right? Of the incentives that drive the police to do the things that they do, right? The incentives that get police forces to hire the people that they do. We have, and the laws that they're enforcing in and of themselves, right? Like that has to be part of the issue. But like what? It's not a surprise that when people see, right, in media, right, the police abusing individuals, right, like abusing people in an unfair manner, that they blame the police, they blame the people in blue, right, and for good reason, because that person does need to be blamed. However, like the real enemy is everything behind the force behind that cop.
So I want us to extend an olive branch, right? Because I can talk about all day long because Destiny doesn't want the argument framed in one he can't win, which is, anarchism and libertarianism. He has to do it from a statist perspective because he'll just lose. So I'll reframe it from a statist perspective and talk about policies we could do right now that would actually fix the system.
Wait, let's frame the police from the libertarian perspective. Let's hear it. How does that work?
Yeah, it's a monopoly on power and violence. And so, yes, there is a duty there, and you are technically correct. But the problem is that the people have no meaningful ability to challenge that duty because they have a monopoly on the ability of deciding what is legal and illegal in the state. And they have the ability to enforce.
Where do the laws come from?
What do you? They come from a government that.
Where does the government? Where do the elected officials in the government come from?
You want me to do an entire logic tree of both voting?
Yeah, the logic tree is going to be that the
elites,
police actually have no ability to decide the laws that regulate them. The laws come from the elected officials in our system.
They get
to vote
first of all, they get to decide what laws to enforce.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Ooh, they absolutely do.
No, they absolutely don't. If you are unhappy with how you're just wrong. If you're unhappy with the way the police, there is a reason why getting the backing of the police is such an important part of like an election for any like local election is because the way that mayors and police work with each other is they have a lot of control over what happens. I'm not running away from anything. I'm telling you that if you're not happy with how your police department functions, there are going to be things that come from your mayor choosing your chief of police and the conversation that happened for how police have to act.
Don't run from this.
What am I running from? I'm not running from anything.
You said you're running. You said that police don't have the ability to choose which laws they enforce.
Police, you can argue that that's great. You can argue that police have the ability to be discretionary when they enact certain enforcement procedures, sure, on an individual level. But when it comes to like the laws, don't say there you go. You're misunderstanding because you're framing something like a child, okay? Saying that there is a such thing.
You framed it that way.
No.
I just called you out on it.
Let me finish, okay? Saying that there might be selective enforcement of laws, that a police officer doesn't pull over every single speeder is not the same as saying police write the laws. That's a childlike, reductive way of viewing that. Selective enforcement or discretionary enforcement.
So
that's what you're implying. That's what you're implying.
Okay,
I'm sorry. So your statement: do police decide which laws to enforce? Is that correct? Because police can exercise discretion.
Yes.
So
fact,
police can just eradicate like entire groups of laws, and citizens have no recourse for that. There's nothing that citizens can do to amend that situation.
I never said
Washington
that citizens
State
have no recourse.
So who ultimately has the authority there then? Who ultimately has the ability to affect like what police are enforcing?
The police.
Ultimately, like that's a univariate analysis. There's
There's
multiple ways.
So you can't. So it's not just the police officer, right? There are policies.
I never said just.
Okay.
You made a de facto univariate analysis. I called you out on it. Then you tried to pivot away from it. Then you got mad and said that I was having a childlike
I know that you're like so
interpretation,
excited to
and then
use
you
all the debate. Yes, Jesus. What were there? 3 debate terms? We had pivoting. We had straw man. Did we get ad hominem in there too? Are we doing all the philosophy debate terms today? Do you want to add absurdium me or anything? Right. The reality is that how police act is you can utter that phrase monopoly on violence all you want, and then say police are the ones that choose which laws to enforce. Which in like in the most entirely reductive, naive way of the system, sure, kind of. But at the end of the day, the laws come from the legislature, whether it's the federal legislature, the state legislature, or your fucking city, depending on what you're talking about, right? The laws come from that, and then what the police ultimately end up having to enforce, oftentimes, is going to be the laws that are passed by representatives that are elected by the people. So just uttering the statement, "Well, police choose which laws to enforce," is brainless.
Well, no. Well, like we can look at a great example of this, right? Civil asset forfeiture is a very large part of almost every police department, especially in cities, right? And so civil asset, there's no laws that are being passed about this. This is department policy. And it's a violation of multiple amendments of the Constitution. And it happens regularly.
Wait, has it been challenged in the Supreme Court?
Civil asset forfeiture? I think there was one case that like tangentially dealt with it, but not directly.
So who are you to say that it's a violation of everything of multiple amendments of the Constitution if it seems to be?
Hold on. Are we just saying that we can't call anything unconstitutional unless the Supreme Court goes in?
Well, it's strange to have a conversation about law and then to utter something like, well, this is unconstitutional, like it's a fact of the matter when we're talking about the fact relating to the legal decisions around these departments. So it seems that it is not the fact of the matter that is unconstitutional.
So I can prove that civil asset forfeiture is unconstitutional without having to say that this specific Supreme Court justice.
I don't think you can prove it without having like a Supreme Court argument to back you up, or at least showing that it's being gone through the courts.
You want to call me out on this, and then you say I must use an appeal to authority. Go fuck yourself.
It's not. I can hold on. I need to hold on. Wait, just real quick, and then you can go.
This is ridiculous.
Wait, okay. Let me just do one quick thing because he's using so many debate terms improperly. So a fallacious appeal to authority is when you appeal to an authority that doesn't have the authority to make a ruling on the particular thing you're talking about. When we're talking about what is constitutional and what is not constitutional, that is literally the job of the Supreme Court. It's not a fallacious appeal to authority. It is the true authority on what is constitutional. That's our entire system is set up. Okay, Soyadel, you can go. I'm done.
No,
awesome.
That's not true.
We're just going to pause. We're going to toss it to Soy. He's had the least talking time. Go ahead, Soy.
Okay, so I think a more effective route of conversation with this is in Washington here, we had Initiative 1639. This is an age restriction on buying firearms. We had sheriffs who refused to enforce it. And guess what? It's not that there's some mechanics behind the scenes and this is determining like A versus B, what actually is going to happen. And that means that ultimate responsibility lies with the people, because that's not reality. The reality is that there are humans involved everywhere. And so, yes, we've got some redneck sheriffs all over the state of Washington, and they refuse to enforce this thing that was passed by the people of Washington, mostly Seattleites, where gun violence is a problem. And so we have this constant conflict in Washington state where liberal left side of the state, conservative right side of the state, separated by the mountains, and on both sides. And so, yes, it is the reality in Washington state that we do not have ultimate control over every facet. And we can try and we can wring our hands and we can wish that it were true, that we could just pass a law by popular vote and have it actually enforced. But no, it's not. And it's messy.
I agree that there can be issues, but again, you're appealing to sheriffs on enforcing law. Sheriffs are literally elected officials. If you don't like them, then vote them out.
Okay, but who's electing sheriffs? Do I get to vote on a sheriff in Spokane County? No. It's the people in Spokane County. And so are we all of a sudden part of the same state or not? Is someone going to be able to
depends on
be an 18-year-old... Be an 18-year-old, buy a gun in Issaquah and drive it into Seattle and shoot people up? And that's actually happened. It happened in 2020. Probably not Issaquah, probably Kent or something like that. But yet it is happening. And that's why we're trying to pass laws like this to reduce gun violence in my city.
Sure, but I mean, like that's kind of like part of how our system is set up, right? Like there might be people who are irritated in Chicago that people are bringing in guns from out of state because the legislation is done differently. But I mean, like I mean, if you don't live in that particular area, I wouldn't expect you to be able to exercise any authority over the people in that particular area.
Well, I mean, that's what the federal government is for, right?
Not really, because most enforcement for most laws are like states issues, right?
It kind of sounds like you're a minarchist localist.
No, that's true. No, that's true. But like, for instance, if during
you heard it here, folks. Give more money to the ATF.
During after the Civil War, right, where the lower states, the southern states, weren't enforcing the laws, right? Like as we're set, like the federal government came and imposed its will, right? Like the federal government can come in if a police department is doing something, particularly terrible, then the federal government will come in and will impose oversight on that, right? So like we can actually do that to a certain extent. Now that's not like the final answer to this, right? Obviously that has its limits, but like when we feel like certain parts of the country aren't doing are failing us in terms of government, we use the federal government itself to impose our will on them, right?
Yeah, I mean, New Hampshire is a great example of how you can challenge that as well, right? Because in New Hampshire, they've elected several nullification laws, one of them being firearms nullification. So in the state of New Hampshire, it is illegal from a state level in order to enforce any gun laws, even if they are federal gun laws, forcing the federal government to bring in the ATF or the FBI or something in order to enforce any gun legislation in the state of New Hampshire.
Sure, and I think we see that happening with marijuana laws, where federally, we have a Schedule I drug. Sure. All I'm saying is that ultimately, you can probably find examples of cops that don't enforce certain things, or even maybe police departments don't enforce things, but police are not totally divorced from the legislative process. You do have a great deal of control you do have a great deal of control as a citizen over who your chief of police is, over the policies that they have, even over the types of enforcement they do. But even if these might go awry at some point, but I don't think it's an institutional failure when that happens.
You don't have choice as an individual. You collectively supposedly have a choice of a non-voluntary system of voting, and if you lose the vote, you just get whoever the fuck you get, and that's really the issue here.
Yeah, but that's the necessary
system of democracy.
Yeah, that's a necessary buy-in to every civilization, though, right? Even in a 100% voluntary situation where multiple parties come together to negotiate something, it is unlikely, nay, impossible, that every single negotiator is going to get exactly what they want.
It's not about getting what they want. It's about whether or not the situation is voluntary. Because if you don't like it and you don't want to accept that compromise, then you can divest from that situation.
Yeah, but depending on how depending on how the other people around you feel, that might not be the case. You might not have that option. Unless the same society that has no rules or regulations is also somehow has a monopoly on enforcing nonviolence on everybody.
You don't need a monopoly on nonviolence.
Okay, so let's say that you've got 10 people that are coming together to decide on how to use like a certain forest or a river that they have like some shared property and they all have like easements on it, or they just have property in this area. And let's say 9 of them come to an agreement, but one guy is not agreeing it. What's to keep the 9 people from just steamrolling the one dude?
So what you're talking about is common property as opposed to public property and private property, right? So there are easement rights that are baked in because these people have been using this water collectively for a period of time. Right? So they built a neighborhood there. They've all been doing it. And they're saying, hey, we need to do something better with this water so we can get more water. But we have to get everyone to agree to some extent because there's easement rights. Well, the fact of the matter is that these people have easement rights. And so that if you are the private investor or the individual that chooses to build a dam or build something, you have to maintain those easement rights or you have to pay restitution to those individuals.
Hold on. You evaded it and pivoted in the most boring way possible. Let's say that
people...
I
didn't. I just tried to say...
No. Wait, let me... I gotta ask... No, I gotta get an answer. I want to get one answer from this instead of him being able to avoid it with easements rights. What if you have people...
Does he need the answer?
What if you have people that have disagreements that have the easement rights? What if you've got 10 people and all of them have rights to the easement? All of them have easement rights to shared property, but one of them disagrees with the other 9. What do the other 9 do?
Then divest.
Why does he have to divest? You'd force him... Wait, you'd force him to leave? How is that voluntary?
You negotiate.
You divest, and then that person can voluntarily leave or voluntarily join the others.
Wait, when you say divest, what does divest mean to you? That when I hear divest, I'm thinking like you get rid of all of your rights or ownerships to a particular thing and you withdraw. What is
you get paid out? You get bought out.
Okay, what if you don't want to get bought out? You like the forest as it is, and all of the other ones want to vote to steamroll it and turn it into a lumber mill or something. You're like, no, I like that. Then you're the one against the 9. What do you do there? You don't want to divest. You want to continue to control it.
You're not a private property owner. You don't own the property. You have common easement. It's not the same thing as a private property. If you homestead portion of the forest, it's your fucking private property. No one can tell you what to do with it. And if someone else wants to homestead it to turn it into a lumber mill,
this is why
it's their private property.
Because essentially this is conflict, right? Because once again,
it's not
going to get what
because you don't
No,
understand.
you're saying because like you can walk away from this, right? Then everything's okay, right? Then essentially not conflict, even though the resource that you want is gone, right? You've lost access to that. You've lost access to the river, the forest, whatever the fuck, right? And
you're talking about common property. You're not talking about private
Destiny,
property.
Steven, buddy.
You didn't own it.
You are being drawn in by the siren song.
Yeah, because everything is turning into an ANCAP debate. But if we're going to do an ANCAP debate, let's do an ANCAP debate instead of him making because he makes like a bunch of like stupid snide comments. So it's like
I want to focus on institutions because our friend Erudite, I think, had a really good question. I really want to focus on that, right? So let's maybe focus on voting, okay? Let's focus on that and let's assume that like a state exists. I don't know, like crazy, right? Like let's try that.
Well, I hate voting because it's an involuntary force to monopolize power in the government and kill us. But,
you were fucking bringing him over, boys. He used to be a libertarian. He's coming back, boys. Problem is he didn't read his libertarian philosophy and he still doesn't know.
Maybe the question is, does voting fix any of the problems we've come up with? And I'd say in the case of the forest, no. Voting means that 6 people get to usurp the rights of the other 4 people, and they've just got no out. They don't get paid out. They don't get anything they want. They were voted out, and they get to put up with it. And that's sort of the question is in small communities, the libertarian perspective is, oh, there can be a better way, but that's not reality. So let's move up a level away from libertarian small communityville and say, can we use voting to fix the Supreme Court?
Well, we were talking about the police, and I tried to do an olive branch, and then Destiny got triggered.
Oh no! Come on, come on, move back.
Yeah. So, use voting. So you're saying can we use institute voting? Is it an effective tool to change other institutions or to impose the will of the people wherever? Okay. So I think that's really interesting. So I think that voting, the problem is that it's not an advanced tool. It's a blunt tool, right? Rather than a scalpel, it's a very blunt tool, especially by the time you get to the general election, right? By the time you get to a general election, as Obama said, you got, was it fish or like meat, right? Like, or beef, whatever the fuck, right? Like that's your only choices. taking a step back, you through the primary system, you have a lot more options actually to affect your system. Like the individual that your party puts up to vote is decided there. Right? That is where you can force your values, and then from there, it's assuming it's a contested race, it's a 50-50 chance, especially on the presidential level, right?
Are we forgetting Hillary Clinton and Bernie, where they just cheated to make Hillary Clinton the nominee?
They didn't cheat to make Hillary Clinton the nominee. What are we talking about?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't know. I thought we were all in agreement.
You got to
that,
lay off the
Bernie,
RT, man. Come on.
I mean, like,
what was the cheating
RT,
part?
When they gave debate questions to Hillary Clinton and admitted doing that ahead of time?
So one person acting in an improper manner didn't mean they cheated to give them the election, right? Do you think that sole thing is what tipped the scales for Hillary? She was pulling ahead the entire time. She was ahead the entire time.
No, of course not. I'm not saying it's the sole thing. Right. I think also, the idea of super delegates is problematic. Problematic. Right?
The super delegates didn't make a difference. Bernie was never winning that election, just like he didn't win the second time.
Well, no. I mean, why did Joe Biden get elected? He got elected not because anybody liked Joe Biden, but because they believed he was electable. Why wouldn't that be the same thing if people have this belief that the party wants Hillary Clinton and that the super delegates want Hillary Clinton? And we know all of the time that when media tells people that one candidate is more viable, that people want to fit in and they don't necessarily vote their values, but they often vote the way they think they should vote based off of
then explain Trump. Then explain how Trump won.
It's real simple. He was on a debate stage and a Fox News anchor asked him about all the horrible things he said to women. And he responded with, I said those things about Rosie O'Donnell. And all of a sudden the right knew that they had a cultural icon that could fight SJW.
Okay, so you just gave me this, this whole analysis of how the media programs our brains to vote for the most, but Trump was able to break through that whole system with one joke. Thank you. Okay.
No, that's what
you just said.
First of all, that's not what I just said.
That is exactly
what you attempted to reframe it.
I'm not reframing anything.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
No, that's not at all what I said. I said we know.
Do the pivot and strawman one now.
Well, you did
Fabian,
those,
you
but
gotta take an improv class. You got to go with yes and it'll be more entertaining. So I promise.
I mean, I'm not. He mischaracterized what I said, so I'm just correcting it super quick.
Yeah,
I'd like to hear the question the Prime is trying to ask, if that's all right.
Yeah. We'll just let Destiny get away with it. It's fine. He'll do it all night.
Base.
He knows he can't win.
We're going to be. Looping down the ANCAP train is fun, but I don't think we necessarily want to do it.
What's
all
an
night.
ANCAP train?
Well, it's an ANCAP train in the sense that we there's a disagreement here. Like in your arguments, Fabian, I'm not trying to mischaracterize you. You're presenting it in some senses like some oppression, some degree of some degree of enforcement upon the will of a person or violation of a person's will, some degree of non-voluntary integration in society is in of itself a failure of the institutions.
You're totally strawman.
I was just making the simplistic argument just now to the idea that voting, right, like that you can vote in the primaries and it has an effect. And I'm saying, well, yeah, but there are institutions that kind of keep that power from being fully democratized. I'm just pointing out.
I think Prime is trying to get. I think this is why I wanted to throw it to Prime. I think Prime is trying to get at what degree, not what is a failure of our institutions per se, but when does a failure become a failed institution? When does a problem become a fundamental problem?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'll shut up.
Yeah. So okay. So voting isn't simply putting in your slip into the ballot box, which I'm not sure if anyone actually does that, maybe in some territories. But voting isn't just that, right? I think something that people don't understand is that there is a whole set of mechanics behind that. There are people, right, like people who run the voting booths, and beyond that, there's party mechanisms that decide on these individual rules, right? And people don't pay attention to that. At all, right? So I'm actually trying to work off what our friend Fabian Scott said previously, right? Talking about how some people thought it was unfair what happened to Bernie Sanders. There was that moment, I believe it was in the Nevada caucuses, if I'm remembering correctly, right? Where the people running the caucus decided to if I'm remembering this correctly, and I could be wrong, but cut off voting at a certain point in time, and yes, exactly, and ended up screwing over Bernie. So that sucks. That's what people think of as an institution failing. And so to counteract that, Bernie's people actually took over that party, right? They took over that system in the following years. So
I don't know
when
if you
you're
were
talking
ever
about-
in a. Okay, sorry, but I
I'm
want
almost
to.
done. I swear I'm almost
Okay, go
done.
ahead.
When we're talking about reforming the system, the reforming system has to be about that as well, right? So when people usually think about voting reform, they're thinking about like the rules of like, well, how do I get to the ballot box? How many ballot boxes or voting machines are there, and in what districts, right? Which is very important, right? Which is usually the 12 people use for suppression. But behind that, there's a whole mechanism that most people don't understand, and this is part of the institutional rot that people tend to forget.
Okay, I'll actually back you up on that. But it's also why voting in a lot of caucuses did get cut off, because I was in the room during the 2015, Democratic primary caucus when the Bernie bros were literally, and as guys who look like me who were soying out about how corrupt Hillary Clinton was, were literally yelling at their local LD about at their local precinct about how bad Hillary was and how he was like, you had a moral duty to vote for Bernie because the capitalism is gonna like ruin us all. And
sounds like a lot of conflict.
It is a lot of conflict, but that's where I think that conflict is helping our system, is within party politics, and I think that we have arrived at many favorable outcomes in my local and my state party politics. However, I also think that there is this element of controlled opposition, and that's what we're talking about when we see things like Trump get into the primary and Trump beats Hillary for some strange reason, is that our voters get disaffected by the first past the post system. So please look up the various ways of election reform. I'm in favor of any of them because first past the post, the majority, the tyranny of the majority is a terrible thing. We should have either ranked choice or approval voting. I think both are great. We can talk about why both are great.
That would still be tyranny of the majority, for record. It would just be tyranny of the supermajority.
Well, okay, we could talk about a ranked choice.
It would be
voting.
an improvement. It would be an improvement,
Right.
right? If 70% had to agree as opposed to
Yeah.
51, but it would still be
I know
tyranny of the
you want
majority.
to go all the way to super democracy where a single veto can like override everyone, but we're not going to get to that in our lifetimes. We're going to get to approval voting.
Oh, for sure.
Or
For sure. I just wanted to point out that it would still be tyranny of the majority.
And Scott, no, that's fine. And I actually I think that point is fine. But I think that we, in terms of voting as it stands, we have the primary system, right? Like now you could say if we fail from the beginning because that primary system is focused on two different parties, right? And those are your options. So fair enough, and I'll give you that. But beyond that, within that, you do have choices, and people aren't exercising those choices. So people aren't paying attention to your primary elections when there is a progressive with the policies to actually solve the problems, right? Like you're not actually paying attention to that. You're not seeing that before the you're not even paying attention to the midterm elections. Fuck that, right? Like people don't pay attention to their local, state, and federal. Well, they pay attention to the federal elections. But I guess another problem with this is the options, right? Like, can voting ever even be fixed? This is, I guess, an even more basic question. Can voting ever be fixed? Because, yes, people aren't paying attention, but there's a lot to pay attention to. I, myself, do not know who my local state senator is, right? I don't know who my city council member is. So that's a failing on my part, right? On me. But I'm more plugged in than the majority of the country, right? The people who are watching this debate are more plugged in than the majority of the country. But I think a lot of them also don't know who their local politicians are. Right. So, like, can people have enough time to make all these decisions?
I think another thing we have to point out, if we're going to have a discussion about democracy, and I'm going to olive branch and like talk to the status as a status, right? Is in the 1950s, we set up a ton of fucking laws throughout the country and states that eventually became universal to stop the rise of communism. And while obviously stopping, communists from gaining political power is probably somewhat of a noble goal, right? You don't want fucking commies running a goddamn thing. But
really not.
That being said, what we did is we, again, and this has been this has been the habit of our country since its founding. We limited power and we limited democracy. And one of the things we did is a lot of states require, 30,000, 50,000 signatures in order to get ballot access. They require fuck tons of money. And then, of course, once you have those debate systems, most of those debate systems are companies that, that work in conjunction with the state government that already has a two-power system. And then so it's almost impossible for third-party candidates to ever be able to debate these candidates. So, I mean, if you want to talk a bit about like democracy and how can we have more democracy, which isn't something I necessarily believe, but if you want to have that conversation, one of the things we've got to do is we've got to allow third-party, like we have to drastically reduce this idea that third-party candidates have to get tens of thousands of signatures to end up on the ballot, and then the state will throw out everything.
But would that solve the problem? Would that actually solve the problem? At least the one that I'm talking about in this particular instance, right? Because
not from my perspective, no. But I mean, it might make it better.
Sure. Okay, and I grant you that. I'll grant you that. However, that's just more choices that people aren't even bothering to make. Right, or to understand. So on the local level, you can have third-party candidates. It's actually easier for them to break in on that level, but people still don't know who their politicians are. They're not looking at those local races, and again, that's a failure on my part personally. But I think it's a failure that a lot of other people share with me. And so like. I think most people just want to be left alone. I think Destiny made a great point, like talking about like the sheriffs, right? Like you can, you have the option to utilize democracy and decide who your sheriff is, right? Assuming that you even have a great options there between like
or an elected sheriff. Some
from,
sheriffs
right?
aren't
Like
elected.
Exactly, right? So that's assuming a lot of things. But even if you do, right? People aren't paying attention to that. I'm not paying attention. Actually, I don't think I can elect my sheriff, but like I'm not paying attention to that either. So like if we can't get past that point, then saying just vote is not going to work.
Well, okay. So I think that, introducing more voting systems will actually help candidates form coalitions. Like if we talk about approval or ranked choice, then it's not going to be as adversarial. You will have candidates going around and canvassing for one another. They'd be like, yes, put me first, or okay, it's fine that you put them first. Please put me second. Or please check both boxes, because we are compatriots in, I almost said comrades, but comrades, we are comrades in this race. We are moving together. And I want to thank Fabian for helping to make America communist again. Thank you very much. But seriously,
if your
yes,
county, if Seattle wants to be fucking communist and they leave the rest of the fucking country alone, fucking let them be communist. They can starve for all I care.
The more money Amazon puts into our local races, the more communist we become. It's guaranteed. But back to the point that Prime asked, can everyone have time to get better informed? I think that voting reform will assist in that. I think that a lot of things like open ballot access will help with that. I think that like public media, everything that we're doing here, we're streaming about politics. We have more time, we have more ability to become better informed because of what we're doing right now. And that's why you're all amazing. Thank you.
Do you think, and I'm just curious, right? Do you think the fact that we have like this first past the post, two-party system leaves people in like a nihilistic view of politics where they don't bother to inform themselves because they're thinking it's a Republican or a Democrat. They both work with corporations. They both fuck me over. One wants a 37% corporate tax. One wants a 35. Like, what the fuck is the point? Why would I even inform myself? And do you think that more ballot access would have people more excited to get involved in politics or to like understand what's going on in politics?
If you had a hope of winning or getting something that you want, absolutely.
I think it would help around. I think it would help around the margins, certainly. But
I tend to agree. I think more people would like look into libertarianism, for example, if they had any ability to win anything.
But beyond that, it's like the literal time investment to learn all these things, right? It takes time to have a proper understanding. So like I would love to inflate my own self-importance, like anyone else here, because of streamers. But to Seattle's point, or Soyel's point, I'm not sure like how helpful this is, right? Like I think it is to a certain extent helpful to have these conversations, right? And I think we do provide some value, but just like this isn't enough, right? Like the things that are blocking people from educating themselves are literally not having enough time, not being paid enough, working long hours, like not having access to childcare. All these things are barriers keeping people from getting involved either within these communities or the larger political project. So when we're saying that voting is failing, like and so many people aren't even taking part in that system, well, there's lots of reasons, not just apathy. One of them is apathy, certainly, but I don't have the time, right? Like there's so many other things I got to worry about. I don't have the institutional support of the state, right? I don't have childcare. I don't have I have to work hard to get my kid in college. All these things add up and keep people from getting involved, even though there are answers within politics to these questions.
I would add two things to your list. Number one, I would add the insistence upon the nuclear family and the way that that has been destroyed, but also the fact that the nuclear family is not enough, and city planning and the way that we have changed as a culture to have mommy, daddy, and a couple of kids. And then, you know, of course, maybe we have daddy, maybe we don't. I think that even that's not enough. I think many of the difficulties that we face is that we don't have extended family in the household any longer, and that city planning has a lot to do with that, but also our culture. And I would also add that as the government grows more powerful, the complexity of the government grows as well. And so it becomes more difficult to understand the state because the state is more complex. And, you know, I think if we, you know, obviously if we were more libertarian and we got the state less involved, it would be easier to be involved in politics.
Can I pose you guys a question super quickly? It's something that I've been wondering, and I am not decided on this. The American democratic system, it's two-party. There's two things that I think are really unique about it from a Canadian perspective specifically, which is that it's exclusively two-party, and almost always third parties just don't really exist or have any attraction. And then there's this emphasis on diverting power back to the state, whereas in Canada, a lot of power like criminality and stuff like that is very, very federalized. So one thing I've wondered is that when the system was created, right, when the founding fathers established some of these systems, and I know that they've changed since the founding fathers, but essentially when some of these systems were established, do you think that it worked for the time and era? But now that we've got modern technology and a number of different things, is this why the institutions are getting so like fractured and complicated? Is because the system was actually designed in a way that just isn't adjusting well to like modern era technology? Curious your guys' thoughts.
I'm going to agree with Scott like beforehand and say no, that previously like they weren't working either. I think that our institutions were designed with a skeptical look at democracy, right? I think within our common understanding of the Constitution, in the founding, that like everyone was just like pro-democracy and we want more democracy. The founding fathers must have wanted that, but if you look at the original Constitution, they didn't, right? Like they didn't. Like the Senate is a check on democracy. The Supreme Court's a check on democracy. The fact that we don't vote directly for the president is a check on democracy. These are people who are skeptical of the people in and of themselves.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I mean, the 17th Amendment radically changes the way that the United States government functions, right? Like the idea of the 17th Amendment, before the 17th Amendment was that states, that you would be involved in local politics and you would pick representatives for your state. And then that state would send two senators that were experts, right? Maybe doctors, they might be constitutional lawyers, but they might be engineers, they might be businessmen. And their job was to ensure that an elite group of learned individuals, well, learned men, let's be honest, right? Learned white men, right? Would go to the government and would be a check on the House of Representatives, on democracy itself. And they would also be a check on the federal government from violating the rights of states, right? But once the 17th Amendment comes in, it becomes another popular vote. And that has radically changed the way that our country works at all. It drastically increases the federal government. So this is a big thing that has drastically increased the scope of the federal government. And then, of course, the first big change would be the Civil War, right? The Civil War radically changes the size of the government and radically changes how much corporations are involved. I mean, the term lobbyist comes from President Grant, because he realized that he could meet with corporate representatives in hotel lobbies as a means of like circumnavigating any ideas of corruption or laws. And then we just kind of made it a regular practice because he wanted to deeply punish the South during Reconstruction, because of the Civil War, et cetera.
I didn't know that. That's actually really interesting. Thank you for telling me about that. But yeah, so there's a deep skepticism of democracy, and then of course, right, the 3/5 compromise. There is the slavery in general at the start of Constitution. So I don't think it was ever truly working. These institutions were always failing in some way, and the fact that women couldn't vote, like all these things add up to a very limited, very parsed view of democracy that works for the elite, that reinforces elite opinion. So
I think more so it was actually to try and mix all of the different forms of government, right? Because you got to think like the only democracy that like there's no democracy like constitutional republics of any size or scope before the United States comes around. Like it had been experimented with a few times, and of course you had direct and different forms of democracy throughout history. But they decided, okay, we want to enshrine Enlightenment liberal values and go against monarchy, right? But they wanted every form of government, right? So they wanted a plutocracy, they wanted a democracy, they wanted a republic, and they wanted a monarchy. And that's why you have a president. It's a symbolic representation of the monarchy. That's why you have a Senate. It's the plutocracy. That's why you have federalism, right? So that you have localization and federal with its federalism, right? And then of course that's why you have the House of Representatives, so that you have like the democracy of the people. And also they had the Electoral College so that you wouldn't have places of large population and industrialization, even though they kind of they obviously didn't see the Industrial Revolution to its fullest extent, but they didn't want large population centers being able to just like completely run over everybody else that had different cultures, different values, and different things that were important to America, right? So, I mean, we're just in a totally different system than what the Founding Fathers envisioned.
Or more, I guess it was broken.
Yeah, does that answer your question, Erudite?
Yeah, it does.
And on that note, I guess the question that I would propose to you guys is like, you seem to agree, and I think everyone seems to agree to some extent, that our institutions are like failing in some regard. I think that's pretty obvious. And like, if that weren't the case, I don't think we would have anything to vote about to begin with, right? But I think the spirit of the original question is, to what degree do the failures that we're facing indicate an inability of the institutions, namely through voting, an indication that these systems and our ability to access change and like gain the change that we want? And to what extent have those systems fundamentally failed, right? And to what extent do the failures that we're talking about indicate some sort of fundamental, unaddressable failures of our institutions, like voting?
I'm going to challenge that head on. I think that even with as broken as our institutions are, it's still your own fault if you're not involved to the level necessary to affect change. And by that, I mean, you absolutely need to reach out to your party politics. You need to reach out to your local representatives. And if you're not doing any of that, or if you're doing all of that and it's still failing, well, at least you have an idea of how to organize people in order to make a change in the system.
Yeah, I would
think
agree.
That's the way forward.
I think, to take a book out of the communists' hands, with exception of step 3, I think step 3 was a dismal failure from Lenin's dual power theory. But steps 1 and 2, I think, are another important thing that we need to be looking at, not just voting, right? So if we want to meaningfully do something, I do agree with Soyato that you should be involved with party politics. A lot of ANCAPs will yell at me about that because they say that, voting is violence, but I would say that it's defensive violence and we should try and reduce the power of the state with that. But also, I think you should look at dual power theory, which is that you should do like the Free State Project. You should be moving into areas and congregating with people that have like-minded views and like-minded things, and pushing away from this idea that we're all just going to magically get along and like that we can just have this tyranny of the majority system fighting back and forth, but instead move into a community that represents your values and then vote that way, so that local voting actually means something because you're in a community of people that 90% agree with you.
Did you really just say just move? You said it.
Yes. Yeah, just move.
Steven, I'm
yes.
curious.
I'll own that shit.
Institutions that within the American context, are there institutions that you believe are failing, or will you prove to me that you are a liberal scumbag who loves the status quo?
Wait, say that again. Sorry.
I embedded a beautiful insult in there.
I think the question you asked, if I heard you right, I think it was one I was going to ask. What are which institutions do we think are failing? I guess which ones? Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think?
I don't think any of our institutions are failing, but
I knew it.
Yeah, I think they all work as intended. I think that people blame the system for what are genuine differences of opinion of people. Yeah, but I think it's easier to externalize. It's easier to externalize those issues onto the systems instead of looking at the actual division that's probably getting worse and worse every single day in the United States. So.
But I think the system is institutionalized, forced compromise with people that disagree with you, which is conflict.
So hold on the case of gun rights, right? And us wanting common sense gun reform, right? Which is a general package, a very light gun reform that we can't actually get through. There's some ridiculous proportion of the country, like 85% or something, agrees for really basic things when it comes to gun reform that we can't get through.
I don't know if there are people proposing legislation that would limit it to those basic quote unquote common sense gun reforms. If somebody's proposed that legislation in the Senate, I'd be interested in hearing about it, or the House. But for somebody to come out, because there are a few things that poll really well. I think. One is closing the private sale loophole to fill out the federal forms, the ATF forms. And I think there was one other, I don't think it was red flag laws, but there was one other thing that polls pretty highly with most people. But I don't think
I think it's universal background checks, I think.
It might be universal background check.
Yeah,
but that's closing the private sale loophole. But the waiting periods might have been the one where I think there might have been over 60% of Americans are okay with a 1 week waiting period or something. But usually when people go to propose legislation, I don't know if anybody has done a limited gun thing versus it seems like people always want to go farther to banning assault rifles or magazine sizes federally or stuff like that. It always feels like people
or they put poison pills in it, right? So the original assault weapons ban, for example, also had the Violence Against Women Act attached to it. The idea that mass shooters for AR-15s has anything to do with violence against women and domestic violence is it's a poison pill, right?
That's
the idea is yes, it is.
I mean, it's a poison pill if you're a psychotic. Right?
No, it's not. No, it's not a poison pill if you're someone that believes in the Second Amendment but doesn't want to vote against a bill called the Violence Against Women Act, right? And so what this did is it forced certain people that may have thought of themselves as staunch Second Amendment conservatives to vote for this bill because they knew if they didn't vote for this bill, whoever was running against them would go, this person voted against the Violence Against Women Act. He wants your wives beaten, etc.
That's the opposite of the poison pill. That's an opposite of the poison pill.
The reverse
pill is to kill. Yeah, it's to kill a bill to make sure it doesn't get passed.
Right, okay. I mean, it's a poison. It's a poison. All right. Sorry, I'm poisoning the well. I apologize.
Fair enough. Okay. But fuck. What did Steven say? I was going to
Biden passed some weak bipartisan thing recently, a month ago, that I think gives it allows states fundings for. It allows state funding if they want to set up red flag laws, and then I think they tried to close the boyfriend loophole. Meaning I think it used to be the case that if you were a husband and you had a domestic abuse thing, you couldn't get a firearm, but now they apply that to boyfriends as well, or people in relationships that have prior felonies, stuff like that. So not much, but a little bit that got passed. But I think the biggest problem, there's two huge problems that people have where they keep going back to this, the institutions are failing, we can't pass what we want, when it comes to analyzing these institutions. The first problem is people will always say, why can't we just get X done? Where X is actually an incredibly complicated topic where different solutions poll differently. So we saw this with progressives. Progressives would wonder with healthcare. Why don't we have healthcare? 75% or 74% of Americans polled said that they want the government to provide a free option. And that was true, but 24% of people polled said that they wanted private insurance banned, with the government being the sole provider of health insurance, right? So it's the same legislation, but how you ask the question, what ends up in the legislation can vary how people feel about it. So that's one thing for complex things. Then the second thing is national polling on any issue never matters ever, because things don't ever get passed at the national level, they get passed at the House and the Senate. So you can have 60% support for something, but if a lot of that is coming from very blue states, New York and California are 80% in favor of something, but you don't have the votes in the Senate to do it, then it doesn't really matter, Yeah.
No, absolutely. I think that's a very good point. But would that in itself be a failure of the institution? So that we
that would be the
we're
opposite.
Balkanized.
Well, it depends on what you believe the function of the institution is. If you feel like the function of our federal legislature is to pass any legislation with 51% of the popular support, then you would say that the institution has failed. But it's pretty obvious to see with the way that our legislature is established, that's not the function, is to pass 51% popular things, right?
And this is something I wanted to hone in on. So thank you for saying that, because like, again, these things haven't changed much, right? These institutions, grand institutions, except like the 17th Amendment, which is a very good point, right? These things actually haven't changed much. But still, people have a feeling that this is failed, right? And so what does that actually mean to people, right? Does it mean that, well, it seems like, go ahead.
Yeah, we can argue about two things. We can argue about a fact of the matter and a feeling about a fact of the matter, right? People can feel that something has failed. That's a fundamentally different question than if it has failed. I think that people feel like things have failed when they don't get what they want. That's what I feel like.
I think the real issue here, right, is, and let me get through it before flipping out saying I'm doing ANCAP shit. Let me just fucking say it. Democracy is a form of forced compromise, right? Where multiple people have to come together and they have to, they have to tacitly agree to not murder each other, despite not getting what it is that they want, and despite their freedoms being violated because they're forced to compromise in something that they don't want to do. The problem is that in and of itself, but I think this problem is exacerbated when you have political polarization, right? Because once you have political polarization, the flaw of democracy, I think, becomes so much more obvious. When two sides are saying, hey, I want a 35% tax, and like other side is saying, hey, I want a 30% tax, and then you guys, and like that's like 90% of the country, and then you settle on 32.5. Like most people, they're not up in arms about that because their positions weren't that different. But as political polarization comes around, right, and one side says, hey, abortion should be a legal right for everyone, and the other side says you're a fucking murderer, there's not really a compromise there, right? Like there's no such thing as compromising between those two positions, unless of course you're libertarianism, you believe in evictionism, but of course we don't want to hear those answers.
Good point. No. I'm except for the libertarian part, like ignore that part. But like I think the political polarization, I think you're really focusing in on something that's essential here, right? I was going to look at this through the lens of the media, but we can, in general, like the idea is political polarization. How do we get here, right? How is it that we have two sides of this nation that refuses to, that doesn't even understand the same facts, right? Like we don't agree on the facts at all. Like what has led us here?
I think the issue,
looking at
the corruption of media, probably.
I think the issue is two things have happened. Is people always talk about how we're becoming more divided, but I don't actually think the issue is our becoming more divided. I think the issue is becoming more and more homogenous, just in two separate areas. People are withdrawing into these bubbles that are rigidly enforcing all of their views onto each other, and then these bubbles are moving away from each other. So, for instance, if you take a look at all the social media platforms, they pretty hardcore enforce like a certain type of political ideology, and it gets so enforced that when you see certain things publicly, you're not even ready for it because you don't think it's possible, right? This is what we all experienced in 2016 with Trump. When Trump ran for the election, every single person in this country, well, anybody that was plugged into any mainstream media, any academic, anything, knew that he had no chance of even surviving the primary. There was 0% chance of somebody saying those things making it through. But he did, and then he won the election. That was a huge wake-up call. It's like, holy fuck, we are living like matter and antimatter in the same world, and we like don't even see each other. Like there are half of Americans fundamentally don't even know the other half exist, even though we can inhabit similar areas. We go to different restaurants, we engage with different media, we're on different social media platforms, we have different circles of friends, and that issue of people pulling apart into separate groups and then the homogeneity in those groups being hardcore enforced is like rapidly accelerating like the political division. Like if we had a group of 10 people, of 2 libertarians, 2 communists, 4 Democrats, and 4 Republicans all debating minimum wage, right? And the hardcore people on the left are asking for $30 an hour, and the hardcore people on the right are asking for no minimum wage because it's oppressive for whatever reason, right? You're probably going to settle somewhere in the middle, which is okay, even if everybody's a little upset about it. But in the world we're at now, where it was like a $15 an hour minimum wage. You see this happen in real life. Look at where the left has gone on that now that they've removed all of the Republicans from that conversation. They don't even ask for 20. They say things like $25 or $30 an hour is slave labor, right? Like it should all be equal across the board. Like that conversation has gone super hard because it's a homogenous group of people and they're just moving farther
That was 6 years ago.
What do you mean?
We shouldn't live with each other. That's my answer. Like fucking, I shouldn't be forced to compromise with them.
Why did? Okay, so if you think that we're in these bubbles, did you knock doors for any political candidate?
Yes, he did.
Outside of Georgia.
Georgia and Omaha
Georgia.
were the two that I did. Yeah.
Okay. In 2016, I knocked doors for Hillary.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else?
Nope.
No,
Okay.
she's a shill. Fuck that.
Yeah, fuck Hillary.
I voted for Hillary. But...
The foundation.
We should put them all under the prison.
But I'm saying the knocking doors thing, and I would never knock that effort as somebody that's done it. I think that's great if you're doing it. But I'm not talking about the political engagement. I'm talking about our cultural lived reality, that we are, like the academic institutions and our cultural institutions are very, very, very far left of where even the average Democrat is. They're incredibly far left and they're very insulated. And then like wherever the fuck Republicans exist, because I'll be honest, I don't fucking know. They're in their whole, I guess, Fox News and then fucking Facebook. Yeah,
Fox,
they're in their
Fox
own
News
world.
is not. No,
They're in their
Which of our cultural institutions are far
Tucker.
left?
You need to
like
talk
literally
more and more. I
everything
never thought
related
I'd
to
say that.
entertainment. So like Hollywood, our TV shows, our
Hollywood is
music.
far left.
Yeah.
So hold on. If you mean like, if by far left you mean that like they accept that trans people exist, right? And they show like gay couples kissing, then I'm sure. Whatever,
Far left
right?
is in like the
but,
subtext to every single fucking movie is going to be how capitalism is evil, and it's going to be a bunch of like Trump jokes and like this is
what
like.
What the fuck are you talking about, Destiny? What are you? What the fuck is
there's
this?
Snowpiercer and Hunger Games, and I guess that's it.
Like what? Like no, all of it assumes that capitalism exists and that it's great. What the fuck are you talking about?
Wait, capitalism exists?
every
Wait,
so
hold
often-
on. Jesus, hold on. Like what? I feel like first of all, like the Batman movie was a huge thing. There's literally lines in it about it. The Boys is like a massive shitting on.
He's a billionaire.
Sure, I'm just saying that like you can't say that like you can't say how does the left own Hollywood when like it feels like that's the subtext of so many different movies. It's popular to shit on like rich white people, blah blah blah, and that's like a big theme for like a lot of.
I think
no,
the
okay.
problem.
Fallacy.
Before you guys jump in, I just want to with Steven. So maybe we're not connecting here. All right. So when I say how is it like far left, right? Like I say like I don't see like progressive. Well, not progressive. Far left issues being represented, right? It happens every so often. True, it does, right? And there is, and I think you see more of a skepticism of capitalism and certain properties, certain entertainment properties than we have in the past. That's absolutely
okay. Hold on. Let me reframe what I'm saying. Maybe me saying far left wasn't fair. Not far left, but very left. Is that okay? Like, they're not having like 20% of their cast are trans people, but they're very squarely in like, at the very least, a little left of the mainstream Democrat institutions,
they're liberal.
right?
It's a liberal. I think,
let me actually no. This is what's happening, right? First of all, to add to Destiny's point, you have social media that is creating echo chambers, but even more so, the process of social media means that the loudest voices are the ones that we hear, right? Like, if you're a Twitch streamer right now, right? Obviously you're not right now, you're on YouTube, but right, like, but when you're a Twitch streamer, right, like 80% of your views are lurkers, right? So it's the 20% are the only people that you get any opinions from, because those are the loudest voices, and the loudest voices tend to be more radical. They tend to, you know what I mean? Like the normies that don't want to, that are less extroverted, you know, they tend to sit more towards the center in their opinions. So there's that. The other thing is there's a collapsing of what the left used to be for so long. And we can look at this historically. What the left used to be is a majority of liberals and then a wing of radicals. And those wing of radicals pushed hard, and then the liberals kind of kept them quiet, compromised with them, and then presented solutions to the mainstream. You saw this in the civil rights, right? Like you saw this in the New Left. You saw this in the anti-war Vietnam era. What you saw regularly was a few radicals doing a lot of craziness, right? And then a large amount of liberals that said, yeah, we kind of agree with you, but we want to negotiate. The other issue, this is the third point, the other issue is that when people talk about leftist philosophy and like what's occurring on the left, what they don't realize, fuck, all right, I'll have to make this based ass point later.
Well, I'll hang on to that and say, well, yeah, you're kind of right, Fabian, and this is why the real tankies will say electoralism is garbage, because there's always a compromise with the existing hegemony, and that it has some truth to it. But I almost don't care. And that's why I call myself the centrist anarchist, because yes, we have hierarchies, and we have to compromise with the latent hegemony all the time. Just keep pushing, and eventually things will improve.
So I wanted to focus back on what originally got us here, right? The media was that argument with Destiny about the media was a little bit of a tangent, but talking about the political polarization and how we got there, right? So Stephen posed that like the culture institutions of the left, of the culture institutions happen to be more left.
Some of them, yeah, and then some are moving to the right, but we're just getting separated. I think even Scalia, admitted before he died. I watched some speech between him and Breyer, or not a speech, but they were having an argument. But I think even Scalia admitted maybe it should be a little bit easier to pass legislation because Congress is so fucked. But not because of Congress, but because of how divided I think the American people are. Because we are, I think we are historically divided. Every single generation says that. Everybody always says it's the most divided everyone. But I think that something unique that exists now that didn't exist in the past is we are more nationalized. People aren't as allegiant to their local area or state, and the internet is hardcore accelerating us off into different corners in ways that it never did before. We are able to filter people on an unprecedented level, and humans are really bad when it comes to selecting groups of friends because we will audit and audit and audit until only the people that look like us or have the exact same ideas are left, and I think that's also accelerating the polarization in a really unique way. We don't have to engage with our local communities anymore. We can either move or just sit at home on Discord with the only people that agree with us.
So I want to challenge a little bit of that, but it's probably in the opposite direction that you think. The right is coalescing more as it moves right, and the left is spreading out more as it moves left. So like we have some polling data to suggest this. I don't know that I would like necessarily stand by it as hard fact because I don't know how much I really trust polling institutions. But that being said, from what we see that the right is coalescing around single views far more than the left actually is. But the left has all of the institutional power, right? I mean, like, I don't think anyone would argue that the left lacks institutional power when it's presented in Hollywood. It owns the media. It has most of the executive branch. It has control of academia. You know, I mean, like, the left does. But we'll argue. I think it's a silly argument, but go ahead. Like, what big institutions does the right predominantly have?
I think you're on the right track, but you've got something wrong here. That within the left, right, we have the corporatist liberal ring, right? This is Destiny's favorite. That's his home. Right? And then we have leftists like me, right? Will be the hope for the future. But that's where we're like sorting ourselves into, right? Within that party.
No,
it should be. We should, like on the left. If by left you mean like the Democrats in general. Right, like the Democrats in general should be two different parties, right? Like we don't actually agree, right? I don't agree with so much of what our friend Steven here says, but still, we are vote for the same party, right? And we have to fight within that. So I think that we are having that the spread that we're talking that. Go ahead, please.
What you're looking at is you're looking at policies, and you're not looking at philosophy. And this is a problem because the left has a lot of mixing and fractured philosophy that is growing in the left, right? So you have liberalism, right, which are the corporate neoliberals that Destiny says are based and you don't like, right? That's liberalism. You have modernist people that believe in the institutions of government, etc. They can talk to the right, even though the right doesn't like them because they don't like their policies. They have somewhat shared values. And then the rest of the left that you're just putting under one camp is Marcusians that have a lot of power that work with neoliberal corporatists. You have individuals that are spread and ideologues of like woke identitarian politics. And these are neo-Marxist vanguard individuals that are like critical race theory or like, hardcore feminism against TERFs, right? And then you have like the general leftist philosophy of like consequentialism and things like that goes upon the whole left, right? Like Destiny himself is a consequentialist, and like so are you. So you have overlaps in philosophy that keep you on the left together, but then you have totally radically different philosophy that is fighting against.
I hear you. Where's labor? I'll say this one thing. I just want to say this one thing, right? So I hear you and what you're saying in terms of philosophy, and I guess I agree largely with that. But what I disagree with is like, does that actually matter? Like in the end, it's the policies that we are focused on because it's
the policies are downstream from the
because-
philosophy.
Hold on.
I know you're true. That's right, correct, right? But the policies are how people judge our institutions. The focus of this conversation to begin with, right? So, like judging us by what policies that we can largely agree with is, I think, a more useful lens to look at this than like looking at all the different philosophies that we might fall into. I'm done.
I feel like I hate to suggest a simple explanation for what are usually, to borrow a word from Fabian, multivariate influence problems, but I think for this one, I think you can actually point to one big thing. I think that having a person to hate or fight against is an unimaginably powerful unifier and will get you across so many fucking issues. Like, I think that like 95% of Americans were ready to suck Bush's dick after 9/11 because we had an enemy, somebody in the Middle East, who the fuck cares, and we're ready to fucking go on anything. I think that's why you see high approval of presidents during wartime. I think that the reason why the left, even though we kind of had some division, we got more people out to vote for Biden than in the history of any president ever. It's not because Biden is a charismatic, amazing guy, even though he is, and God bless our fucking hero Biden. I love him. I suck his dick if I
He's
could.
got cancer.
I want to
and
go
COVID,
riding bikes
okay?
with that
Like,
dude.
relax.
What an amazing man. But it was the idea that we voted against Trump, and as long as Trump was that enemy, that figurehead there to fight against, it was enough to get everybody out to vote and to work together to some extent, and even to kind of shut the fuck up of that radical left wing. You didn't hear him as much during the election season, but after Trump was gone,
healthy?
Because for a variety of reasons, but after Trump was gone and that enemy vanished, and you peeled back that like anger and hatred towards your one kind of like unifying enemy. Now we're all kind of looking at each other like, well, who the fuck is next? It's like the end of Ender's Game when they beat the buggers, and now everybody on Earth was like, okay, time to go back to fighting with each other. Or I guess what would have happened after Independence Day went ended. Like when you get rid of that one common threat, everybody starts looking to fight inward. And yeah, right now we don't see it happening with the Republicans because they're kind of unified against Biden. But I think that there is a big division in that party between whether the party of Trump or not. Like even if 80% of them support him, that's a big chunk of your party to lose 20% that aren't enthusiastic about him. But we don't see that as much. What do you mean?
I don't think the right is unified against Biden so much. I think the right is finally, for like 80 years they've been behind, and I think they are unifying against the philosophy now. I think the right is far more concerned with like quote unquote groomers in schools than they are with Biden. I think they're far more concerned with like woke identitarianism and ideology and what they see as like left wing excesses than they are against the actual president.
The right has defeated abortion, and now they need a new bugaboo to scare people. That's
well, I don't like that. I don't think it's. I think this is a huge problem. I think if you're on the left, you have to erase this from your brain. I don't know if you're on the left or not. People will do this thing where they say like Americans care about meat and potato issues, economics. That's the important thing. That is not true. Even working class Americans really care about social issues. You can find a lot of poor fucks in America that don't give a fuck about tax policy, welfare, unemployment, but they will die on the hill of abortion. There are certain political topics that are cultural topics that are incredibly important, even to working class Americans. And I think that's important to keep in mind when it comes time to vote. I don't think that Republicans are just looking for bugaboo issues. I think that not Scalia, the guy that wrote the majority opinion on the Alito said it best. Not Thomas.
On the other case.
Sorry. Alito said it best when he said that like we solved abortion like 50 years ago or whatever, but we haven't. It's been a divisive fight that's just as heated, today as it was the very day that Roe was passed. The day that Casey, those days, it was still.
That's what Amy Coney Barrett said in her Senate confirmation, right? That's why she didn't agree with stare decisis.
I disagree that it was
settled
as divisive then as it was now, right? Because it wasn't necessarily like the religious right hadn't like gotten its teeth into that.
I'm just saying, like compared to something like gay marriage,
it's just they didn't have any power to stop it because of the Supreme Court.
Sure. But like, it distracted me from what I was going to say. I was going to say, whatever. But I think our institutions are failing us are perceived to have failed because. When you look at those social issues, yes, well, now I remember what I was going to say. Destiny, I agree with you that like social issues are animating, right? They animate people in a way that economic issues don't. But I think that the left's ideology or the progressive ideology focusing on economics instead is something for long-term organizing, long-term building of a movement. Because on the backs of that, right, like improving people's lives that way, being put to these policies that say, like, look, you were struggling for childcare, right? This is a huge chunk of your income. We've just solved that for you. It's just taken care of, right? Like something that have been worrying about the entire time is how am I going to pay for my kid's college, right? Like I want my kid to have
I'm not saying
future.
I'm not saying economic issues don't matter at all. I'm just saying don't discount the social issues because those are really important to a lot of people, right? If you fuck up all the econ issues, people are going to be mad, of course. But I mean, people don't even understand econ issues at all anyway. Like I'm pretty sure if you poll most Americans, you say like, how much did the U.S. government help during the coronavirus stuff? Like most of them would say like, oh, like there was hardly any stimulus given out, or the government did like nothing, even though we gave like more stimulus away than I think like every other country in the world. Like arguably, it's part of why we are experiencing the inflation we are now. So I mean, like people don't even have a good head for what, or like how many people you ask like what did Trump, you know, do you think Trump was good for the economy? Like 98% of Republicans are like Trump was amazing for the economy. Really? What did he do? They don't even know a single thing he did, right? Or you ask like, is Biden bad for the economy? Yeah, of course. What did he do? He raised gas prices. How? Well,
I agree, but you can, but then, I agree on what you just said. However, like there are issues that you can point to that can change public opinion, right? So talking about Obamacare, right? Like I hate Obamacare, right? It was a half measure at best. But it was unpopular at first because of the Republican propaganda push towards it. But now that people have access to it, that like the and all the provisions, like the opinion of the ACA has risen, right? Because people can see this thing that had an economic impact on their lives, right? And then they can reward generally a party has given them that, right? At least I hope that that's what they'll do afterwards.
Dog, their opinion has changed because time has passed and people are economically illiterate. That's the only fucking reason. It's old news, so of course polling does better, right? Like when it was happening, like there were people joining the military just to feed their fucking family because Obamacare had gutted their ability to have any fucking health insurance for their family. But what the fuck did you expect when you adopted Mitt Romney's fucking healthcare?
I know, it was terrible idea. ACA is garbage.
Well, hold on. To be clear, the ACA got like 10 million more people covered than ever were. So the idea that a bunch of people couldn't afford under the ACA that could before is not true. There were more people covered under the ACA than in the past with insurance.
Okay, you can't look at a macro idea of like how many additional people were entered into the system and then do an individual analysis of people that had to pay more money because of it.
Well, more people might have had to pay. Yeah, more people might have had to pay more money, but the goal of the ACA, because of what it was at the end, was just to get more people enrolled in insurance. And to that end, it was successful. Right. It didn't have any cost-cutting measures into it, so we wouldn't expect costs to go down, unfortunately.
Yeah, we had an enormous escalation of healthcare costs in the early 2000s. So I don't know why you think this is Obamacare's fault.
I didn't say it was directly Obamacare's fault. I mean, the first place I would lay blame is the FDA.
Watch the VOD.
So okay, my only point of bringing
I'm just saying that was a result. Like I would say the FDA is the biggest problem.
That's an example of a policy that you can point to, and like Democrats have run on that, right? Democrats have won on the back of the ACA, as limited and as pathetic as it is, right? Imagine if they had a better policy like Medicare for all, right? But the thing is, so you can point to these things, and in the long term, build on that, right?
Yeah, but you have to keep in mind too that once you pass those could become popular, and then technically this is good, but it feels bad. Like if it's really popular, your opponents might start to adopt the position, and then you can't really use it as your thing anymore. So for instance, wasn't Trump trying to take credit for having the pre-existing conditions and shit when they were trying to like, I feel like I heard Trump say that multiple times because it was a popular enough provision, right?
The better example is Mitch McConnell, right? In Kentucky, right? Like he attacking the ACA, right? But then in his state talking about like the state insurance thing, the Kentucky Connect saying that's amazing. Look what I gave you, right? Which is part of the ACA. So yeah, that's a better example.
Yeah. So technically, it's good. We want them to adopt these ideas for all Americans, but then it sucks. It feels like you're not getting credit for it, right? Or like when Hillary
or it sucks if you're one of the people who are punished for it or don't want it.
But that's a messaging problem. What you just said is
it's not a messaging problem. No. I'm individually impacted in a negative way.
Scott, sorry, no. I didn't mean. I'm sorry. I meant that at Destiny.
Well, sorry.
Yeah, you can argue that there are messaging problems. Republicans do. I think it seems to be the case that Republicans do a really good job at taking credit for things they've done or haven't done. And Democrats seem to have a harder time taking credit for things they've done or haven't done. But that might just be a feeling I have. It might not be true. But.
No. First of all, it absolutely is true. It absolutely 100% is true. But I think more importantly, too, relating it back to what you said previously, is that Democrats have a problem with blaming the other party, right? And giving them credit for all the terrible things that they've actually done, right? So we have a Biden, right, the charismatic individual you're pointing to, talking about his Republican friends and talking about, well, this isn't like the real Republican Party, the one that's that caused January 6th and whatnot, right? Like we have Democrats who are just buddy with Republicans, but also when the Republicans do something that they know is unpopular, like hanging that around their necks, right, so that no one could ever forget.
Yeah,
but the reason why the January 6th committee has been so successful is because it's something that most of the public never gets to see. Like this is.
I think that the issue is that Biden's path forward, as much as we all seem to hate it, is like literally the only.
Gives a fuck about the January 6th committee.
It is the only path forward for a functioning United States. We have to have like Democrats and Republicans that can talk to each other. Like it does. What we have right now is not working. Going forward, it's not working. Biden was able to pass an unprecedentedly huge infrastructure bill. Right? Never passed that level of infrastructure before. He did it with Republican votes. Biden was able to pass, even though it wasn't much. It was arguably the most the biggest piece of gun legislation in like 30 years, I think, since the.
Yeah, please let's not give that credit. Like,
well, you don't have to, but it was. It was.
But I know.
Sure.
No, hold on.
And then also, hold on, wait. I'm just saying
the biggest.
You're go ahead. Finish. No, because
just calling it the biggest like gun reform, right? Like just it papers over what it actually is. It's a paper thin.
It is paper thin, but before we didn't even
have.
I
agree, but I'll give him credit. He did it.
Yeah,
yes,
before we didn't have paper. Maybe. Now, I don't know 100% yet, but I hope so, because if it does happen, there's a few people banning my subreddit. But it might be the case that in the Senate, we might actually codify gay marriage. That might happen. If it does, it's only going to happen with Republican votes. I think there are 5 Republican senators that are for sure, have at least told media that they'd be on board with it. So, I mean, like, we have to be able to work with people in the Senate and in the House that are mainly in the Senate that are Republicans, because if we can't, we're too divided as a nation to pass any legislation. We're like fucked.
No.
Okay, can I pose a question? Can I pose a question quickly? Because I didn't notice Stephen answer this. When it comes to the institutions, one question I pose is: are institutions well suited, essentially, for the current landscape that we're in? And technology is going to be the biggest thing. Is it that because you're talking about this division, which is being spearheaded by technology and the internet? Is it that the institutions are not adequately developed to manage this, or is there some level of institutionalization that needs to be done to have some level of handle over what the internet is doing to the division? I'd be curious your thoughts on that, Stephen.
It just depends on what you think the institutions are for. So, like, if you think that the institutions should have a lot of friction and they should only represent an overwhelming will with a lot of will for American people in certain directions, then the institutions are working really well. Again, people are pointing to the divisions in Congress and the inability to do anything like it's a problem with Congress. But I think you could argue it's not really a problem with Congress. It's a problem with the division in the American people. If it was the case that Americans were united on a ton of issues and we just couldn't fucking pass anything in Congress, then I think it's time to be like looking at Congress and like, okay, something is broken with you. But right now, everybody looks at Congress and go, you guys suck. We're not getting any legislation out of you. But then you turn, you look at the American people, it's like, holy fuck, you guys are crazy. Between January 6th, between the vaccine shit, between how we feel about Russia and Ukraine, like every single issue, it is the most insane divides that have ever existed. Between Roe v. Wade, between the groomer shit, between everything. We don't even talk about immigration anymore. That was a hugely divisive issue. We don't talk about healthcare. That's a hugely divisive issue. It seems like we're divided in unprecedented ways in which we have never been before. And then we look at Congress and we're like, why isn't legislation passing? Well, that's probably a big part of it, would be my.
So I think like real point here, like I think a lot of that technological issue can be fixed to a certain degree if Jane Doe v. Facebook, like there's a lot of cert of denials that give the opinion from Thomas as well as many other people on the Supreme Court that they believe that the lower court's ruling on Section 230 is absurd. With a more conservative SCOTUS bench, I think that a lot of these issues can be resolved if they accept a case, which I think they probably will. So, like, unless you pack the court with lefties or something, like in the next year or two, it would not surprise me that some form of censorship online, which makes these echo chambers so much worse when they're getting state funding and they're getting state protections because of the lower court's interpretation of Section 230, is likely to change a lot of this ever increasing, worsening situation of all of this censorship that creates such strong echo chambers.
I think you don't understand the internet if you think that Section 230 has anything about organizing. It's like it's only what's in the popular media, and you can't say at the same time that popular media is garbage and that it's this supremely important thing such that Section 230 is destroying our institution. So I want to step away.
That's not what I said.
I want to step away from the brainworms and get us into where technology is actually reforming the party system. Is like parties, like especially Democratic and Republican parties, have been primarily, you know, the people inside of them have been retirees, have been people who are independently wealthy, and using technology, getting in there in the Zoom and the Discords and the Slacks means that young people have more access to these institutions than ever before, and I think that's incredibly positive. It doesn't need to be about the public-facing, you know, streamer brain stuff that you're all talking about. It can be behind doors, beyond the reach of censors, and actually talking to people, reaching out to people where your voice matters. So please get involved.
I know that you don't believe this. I know that you don't believe this. I have proof that you don't believe this. I have proof that he does that he's lying.
Okay.
Okay.
Give us your proof, and then we got to wrap things up because Destiny needs
Soyaddle,
to
Oh wait, you guys keep going, and I'll just leave.
Soyaddle, you specifically joined my server, my Discord server, on a sock account because you said that you saw the writing on the walls and that certain political beliefs in Discord servers were likely to be nuked and censored, and you didn't want your account to be censored in my Discord server because you were afraid that we might talk about COVID too much. We might talk about specific political issues.
Doesn't
so
prove anything.
The idea that people
anything.
are able to organize without the issue and that this is making things better, while you
it
also
doesn't matter.
believe that certain political opinions are going to be censored in those things.
For interacting with crazy people who are anti-vax.
I think I'm calling your bluff, dude. I'm calling your bluff.
No, it's not.
Hey, before Destiny, before Destiny goes, I'm going to do the actual streamer thing, right? The smart streamer thing. I'm going to talk to his audience. Hey guys, my name is Prime Kai, right? PRIMECYS. I stream on Twitch. And I stream on YouTube. So you should come if you aren't familiar with me, right? I've dunked on Destiny before. It's not my first time, right? He remembers the pain. So if you want more of that, right? And if you want more of these, because I do these type of panels all the time, come on over. You can be a part of it. I do open panels all the time, like all throughout the week. So sign up. I'm streaming right now on YouTube, but I'm also streaming on Twitch. PRIMECYS, Prime Kai. Come sign up. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Destiny?
I'm Destiny on all the YouTube. Yeah.
Okay, Destiny, I know you need to go, so thank you so much for being here. If the three of you would like to stay, we can continue for like another half an hour, and then I need to get skedaddle as well. If you guys want to cap it though here, just give me like a thumbs up if you want to.
I'll give you my shout outs
real quick. Yeah, before I leave, you guys shout out before. Yeah, so my audience knows where to find you. Go.
Thank you. You can find me on Twitter mostly, Carl Alex Pauls. You can also go to Soyaddle on both YouTube and Twitch, but I also have another YouTube channel called Your Environment Seattle, and I have a third YouTube channel called the Eco Monitorist Channel. I have a show every Saturday, 11 a.m. Pacific, and you can find me all over the place. If you're going to Albuquerque this October, right after TwitchCon for the Thorium Energy Alliance Conference, I'll be giving the opening address. I'm a big nuclear advocate. If you think nuclear is based, I think you're based. Soyaddle.tv.
Well, I guess since I'm the only one that hasn't said anything, whatever. I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty. We're an anarcho-capitalist duo stream. We primarily on Twitch, though you can follow us on YouTube, or if you search Fabian Liberty on Twitter, you'll find us as well. We do a lot of philosophy stuff. We do a lot of news. We do some reactions. We also do a lot of interviews. You know, we interviewed Tulip R. We interviewed Buck Angel. We've interviewed, Dr. Walter Block. We've interviewed certain, Libertarian Party candidates. And this Wednesday coming up, we will be on twitch.tv/Fabian Liberty. We'll be talking to Yaron Brook, who is chairman of the Ayn Rand Institute, probably one of the most, besides maybe Leonard Peikoff, probably the world's most famous objectivist in the world. So if you want to be there for that as well, come check us out. We keep them coming.
Awesome. Okay. Well, I think Destiny's about to dip. Thank you guys all for being here. Appreciate it. Do you guys want to fight about internet for another half hour?
Meat. Do you want to?
Yeah. What about your moderator? Like, come on.
Yeah.
He's a
moderator.
newbie.
Hey, I'm just here. I'm just helping out, man.
Don't shit on me. He's going to tell you why I haven't done anything. Before you try to act like I'm an asshole, Meat can explain to you.
Oh, why you're an asshole?
No.
Why
I didn't give you space to shout yourself out?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I wasn't. I must have got distracted there for part of a second. Why we give each what? Sorry,
They're
so
asking.
much
They're saying I'm an
misunderstanding the
asshole
question.
because I didn't give you space to shout your own name out.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, that was an important part. I missed that. Yeah. Oh no, I'm fine. I'm not. So I guess I'll make the announcement here. I don't think I'm going to be streaming anymore. Haven't really been digging it. It was a fun little social. It was a fun little experiment. I'll still probably pop on your open panels when someone says something that pisses me the fuck off. But yeah, I was helping Erudite out because she's trying to kickstart this thing and with this dual moderation role, and I thought it'd be a nice little send off. You know, so no, I'm thank you for the money, everyone, but shouting myself out is no longer relevant.
Fair enough.
Fair enough.
And all of you forced him to say that right here, right now, when he wasn't ready, like a bunch of assholes.
Oh my god! Trying to call Erudite out. What the fuck?
Thinking like I don't think 8D chess. Rude.
It was nice
really?
talking with you again, Steven.
No.
Haven't done so in a long
Only
time. I
3.
missed it.
Yeah, a little
So
bit.
hopefully we can do that again.
Okay, be careful. If there are any more N-word debates, make sure to message me. Throw up the bat.
Absolutely.
Good to talk to you. Let's talk about nuclear sometime.
True.
Anytime.
All right, have fun. Fuck having everything get hijacked into like an ANCAP debate just is very annoying to me. My brain. It's just I don't mind. I'll have a debate about like ANCAP or like libertarian stuff so that we could actually go back and forth and explore the ideas. But having like everything be like, oh well, that's violence from the state. Oh, that's it's like, and like.
My father was an economist.
Oh,
this week, he texts me. He sends me the craziest texts. He says, hyperinflation is so bad, so wild, that they're coming up with a new category of inflation. A new word, a new phrase. They're calling it sonic inflation. Sonic inflation. Crazy. I'm curious, like a kitten, so I Google it. I like what I see.
This is so stupid. It started high and then it got kind of dumb and then I don't even know. Okay, whatever. Oh wait, sonic inflation. Wait, is that like? Am I just thinking? And now are we talking inflation? Hi, what's up? Sorry, hi.
Good to see you, Steven. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you doing? How do you feel about sonic inflation?
I don't even know what it is. Sonic inflation? Like the restaurant?
No. Don't worry about
Okay.
it. Never mind. It's an internet meme. I'm trying to figure out what it is, but I'll look at it later. How are we doing?
Good. It's going to be tremendous. And we were just talking, actually, Steven, about what if usually the yes position goes first. And I guess like the possible ways in which we could explore this would be theoretically before, during, and after, whether or not it's ethically permissible to kill someone when you're, for example, like when I say during, I mean as they're abusing or raping an individual.
What do you mean we're exploring this theoretically? Or if it's something else? I imagine this is only going to be theoretical, though.
That's true. Definitely theoretical.
Okay,
And
go ahead.
Then also the others being, well, but what if it were before? So, or what if it was after? Like probably in a lot of cases, how long after is still okay? Like if it's a moment after, like versus an hour, a day, and then even maybe if somebody was trying to act, maybe they were acting preemptively, like if they were, they murdered that person before the person even did the act. So that's up for you to kind of like say yes and no on where you draw the line in those, before, during, and after.
Okay.
And then Rose, I think, takes the position that in none of those cases you're a strict pacifist, Rose.
For the most part, I mean, I've had debates about this topic with other people before. Like, I make some exceptions when it's like an extreme and it's like clear that's, I mean, I'll get to it later. But yeah, I make some exceptions. But for the most part, I'm a pretty strong pacifist.
You guys know I'm streaming too, so all this audio is going out. Don't say anything crazy. So you know.
You betcha.
Yeah, okay.
I won't say anything crazy. Promise. I trust you. Okay?
Or just know
We've talked before.
Yeah.
It's gone good, Okay.
It's going to be tremendous, and I'm pumped, you guys. Fun summer nights. Let me just one last little tweak, and we'll be off to the races.
Sweet.
Tremendous. All right. But yeah, what do you guys think as out of my sick curiosity, unrelated, but you guys, who do you think are going to be the nominees for the 2024 presidential election?
I can't predict things that happen 2 months from now. I don't know. I think Trump is going to run, and I think Trump is going to win. That was my call a month ago. I still think it. I think Trump is going to run, and I think Trump is going to win.
Wow, really?
I think
Even
so.
against, I definitely think he's going to run, and what do you think, Rose?
I think it's way too early to tell because, like, I think in 2015 everyone was like, "Oh, Hillary's gonna win," and then that didn't happen. I think Rob DeSantis is like people are like saying his name a lot. People are saying Trump's gonna rerun. I don't think Trump's gonna win again. I just think the support for him is down. He lost in 2020. I highly doubt he's gonna pull a Grover Cleveland here. I feel like Biden is like really old, but it's like I don't know who else would like they nominate for the Democrats. I feel like we're gonna know more in a year. I'm waiting. I know it's like sucking non-answer. I'm going to say Biden, but I don't even think he's like, I'm not even convinced he's going to run or like if he's, yeah.
That's pretty interesting. Yeah, I kind of guess that the most likely would just be like based on precedent, Trump and Biden. And, but I don't know. I think the conservatives, I don't know if I'd feel comfortable with that. I mean, it's like you're sending out Trump, who just lost to Biden.
Allegedly lost. Careful.
But I'm pumped. This is gonna. Let me just quick get this on my. Oh, that's right. Okay, turn that on, and then cool. So, what I'm gonna do is, as always, I'm gonna kick it over to you really fast, Steven. So I'm gonna go on screen. And I'm gonna say, "Hey, everybody! Today we're debating whether or not it's ethically permissible to smite an abuser or rapist, and we're starting right now with Steven opening statement, and then I'll hand it over to you, Steven. So here I go in. Thanks for being here, guys. This is fun. All right, 3, 2, 1, here I go. Hey, everybody. Tonight we're debating whether or not it's ethically permissible to smite an abuser or rapist, and we are starting right now with Steven's opening statement. Thanks so much for being with us, Steven. The floor is all yours.
Hey, I think that as long as you've got somebody on proper notice and somebody is going to either enact violence against you or invade or steal something that you belong or do some damage to your person or do some damage to a loved one, you ought to be able to defend yourself. The level of that defense is going to escalate all the way up to whatever's necessary. So for instance, if somebody tries to steal something of yours and you punch them and they punch back and then you kick them and then they pull out a knife, you can pull out a gun, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that it is within your right to defend your body, your person, the things next to you with as much force as necessary. And then depending on how the other person decides to respond, that can go up to and including killing the person.
You got it. Thank you very much for that quick and pithy opening statement. We're going to kick it over to Rose, but want to say, folks, if it's your first time here, welcome to Modern Day Debate. We're a neutral platform hosting debates on science, religion, and politics, and we hope you feel welcome no matter what walk of life you're from. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button as we have many more juicy debates coming up. And with that, thanks, Rose. The floor is all yours as well for your opening.
Thank you. So I would say that I feel like it's like understandably a lot of victims in these cases feel like they feel angry at what the person did to them or what the person they fear is going to do with them. And that's completely understandable. However, when it comes to murder, this is somebody's life that you're taking. And when it comes to that, you have to be very sure that you're acting in the right case. But I feel like in terms of self-defense, this is something that I feel like in a lot of cases, people have been way too lenient about. I feel like a perfect example of this is talking about the cops in particular. The cops so often shoot innocent Black people or people with mental disabilities because they think they're acting in self-defense. They're so convinced that they're in immediate danger and that this person is going to kill them, when in reality, that is not the case. Now, obviously, when it comes to a person, being raped or about to be raped, that's not the same. It's not the same situation. However, I see posts from like feminists online all the time posting their fantasies and how they really want to murder their rapist, or sometimes people do it. I just think it's a really toxic environment, and I don't think we should be encouraging this behavior. And I think that if somebody kills another human being, unless your life is immediately in danger, I don't think you're justified in doing that.
You got it. Thanks very much. And we're going to jump into open discussion. If you have questions, folks, fire them into the old live chat at Modern Day Debate. If you tag me with at Modern Day Debate, I will get those questions and we'll read them during the Q&A following open discussion. Thanks very much, Stephen. And Rose, the floor is all yours for open dialogue.
So first we need to figure out what the actual like moral principle is before we get into like the logistics of deploying said moral principle. So for instance, it sounded like you were saying killing somebody in self-defense may or may not be morally permissible, but that's not relevant because sometimes people will do it accidentally. Is that, do we want to talk about the principle, or do we want to concede the principle and say, okay, it is principally okay to kill somebody if they're trying to rape you, but, and then go on to like the practicality of it?
I would say I don't even know if it is if someone's trying to rape you. I'm sympathetic to that, right? If somebody kills their rapist or someone like you know for a fact, there's no nuance whatsoever, this person's going to rape you. I'd say if that person kills them, it's not the worst thing in the world. But I wouldn't say that that's necessarily okay. But it's like, I don't think that that's like terrible. But if you want, we could just like move on from that and be like, okay, fine.
Well, it's pretty important because it's technically the topic of the debate. So yeah, let's phrase this. So I'm going to use, generally I just want to stick to good or bad. So good is an action that we ought to do, or if we do it, it'd be considered a morally virtuous thing to do. Bad is going to be an action that we ought to avoid, and if we do it, you have some moral culpability of performing a bad action. So if somebody comes up to you and we'll just say somebody is trying to rape somebody, and let's say the other person has no capacity to stop it without killing the person, would it be a good thing to kill the rapist? Can they kill the rapist, or would that be a bad thing?
I think maybe there's more justification to do so, but I wouldn't say that that's a good thing. I think the only like rational thing is to just be like, okay, this is a traumatic thing I just did. I feel guilty about this, you know. So spending the rest of your life thinking, you know, could I done something different? Because I think that's a normal human response. Have some kind of empathy for the person you just killed, right? Even if it is 100% just, I would say that that's like the only, because I see people who are like, yeah, I killed this person, and then people online being like, yeah, you're a hero, kudos to you, and it's like, I don't think that that's really healthy. Right.
Sure. So we're looking at we're taking more of a psychologically based analysis of this now. I don't care about the psychology, just looking at the ethics. Somebody comes up to you and they're trying to rape you. Do you have a right to defend yourself up to and including lethal force?
I would prefer non-lethal methods overall. I don't want to be the person. I mean, I guess I am kind of being the person right now. I don't want to be the person that says like, you have to sit down and take it, because that sounds really shitty. And I feel like a person has a right to have that sort of bodily autonomy and not want that, right? And I've had enough debates on this to realize that, yeah, that this is probably not the hill I want to die on, right? So
well, sure, I'm not trying. I mean, it's a difficult moral question, but you're in the sketchy position, so of course you have to own a sketchy or like a difficult bullet. But like the question is so you have no other recourse. You can't call the cops. You don't have a non-lethal way of de-escalating. All you have on you is a gun. Person has made their intentions clear. I'm coming up to you to rape you. Do you have the right to defend yourself with lethal force? It will involve the killing of the other person to avoid you getting raped. Not when I say you, I don't mean you personally. I just mean you in the general sense. Does one have the right to employ lethal force to prevent one from being raped by another?
I would say if I were to say yes or no, I guess I'd say yes with an asterisk, being that like, you know, you're taking that person's life, you know, and this is a non-lethal action. Like rape has like what? It's like the death from rape is so low in the United States. I can't even find a statistic for it. I tried to look for one. So it's like it's a non-lethal force, and you're punishing that person with a death penalty, which I wouldn't say is really just, but it's like at the same time, this is the only way to prevent that rape. Then I guess it can be ethical in that position.
Okay. But then don't we just agree?
I don't think that we do. Have you seen the viral tweet that I made about like rape and? It was basically this rape device. So in South Africa, someone.
Oh, I'm aware of this tweet. I did see it. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, the idea was that this device was going to protect women from rape, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that the woman would put it on, it would prevent her from getting raped, and that the man would have to go to the hospital to remove this thing.
Yep.
And the problem with that, though, is I feel like that is cruel and unusual punishment, and I feel like this is like a torture device. Like this wouldn't even be approved for like prisoners of war, and I feel like it's horrifying that people are like, you know, rooting for this thing.
So again, differences here. We can talk about people's response to it, and we can talk about like the practicality of it. But ethically, would it be okay to have a trap inside your body that if somebody were violating you, they would spring the trap? Is it ethical? If you have a trap inside your body so that if somebody violates you, do you have a right to have that trap in your body? Like, is that ethically? Do you think you should be able to?
I think that is like, I mean, the way that the trap is, it literally makes the person have to go to the hospital.
Mhm.
They have to see a doctor. Now, the goal with that, obviously, is like, oh, well, they have to see a doctor. Then we'll know that this person raped the person.
Well, sure,
right?
we don't even need to worry
So-
about that part. Let's say the device comes off after an hour, or that's not really relevant. Do you think that a woman has a right to implant a device like that in her body?
I would say so if it wasn't gonna, cause a lot of pain onto the other person and send them to the hospital. And also, it's gonna make it like the way the device is, it's going to put that woman in danger too. Because,
Sure, these are
when
these are
he's in a lot
questions of
pain,
these are questions of practicality, not ethical questions, right? So the ethical question is: somebody tries to rape one. Does one have the right to protect themselves with unusual measures, like an anti-rape condom? Should they have the right to do that? Is that an ethical action from them?
if it doesn't send the person to the hospital.
Why
right?
would okay?
If it's a harmless device and it doesn't do any harm to the person and all it does is protect them, then yeah.
Okay, so
But
let's push one more. Let's say why would it be morally wrong to send that person to the hospital?
Because you're inflicting more harm into the world, right? I'm a pacifist, right? So this rapist is putting harm onto the rapist or the rape victim. But when you have this device, you're putting unnecessary harm onto somebody else, and this is the opposite of where we need to go. I mean,
Yeah, but aren't you
people said,
trying to?
like,
Aren't you doing so in the hopes of avoiding taking harm onto yourself?
Yes, but I feel like the means don't justify it.
Don't they kind of though? Like, isn't there a difference between defensive harm versus like aggressive harm? Or are we really measuring all these things to be the exact same?
I guess, but I mean, here's the thing I want to mention, right? Is like when people talk about rape, I feel like they don't like understand what rape is. Like someone's not going to wear this device like all the time. Like I think
Yeah, sure.
it'd be absurd
Those
to
are these are
expect women to
issues
do-
of
yeah.
practicality and not ethical questions, right? So we're just looking at the ethics of it. Like, let's say that somebody's going to come to you and they're going to perform a level 7 harm, but you could protect yourself from them. But in protecting yourself, you're going to inflict on them a level 9 harm. Do we really just measure these as the exact same when you have an aggressor versus somebody acting defensively?
Well, level 9 is above level 7, so
Yes.
that would automatically like assume that that's an unjust response to it. Like this isn't even an arm and a leg at this point. This is like an arm for like an arm and a leg.
Well, yeah, but the idea is like sometimes people that are defending themselves don't have the ability to defend themselves employing the same level of harm. Usually if somebody's doing harm to another person, it's actually because they have a greater ability to inflict harm. So the other side has to respond with some escalatory measure, right? Like it's very rare that somebody's going to go up and try to violently rape somebody that's stronger than them, right? It's generally the opposite way, right?
I mean, men do become victims at times, but I do agree with you in the general aspect.
Yeah. So in the case, and even when men do, it's often because there are like, say, substances involved that inhibit that person's ability to respond, right? Or there can be other games involved. But like I'm saying, in a general sense, usually if you're defending yourself, if somebody's bringing a certain level of harm, you usually have to at least match it. And then oftentimes if you're trying to end the conflict instead of engage in like a fun fight, you probably have to go overboard, right? Like if somebody shows up outside your house and they're ready to throw punches, they're like, let's fight, I'm ready to fucking box, right? Well, you could go out and like, okay, fuck it, let's box. Or you could get a gun or a knife or whatever, be like, I need you to leave. Like, you can't just come and attack me. I'm not going to entertain your challenge for a fight.
I mean, like, I don't agree in the sense that like you have to. I wouldn't necessarily say you have to go like overboard in your defense measures, right? Like, I feel like a lot of the measures that like are often used, and like for instance, like using a gun is just like it's just this huge thing. Like,
well, like
obviously rape is awful.
Well, let's like focus on the defensive thing right here, right? If you're defending against something, you always have to escalate. Otherwise, you're just having a fun fight, right? Don't you always have to? Like, let's say somebody shows up outside with a knife, okay? And somebody's like, oh shit, like somebody came with a knife, they're gonna invade our home. Like, would the answer be like, okay, I'm gonna go grab my knife from downstairs and we're gonna knife fight? Well, no, you're always gonna escalate to the next level because they're aggressing on you. You wanna end the conflict, not entertain like a fun challenge, right?
I guess, but I mean, the thing is, obviously, you try to flee the situation if you can, but assuming you can't, I mean, you have to defend yourself in some way. If someone's putting a knife up to you and is trying to harm you with it, then yeah, you can kill that person because that person's going to do some serious harm to you.
Sure,
And
but if
you
it's a
think
guy
there's
that's like,
no nuance.
yeah, but if there's a guy that's 2x larger than you and he wants to inflict harm on you, you're probably also gonna grab a knife or a gun, right?
Probably.
Not
just
wait. No, hold
depends
on. Wait.
I feel
Let's.
like harm is so vague though.
No,
like,
it's
harm
not.
could be like
we
punching
don't. We
someone.
don't. We don't have to make it vague. We're having ethical
Okay,
debates,
okay.
so we can be as crystal clear or as vague as we want because they're all hypotheticals, right? Somebody comes up with fists and they're going to inflict a level 5 harm on somebody, and that other person, the only way they can respond is with a gun or a knife, a level 9 or a 10 harm, right? Doesn't that person have the right to respond and escalate if the other person's the one bringing the fight? Because the other person's already escalating, right? They're going from 0 harm to bringing it up to a 5. So don't you have a right to shut it down if you can't respond at the appropriate level?
I mean, they have a right to in some extent, but I feel like they also have a moral justification to try non-lethal methods, to try expose all those other methods.
Yep.
And if
And
all
we agree.
those...
We agree with that, right? That's
Okay.
why, like, if a 9-year-old comes up to me, we're not pulling out the AR-15 and like blowing the dude away onto the sidewalk, right? We could probably just push his head away. But like in the case of rape, we're typically talking about a power unbalanced situation where one side doesn't have the ability to non-violently subdue the other. So in that case, some level of violence is going to be brought out, and that it's oftentimes going to be lethal, right? We can say that, like, for purposes of our conversation, we can say that a woman might have the obligation to do bear mace or something first if she has that. That's fair, maybe. But, like, ultimately, if push comes to shove, is one person forced to bear the actions of an aggressor instead of, like, taking lethal actions against the aggressor? Like, it seems like if there's only one or the other, why one or not the other?
I mean, it's like, that's the thing though. It's like you don't, and this is kind of similar how I feel about abortion. It sucks to have to say to somebody, I don't, because a lot of time people hear my position or hear my tweet, and my opinions are more nuanced than that now. But like when they saw my tweet, they thought, oh, this person's pro-rape. This person's saying that women should just sit there and take it. And it's like, no, I just don't think that like it's the worst thing in the world compared to literally being murdered. I feel like if you're going to kill somebody, like that person could become a good person later in life. Rapists like have a really high.
They could, but are you expected to bear the crimes of that person while they're on their own personal journey of redemption?
I mean, like, I don't think it's moral to, but see, this is tricky for me. I mean, like, I guess you shouldn't have to, but it would probably be better if you could let the person live. I think that'd be the better thing.
But we're not
to
talking
do,
about
but
just letting them live. We're talking about whether or not you have to bear the aggression that they're levying on you just because maybe in the case of the
and that's the thing is like I'm not going to judge somebody if
well,
they
we're not talking
that,
about your personal judgments. We're just talking about the ethics of the situation, right?
Yeah, I guess so. And that's what I said. It's like I don't think it's good, but I think in some rare cases it might be justified because in the vast majority of rapes, these are like people right?
Sure, but we're not talking about. We're only working on the ethics. We don't care about the vast majority of the statistics, the psychology, the outcome. We're just only looking at the ethics.
Okay.
Somebody knows that somebody is going to rape them, and they're in the process of getting raped, and the only way they can respond is with lethal force. Should that person have the right to kill the other person, or do they have to just get raped because they're not allowed to?
I mean, like hypothetically, is this person a stranger? Is this someone that this person knows? Because if it's someone they know, then that's going to make like the question like a lot more like, oh my,
I don't think it's meaningful, but you can explore the difference if you want. Let's say somebody you know.
Yeah, well, if it's like a family member or like a close friend and you're killing them because of that, I mean, that's going to have like a lot of impact. And I just...
Well, sure, but now we're getting into psychology. I don't care about impact.
Okay, fine.
Because getting raped can have a lot of impact as well, right?
Yeah, it can. It can definitely lead to some negative psychological
So shouldn't
effects.
the agency be on the side of the defender here to decide how they want to deal with the situation? Because you keep saying like it could have negative psychological implications. Well, the defender can choose not to do anything then if they want. They can just get raped and then see how it goes afterwards. But right now we're trying to figure out ethically, do they have an ethical right to defend themselves with lethal force?
Technically, yes, I would say, but I would like heavily like hesitate that it's probably not the right thing to do.
Well, how can we say something is ethical, but it's not the right thing to do? What do you mean by it's not right? What would right with respect to
you can make a very strong stance to argue that this was justified to prevent the harm of the person, that there was no other way to prevent that harm of that person, therefore it is fine to do so in this case. I would just say though that I just don't believe that it justifies murder doing so, because there's a lot of times where we're personally inconvenienced in our life. But I don't think the proper response of that is to shoot the other person to avoid any negative effects. Now, obviously, this is an extreme case of that.
Sure. Let's say that you're a 100-pound woman, and you walk in, and there's a 250-pound elite-level bodybuilder about to rape your 5-year-old child. Child will survive, no problem, but it'll be a little traumatized, a little worse for wear. Do you think in that case you have a right to murder the 250-pound bodybuilder, or do you think that because murder is worse than like surviving rape, do you think that would be unethical to intervene in that situation?
This is really tricky because you're putting me in a tight, like, because, you know, this is like probably the most justifiable case you can think of.
Well, but how is it
right?
justifiable? The child's not going to die, and you're talking about killing somebody else for inconveniencing the child. Might be a pretty severe inconvenience, but it's an inconvenience
Yeah.
nonetheless, right?
I mean, there's like studies that like, you know, kids who like get raped, like they have that's, you know, it's psychological for the rest of their life, and also just kind of a really sick person to do such a thing.
I mean, most rapes are probably going to be pretty psychological for the rest of your life, but
Yeah, I would hope that, I mean, in that case, it's probably pretty okay to murder the person.
you're still doing more harm though than what they'd be doing by just raping.
Yeah, and that's why I'm like hesitant, you know? It's like I don't think killing is good, but if it prevents because it's like the person's not going to die, and that's good. Like the person has a chance. That's the thing. The person has a chance to, like the 5-year-old could, after being raped, potentially live a normal life, free of like psychological effects, or well, maybe some. I just feel like the other person never really gets that chance, though.
Well,
And
they
it's
did
like,
get a
obviously,
chance,
that
but
person's
arguably, keep in mind, the other person is not randomly being killed, right? Them getting killed is a consequence of them violating the agency of another person. And assuming they understand what they're entering into, right, that should be factored into their choice, right? Unless the person is literally being mind controlled or is mentally ill or is a child themselves and doesn't understand. This is kind of like implicitly what they're understanding. They have the agency to make a choice, and they're doing an action knowingly violating the agency of another person. So it's not like it's just random that like, oh my God, a boulder fell off a cliff and this person died, right?
Yeah, I mean, obviously that person's doing something inherently despicable, and obviously that person knows the dangers of what they're doing and the moral like wrong of what they're doing. I'm just very like pro giving people chances. I'm pro prison reform. I'm pro all of this. So I hate to see it. But
Sure,
obviously
but
when you
prison
give me
reform
such
and
an
all that is
extreme
different.
point-
That's when we're not avoiding harm at that point. Now we're just like meting out consequences, right, or punishment. That's a different type of thing. Criminal justice system. We're not dealing with people that are actively harming somebody or about to harm somebody.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll say in this case it's okay.
Okay.
I mean, you're giving me the most extreme case, obviously.
Sure, that's okay. But now I'm gonna.
I'm not gonna cry that this person's dying. You know.
Sure. So let's blow this rule out then to all of society, and let's look at two different principles that we could use to analyze the ethics of these interactions. In one society, a person that is raping somebody ought never to be killed. That would actually be punishable because we don't want to kill people just for doing something that's less than killing somebody. Okay. And then in another society, people can be killed just for raping somebody. Which of these societies do we think overall would be like a morally better place to live? The society where people can rape with impunity, or the society where rapists get killed with impunity?
I would say the better society is the one where nobody gets killed, and the reason for this is because feminists have blurred the definition of what rape is so much that like.
Wait, hold on. We're not
argument.
talking about feminist definitions or any of the weird. I'm talking about guy holds a girl down, forces his penis in her vagina, or woman holds a guy down, forces her vagina, and whatever. I'm talking about good old fashioned rape. Okay, not the new stuff, not the
No
the Zoomer
nuance
rape.
at all.
Well,
No
no.
nuance at all.
Well, we're still in an ethical world of hypothetical nuances for
Okay.
particular matters. So in one
Gotcha.
world, you're allowed to good old fashioned rape with impunity, and in the other world, you're allowed to good old fashioned shoot in the head people that try to rape. What world is like more moral? It's a better world, morally.
I'm going to give a slight preference to the one where no one dies. I think they're both bad worlds, and I think that, you know, obviously this is why extremes are bad, in my personal opinion. I tend to believe the one where less people die in the general scheme of things, because I believe that a human life, I'm pro-life, I believe human life is more important than anything else. So if we have a
Sure,
life,
but how do you... Okay,
like,
well, so let's... I'm trying to think of... So the world where more people are raped but less people die is better than the world where more people die and less people are raped.
yeah, because I mean, these are people's lives that we're talking about here. Like, if you have some people that are traumatized for life, that sucks. But they can survive it and they can make it through that. The person who gets killed has no chance of redemption, no chance of any of that. So as awful as it is, I tend to go with the one where people at least have that chance.
Okay, do you think that all human life is morally equivalent?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay, let's say we have two people in a room. let's say that we have 3 people in a room. Okay, we've got person A, person B, and person Z. Okay, person Z is tied to a chair.
Yeah.
Okay, then you've got person A and person B. A has a gun, and this guy is about to kill person Z, and B is just standing there. Do you think that there is a moral equivalence between killing A and B?
Well, okay, I think the one exception to this is when someone is literally threatening the life of somebody else.
Okay, sorry, let me back it off. Do a different thing. Person Z is instead somebody tied to a bed. A might rape that person. B is never going to rape them. They're just standing there. But A is going to rape Z. Do you think there's a moral equivalence between killing A and killing B? One is about to rape the other. One is about to rape person Z.
So I think it would be worse to kill the person tied up than the person like.
No, not the person tied up. We're talking about 2 people in a room. One of them wants to rape the tied up person. The other one is just standing there. He's not going to rape anybody. Do you think there's a moral equivalence between killing these 2 people?
I think that it's more morally justified to kill the person raping if doing so prevents the rape of the other person tied up.
Okay, that's good. I agree with that. So backing up, you made a statement. You said human life is incredibly important. I would argue against that. I don't think human life is intrinsically or unequivocally incredibly important. I think that there are things that you can do to trade away kind of the importance of your life. One of those things would be aggressing on other people. The more extreme version of this would be incredible aggressions against other people. So for instance, when you are willing to murder somebody, or less severely, when you're willing to rape somebody, it feels like the value of your life when held in comparison to other people's lives, especially your victim, is going to be severely diminished. And I feel like this is a justification for things like punishment to crime, jail time. Like the reason why we're willing to take away some level of freedom or violate the rights of other people, even through violence, through punishment, is because they have kind of given away a bit of that value or a bit of that moral consideration for their life. Do you think, or do you disagree with that?
I would say like.
And the reason why I'm going to argue that you agree with that, just before you say it, so it doesn't feel like I'm trying to like corner you, is because you told me that killing person A would be better than killing person B because A was about to rape somebody. So it seems like even in your mind, intuitively, you feel like A's life is worth a little bit less than B's life. It feels like that is the case.
The problem, though, is this leads a lot to dehumanization, right? We get to points where, oh, this person did this thing. This person is a blank. Therefore, we can dehumanize them. Therefore, their life is worth less. Therefore, if they get murdered. And I feel like that's a dangerous road to go down. I mean, this has nothing to do with, like, all right, let's go outside for a bit. When people say on Twitter that they love to just kill pedophiles and rapists and they wish they would all just, like, die or, you know, they put these fantasies, right? Yep. This is, like, similar ideology to what was used against LGBT people in the past. Like, think about the pink triangle.
But let's get away from that.
All lumped in that.
Yeah, let's get away from Twitter stuff. So let's ask, is dehumanization necessarily a bad thing? When we say dehumanization, what do we really mean here? Or I can give you a definition and you can tell me if I agree or disagree, because I'm not trying to trap you.
Sure. Give me your definition.
I think that when we talk about dehumanization in general, I think we're usually talking about treating somebody like they're not a human. I think that's kind of like the common way of looking at it. I would argue that for the purpose of an ethical conversation, when we talk about dehumanizing somebody, we're talking about stripping them of their moral consideration. So whether or not we ought to harm them or not, right? I would argue that in that sense, if you agree with that level of dehumanization, I would argue that in that sense, dehumanization isn't necessarily a bad thing. Because if somebody is about to go and kill 2 people, or even about to go and kill 1 person, it seems like we value that person's life. We have less moral consideration for them than the person that they're going to kill. Maybe because you can argue that they're performing a form of dehumanization themselves.
Yeah, but I would argue that, like, it's wrong to dehumanize people. When you dehumanize these people who've done these awful things, you're distancing yourself from them. When
sure, but the question might be...
anyone has the ability to do these things.
Sure, but so here's another question. Are we dehumanizing them, or are they arguably dehumanizing themselves, and then we treat them appropriately? So, for instance, if a dog were to come up and try to kill somebody, or let's say a dog was going to run up to bite somebody, but it might be a really bad bite, do we have the right to kick or kill that dog?
Well, I don't value a dog's life as much as a human's life. So if the dog is like biting people and is a danger to a human life, I think a human life is superior to a dog's life.
Sure. If a human decides to walk up and attack somebody, I feel like part of the implicit buy-in that we have of being humans with each other is we kind of agree to respect each other's space, privacy, autonomy, you know, their health. If somebody's willing to take a step and violate that agency, aren't they engaging in a form of like self-dehumanization a little bit?
I wouldn't say that that makes them unhuman though. Like they're still, and that's the thing is like people treat them like they're not human, but they are still human. Human beings can do really bad things.
Do you think that they're treating their victims as human, or do you think they're dehumanizing their victims?
They probably are dehumanizing to an extent. I think dehumanization is bad across the board, right? Just because somebody else is doing something bad doesn't mean we have to fall victim to the same behavior.
Well,
they can be better.
Be careful though. We're not falling victim to the same behavior because a defensive action is not the same as an aggressive action. Let's say somebody walks up to me with a knife and they're about to stab me, and then I pull out a gun and I shoot them. We wouldn't say, well, both of you engaged in the same behavior. You were going to be violent. There's a difference because the behavior is different. An aggressive behavior is probably different than a defensive behavior.
Yeah, I mean, it's more morally justifiable, obviously, to act in self-defense. I mean, there comes a point sometimes where it's like, you know, it's hard to tell, like, you know, who... I mean, when a conflict is a conflict, you know, sometimes it's like, if you keep it going, then it can be both sides are bad regardless of who started. Now,
yeah, they could be, but we're not. We're just in the very simple ethical world right now. Yeah.
Okay.
I guess to summarize my argument, like, I feel like for several reasons it's okay to escalate and take violent action against somebody that is performing a violent action against you. If they're not willing to respect your autonomy, if they're dehumanizing you, I think it's okay to return that favor and kind of protect yourself. I think that's acceptable. I also don't think it's fair to ask a victim to respect the autonomy of another person when their autonomy isn't being respected. And I don't think that an aggressive action is viewed the same morally as a defensive action. That if somebody's willing to aggress on one person, then them like returning a defensive action, I don't think that's the same type of thing, even if it's literally the same action. If somebody pulls out a gun to shoot somebody and they pull out a gun and they shoot them before they can be shot, I don't think these are the same action. I think they're fundamentally different, right? Because one is done aggressively and one is done defensively. So I feel like I feel like there's so many differences in here that, yeah, just ultimately telling a victim that they need to bear the brunt of another person's aggression just because we have to respect the other person's life when that person isn't even respecting life. I don't buy that. I don't think that's a good justification for forcing victims to be raped, I guess.
Yeah. Someone can be someone can disrespect you, but you still like, that doesn't give you the right to disrespect their, like, being a human being.
Sure,
you
but
know?
I mean,
like,
I would argue it depends on the level of disrespect, right?
I guess so. But I think in like 99% of cases, like,
it could be 99% of cases, but it's still going to be situational. If I walk up to you and I say I want to cut off like an arm, but I've got a doctor right here and they're going to like patch you up afterwards, you're not going to. There's a 0% chance of you dying, but I want to cut your arm off. Do you have a right to defend against that violently, or do you have to just bear that?
Well, I feel like you do have the right to defend against that.
Well, with lethal force, let's say the only way you can win is with a gun and by killing me and the doctor that are coming to take your arm.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Well, then wait, why in this case? Why when it's about your arm, but not if it's about your vagina, not if it's about getting raped? Not you in particular, but
yeah,
like
I've had this argument before. I would say like an arm. I mean, you're cutting. I mean, I have to really think about it. I guess I don't see rape in the same kind of harm as like cutting off somebody's like complete arm. I mean, you're literally like.
Well, they're both just like big inconveniences, right? You can live without an arm, like plenty of people do it.
Yeah, but I mean, that's like your body is permanently like altered because of that. It's like obviously going to be mutilated. Whereas like rape is more psychological than anything else. I mean, you could get an STD, but like, you know, besides that.
Okay, where does the mutilation start or stop? What if somebody comes up and they just want to like leave a scar on your arm? They want to cut your arm, but you'll be fine.
A scar, like cutting it off?
No, just like cutting it with a knife. They don't want to scar your arm.
That would be really painful.
Sure, but they're not going to kill you. Do you have a right to defend yourself, or?
Probably. I mean, maybe not murder in this case.
Say like, murder is the only way you can defend yourself. They're coming at you with a knife. They're going to say, I'm not going to kill you, but I'm going to cut you up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. I just...
So if you can defend in all these other ways, is it just why... Okay, what if somebody's not? What if somebody's going to come and punch you a ton? They're going to punch you in the stomach, punch you in the face, leave a lot of bruises, but they'll heal. Do you have a right to bear that?
Yeah, punching is probably okay. Actually, I have to think about it. I feel like you're trying to like draw a line here of like exactly where I believe.
Well, I'm just because wherever your line is, I would say that punching or cutting somebody is probably not as bad as raping somebody, but you seem to have a difference.
I guess I do. Maybe I'm weird in that aspect. I've gotten a lot of blowback for this. Yeah, I mean, to me, I've never seen rape as extreme as these other things.
Okay, but I think
mean, maybe
most
it's just-
people probably view rape as being pretty extreme, right?
Most people probably do, yes. I mean, it's just my experience. I think it's like, you know.
Well, but we're not arguing
you'll
of
live.
just maybe you personally don't care, right? People can, for a variety of reasons, not care. But if we're talking about like moral principles for society, we probably have to keep in mind like what would an average person's expectation be, right?
Yeah, no, definitely. The average person views rape in a very, very negative light.
Sure, and most people probably know that, including the rapists probably know that. Most people really don't want to be raped, right?
Yeah, most people probably don't want to get raped.
Sure.
That
So if
kind of
somebody's
the definition
walking
of
up,
rape is that you don't want to be raped.
Sure. So if somebody's walking up to perform a rape, and most people consider this worse than like getting cut or getting beat up a lot. Like they probably should. It feels like they should be able to defend themselves, right? Even if that includes killing the other person.
Guess so. I mean, I just, it's really tough for me though. I guess like I said, I've had enough debates to be like, you know what? If it's like for sure this person's gonna get raped, it's like they probably have the right to defend themselves. They probably do.
Okay. What do we disagree on then, or what else do we disagree on?
So, I just want to ask you this. I want to ask you. So, if somebody comes to your house and they want to steal your TV, do you think it's like okay to kill that person if they're just robbing your house? They want to take a few of their things. If they're invading your property, is it right to kill that person in self-defense when you're not actually in danger?
I think if they're on notice, I think it's okay to do so. If somebody comes into your house and you say, "Hey, get away from that TV, or I'm going to kill you," because that's the only thing I can do, and the other person says, "No, fuck you, I'm not going to hurt you, but I'm going to steal the TV." As long as they've got warning, they're on notice, they know the consequences. If they decide to steal it, then they're the ones that are earning themselves the getting killed. So yeah, I think it's okay in that sense.
Well, that person made a declaration that the other person's life isn't in danger, and that person took the declaration and shot them anyway, which is an inherently despicable thing to do, in my opinion.
Sure, but the person was put on notice that if they were going to continue to violate the autonomy of that other person, they were going to be shot. So I would argue they made the choice for it.
I mean, I don't know if that's autonomy because the person is not engaged in any bodily harm. They're just
No, but in
stealing possessions.
liberal society, we generally have an understanding that we have property rights and there is property that we own. And taking somebody's property is a form of violating their autonomy. And if the other person is on notice that we live in a society, and in the society it is recognized that I own this property, and if you're going to steal it from me, I am going to shoot you and kill you. If the other person, assuming they are of sound mind, continues to make the choice to steal it, then they've made the choice to get shot.
Yeah, but I don't think that that's warranted of like death. I don't think death should be the crime of like going on a person's property. Like,
Well, then you should only steal, if that's the case, then you should just steal from people that are bigger than you. They could beat you up, and then you won't get killed.
I mean, what do you mean steal from somebody bigger than them? How does that have any relevance here?
Well, because you could argue that if somebody goes to steal from you, but it's like a 12-year-old, then you probably shouldn't shoot and kill them. You should probably just like smack them around a bit, or like throw them to the side, because you don't have to kill them to get them to stop stealing from you. But I don't think you should be forced to have to endure somebody else's violation of your autonomy. And if the only way you can stop them is up through lethal means, then I think lethal means are permissible.
But that's the thing is like in this situation, I mean, you could like call the cops, you could like take a picture, you know, and then potentially get those things back.
If you take a picture,
I mean,
well, so now we've moved from
identify the person.
We've moved from the ethical debate now to the practicality. We can move to some of the practicality if you want, but we're moving off the ethical debate, just recognizing that. I still feel in the ethical debate, if somebody's making the choice to steal something, they've been put on notice that they'll be killed if they do it, and they continue to do it anyways. They've made the choice to get shot. That's a consequence that they've totally earned. But if you move to the practical side of things, taking a picture means you're never getting it back. You probably won't get it back. Calling the cops, maybe they could help, but if the cops show up, you're back at the same dilemma as you were in before, right? What if the cops show up and then the person's stealing the thing, and the cops are like, "Stop it, we're going to shoot you"? Isn't it the same thing now? Now that you've called the cops, you've moved, you've externalized now the responsibility to them for lethal force?
I would say that I understand what you're getting at. I would say that calling the cops, you're not actually. I feel like it's what is this thing? Is it's like I forget what I'm referring to, but it's something. It's like a moral dilemma I'm thinking of.
Mm-hmm.
You're not actually doing the action, you're making somebody else do the same action. And so like because we're not the one doing it, we tend to think it's okay. My hope would be, the problem is that I don't trust the police's judgment to do the right thing.
Well,
so
sure, but you're the one that
feel-
just mentioned calling the police, no?
Yeah, I did. If the police responded with violence and murder, that would be a wrong of the police. But I don't think that it would necessarily be super fair to blame that on the person calling the person. Because
Yeah,
when
but
I
if you call the police,
I,
aren't they necessarily going to respond in a violent manner? Like,
I think maybe, but not necessarily.
well,
Like,
let's
they
say
don't
that
have.
you say, I'm going to kill you if you don't leave, and the guy's like, fuck you, I'm stealing this anyway. You're like, fuck. So then you call the cops. The cops show up. What are the cops going to do? They're going to pull their guns out and they're going to say, you need to drop it. What if the guy then says, no, I'm not going to drop it, I'm going to keep stealing it? Well, the cops have to shoot the guy eventually?
Unfortunately, that in America, because we live in a gun culture, that's probably what would happen. But the hope would be that, like, you would be able to get the person to stop by non-lethal methods, put them in handcuffs. I know realistically, not super likely, but I would say, like, it's probably more ethical to, like, if someone's going to steal my TV, steal a few possessions, I just, like, let them. It's like, it's not worth putting myself in danger. It's not worth putting this other person in danger. I just don't think it's a moral thing to do.
Well, these are questions of practicality, not ethical questions, right? Assuming you could kill the person easily with a gun without putting yourself in danger. If you put yourself in danger, there are other ethical considerations to make, but that's a more complicated situation rather than just trying to figure out the moral principle for this one, right? Like, it's just, should you be forced to sit and watch somebody steal your property? There's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, I mean, I say it's like, it's fine. I mean, the only thing is, like, obviously, if you don't take any action, the argument can be made that, like, oh, this could happen more in the future because people know they can get away with it. So, like, I can understand that argument. I just feel like there's a way to prevent crime without, like,
sure, let's
people for stealing TVs.
Let's pretend that we live in that ethical world, right? What if two dudes go to the gym, get shredded? These are big guys, okay? Nobody's ever beating these guys up. Nobody's ever taken them down. They get gas masks, and they start going to houses and stealing shit. Don't these guys basically get to steal things unlimitedly because now nobody can ever stop them because they're not allowed to kill them and they can't beat them up?
I feel like if they did it enough, people would be able to identify them, and, you know, the police would have some method of capturing them.
Yeah, but let's say the police can't find them. These guys wear masks every time. They wear gloves. I'm just talking in the ethical part. Like, aren't these guys basically given carte blanche to go into any house and steal whatever they want because nobody can kill them? They're not more ethically allowed to. Let's say we live in a perfectly ethical society except for these two people. Like,
I guess so. But, like, I feel like there's a way to deal with it that doesn't involve murder. And I feel like most people are more reasonable, but let's say that these guys aren't.
yeah, I mean, we can agree that if you can resolve it without killing them, that's probably preferential. But if that is the only way to do it, then...
I mean, I don't want to say, like, just, like, take the things. Like, I don't want people to, like, be forced to, like, take it. But it's like, I would much rather that somebody, you know, take a few of my things and I'm unharmed, and that nobody.
Sure, but I'm not
has
asking
to,
what you would rather do. That's a question of personal preference. We're just having an ethical conversation on, can you kill the person, or should you be forced to watch them violate your autonomy, even though you've given them a warning, and even though they continue to choose the action that you've told them will let them get killed, they keep doing it. Like, should you be forced to just sit there and watch it happen?
I guess so, but my hope would be that the police would use something like a pepper spray, a mace, a taser, destabilize the person, use the handcuffs, and that kind of thing could work out. And I feel like it would.
Sure, but even on practicality, like, police don't always get there in time, right? They might be in your house, in and out in like 5 minutes. So should you be forced to watch it happen if you could stop it otherwise?
I guess. I don't believe that murder is justifiable here.
Well, it's not murder. We're talking about killing, right?
Yeah. I've had people say, like, oh, actually, murder or killing, like, you know, killing is the word you should be using. Okay, fine, killing.
Okay. I mean, I guess we're at bedrock. I think we just fundamentally disagree. What else is
pretty
there?
much?
Yeah, I have one that, in case you guys want to weigh in on this, I'm curious what both of you would say. And this kind of brings in that time element of when is it okay? Because I'm sure that Stephen, for example, you would say, well, at some point, you know, a year later, it's not okay. And so Cain Velasquez is on the thumbnail, who's a UFC fighter that a lot of people have heard this story back in February. He had thought that his son was molested at a daycare by a daycare worker. And in fact, the daycare worker was charged with molesting children at this daycare. So it probably was the case that his son was molested. Cain Velasquez went after him and shot at him, and he's now being charged. He hit somebody else who was in the vehicle of the molester, who was apparently unrelated to the crime as far as we know. So what I can't find is how long after it was. So in all
Yeah,
the
you
different articles.
You should never do it after. It's only to prevent somebody from doing an immoral action. It's not to punish them. Punishment should be delegated to the state, right?
Yeah, I 100% agree. This is, 100%. This person didn't even get to go to trial, like, to be proven, like, innocent or guilty. I mean, like, I don't think that people should just be raping people because they think they're rapists and pedophiles. It opens too many dangerous doors. I mean, I feel like my position on this isn't too surprising. Yeah, I don't think so. And by the way, I just want to address something in the previous thing we were talking about. I think the solution is just build some better security measures for homes. I think that'll help, but yeah.
You got it. Anything else?
Not that I can think of, no.
Now, it doesn't matter how, if it's a crime of passion, Stephen, if it's virtually, so I think you're holding the line. You're saying, strictly speaking, if it's even a moment after, it's conceptually different enough to where it's not preventing harm.
If somebody is in bed, guy goes into their bed and rapes them, and the guy is done, and he gets up and he's getting dressed and he's about to leave, you can't attack the person at that point. You're no longer acting in self-defense. Now you're acting in revenge.
Gotcha. I see your position clearly. We're going to jump into the questions, and I want to say, folks, our guests are linked in the description, so if you'd like to hear more from them, you certainly can. You can learn all about their views. We're going to jump into it first with this question from Kyle James. Okay, can I read that one later? That's weird. So Kwani Upstate says, it's about me. They say, you have the right to self-defense, and if someone is sexually assaulting you, of course you can hurt them. If someone is raping you, who knows if they want to kill you? Are you kidding me?
Boring. That's a different question. That's a question of practicality, not an ethical question. There's different practical considerations to be made for if somebody is raping you, are they also potentially going to murder you as well? That would change the nature of how we would answer those questions, but it wasn't part of what we were addressing.
Gotcha. This one coming in from, appreciate your question, Samar, good to see you, says, for both of you, if you have a non-lethal solution to a violent circumstance, is it always better to take that solution no matter the context? Why or why not?
I think arguably you probably have some moral responsibility to escalate up to a level before death of whatever the minimum threshold is to like end the situation. So for instance, if somebody comes in and they are being violent, like, you know, being able to be violent back if you're larger than them, you probably have an obligation. If a 100-pound person is attacking a 200-pound person, the 200-pound person probably doesn't have the right to pull out a gun and shoot them because they can probably resolve it through other matters. So yeah, you probably have some obligation to go through like the steps to resolve things non-lethally before hitting lethal force.
Yeah, I would say absolutely yes. If you have the option to use a non-lethal method and you don't, then in my opinion, that's warranted for a charge for murder. Like, you should be like criminally charged for that, because it's like you could have non-lethally like ended the situation and you didn't. That's just murder in my eyes. Like,
you got it. And thank you very much for this question coming in from, do appreciate it. This one coming from, gotcha. Displaced Gamer says, Rose agrees with him, but for the optics. They say, Rose, they're coming at you. They say, Rose, what could Destiny show that would make you agree to move to his side of this debate?
I mean, like, I'm very strong in the position that murder is just this really awful thing that, you know, there's pretty much no real justification. I guess there's like a few things, right? I don't know if there's really anything that he could say. I'd have to really fundamentally change like my core values in this instance. Maybe like, I don't know. I have to think about it. I just feel so strongly about this. I don't think there's a lot you could say.
And
for me, on my side, just because I'll answer it because I think it's fair, I should answer the same question. If you construct societies where everybody is following the same moral rules, I'm looking for the society that I think produces the most moral good or allows for the most moral actions versus the other one that allows for less moral good or less moral actions. So if I think of one society where any victim could kill a rapist, and then I look at another society where any victim could never kill a rapist, I see one society where people are allowed to, if they pick the right targets, rape with impunity and more or less get away with it, and another society where the only people that are getting killed are the people that are choosing to rape, and they're exercising their agency to do so. So if that is the consequence, at the very least they're earning that consequence. I don't think a rape victim is earning getting raped ever. It's never their fault that somebody chose to rape them. But in the other society, I think it's okay if people are being killed because they've chosen an action where being killed is like part of your implicit buy-in to like like that's a chance of something that might happen if I try to do something. So if you could show me another world where the other world is better, I don't think a world where a bunch of people aren't getting killed but are allowed to rape with impunity is better than the world where potential rape victims could defend themselves and kill potential rapists. I think that's a better world.
Well, I would say the world where rapists get away without being killed is pretty much the world we live in, with a few like except cases, and I think it's a pretty fine world we live in now. So, yeah.
You got it. This one coming in from Summer Strikes Again says, Rose, self-defense / bodily autonomy is a core tenet of liberalism. Do you favor a modern liberal democracy? If not, what is your alternative to it?
So when people ask about my political views, I don't really know how to answer that, because it's like I have such extreme opinions that like can be on one side or another. But it's like I don't like when people try to pin me down on that. It's like I don't know where I stand politically. You know, when I have like these big worldview questions, it's like I just have positions that make sense to me, and I get flack for that sometimes because people say that I have contradictory beliefs, which I personally don't. I just feel like my worldview is different from what a lot of people have seen, and like the beliefs that share. Is there like, is there something, the question I'm missing, or?
I think you've got it.
Okay.
The only reason if I looked like I was making a face, it was only because this next one, Kyle James says, I don't know if they understood what you meant by humanization, and I'm confused now too. They say, Destiny, if humanization is the measure of moral permissibility, wouldn't James be able to do anything he wants because he's such a manly man? What did you? Can you define humanization?
I just think when people talk about like humanizing or dehumanizing people in an ethical sense, what they're really talking about is removing the ethical considerations that humans get. That's really what we're talking about. And I think that there are actions that you can do that make that ethical consideration come into question. Because I think part of the ethical consideration you get is that at least at some point you'll generally be some moral agent that could choose to do things otherwise, or could choose to do things that are good or bad. And if you start making a bunch of choices that are like horrible and evil time and time again, I think that will reflect on the humanization of you as a person. You're dehumanizing yourself in a way. You're kind of losing your right to have certain respects in society if you're not going to respect other people in the same way.
You got it. This one from Displaced Gamer says, Rose, in the world that allows rape, there would be more abortions. Is this not killing a person who was not part of the crime?
Yeah, I do realize that there would be more abortions. I mean, here's the thing, I'm anti-abortion, right? But when it comes to like, one of the reasons I'm pro-life and people don't understand this is like, people say that's a big win for men and a big win for rapists. Well, actually, no, these are a bunch of men that have to pay for child support now. These are a bunch of men who have to like raise a kid they don't want to raise. I mean, I'd say that it like, you know, everybody should be held accountable for these actions, you know, not just the women, the men too. So, you know, there's going to be, I guess there's going to be more abortions. I guess there's going to be, right, more people being born. I don't necessarily see that as a horrible thing.
Gotcha. Kyrie Irving says, Destiny, you say that you're a utilitarian.
Wait, your mic is kind of cutting out. Your mic is totally cut out right now.
Check this.
Okay, try again. Hello?
They say, Destiny, you...
Wait, somehow your mic got 7 million times louder. I don't know how.
Let me double check this.
Okay.
You serious? Oh my gosh, you're right.
Hello?
Let me
in sound settings under recording, did like a microphone boost just get turned on? Not on the mic, but on like the in your recording tab on Windows. If you go to like sound,
I don't think so.
You go to
it sometimes has a mind of its own, Steven, but I promise I think it's back to normal. This one, they say, Destiny, that you say that you are a utilitarian, but when Rose responds to your hypotheticals with psychological effects that may occur, you say they don't matter in ethics. Why?
It's the next level of consideration we'd have to get to, but they're not. But for the level that we're arguing, they weren't relevant. So, for instance, you might argue that like, you might argue that like you have a right to kill people because if you try to rape somebody, then you have the right to kill that person because you're defending yourself from harm, right? And then so that's like the reason why to defend yourself from harm, you kill somebody. But let's say when we go up to the next level of the psychological considerations, let's say that we find out that when you kill somebody, your mind gets wiped and you're actually like fucked for the rest of your life. Well, that would consider us to reevaluate it because now the moral principle is gone. You're not actually defending yourself. You're actually causing yourself more harm than you would by just stopping the person or by then just letting the person rape you or something, right? If that was the case. So there are some future psychological evaluations that we can make that would change the nature of the ethical question. For instance, like if you try to self-defend, but you cause more harm to yourself than the other person in the end, it's not really self-defense at that point. So we can make those decisions later, but it wasn't relevant to the level of the conversation we were at, I think.
You got it. Featherless Biped and Heat Shield, thanks for your based super stickers. And Minecraft player, this is a chance, Steven, for you, because I'm curious. They say, it may be ethical to smite your rapist, but is it ethical to be into sonic inflation? What was sonic inflation again?
You're going to have to Google that one, James.
Is this, can I do it on my work computer?
I wouldn't do that, James.
Steven, I already have. Oh my gosh.
Oh.
All right, this one coming in from Fish Deserved It says, was John Wick...
Can you guys hear me?
Did you Google it too, Rose? They say, was John Wick in the right for taking revenge against the people who killed his dogs? Ethically, how would your framework apply to John Wick, Steven?
No, you can't kill people for... You can't take revenge like that. Vengeance is never like a morally good thing. But I mean, like for movies, it makes for good movies, of course. Well, vengeance could theoretically be justified if for some reason the legal system wasn't spitting out like good justice. But that gets more complicated at that point.
Gotcha. This one, bear with me on the mic, folks. I think it's... hopefully it's going back to normal. This one coming in from... Do appreciate your question. Nuclear Recreations says, Rose, you say you're willing to shoot the rapist if it's your only option and it would concern your own child, but in general you say it's wrong. I still don't understand what's the meaningful difference for your differing in these two contexts.
I guess my general... Okay, so... First of all, the hypothetical being brought up is that this is like a 5-year-old, or I can believe, based on like this old man, right? This is the most extreme example I think a person can think of. Now, obviously, I feel like if someone is going to rape a person, that's pretty bad. I don't think it's really justified ever, but I would like concede that it's probably okay. I have to think a lot about my positions here because I'm not like entirely sure. I don't know. I mean, I guess it's not very different. I just think that it's a much more extreme version, which is why it's like, I feel like if I were to say, no, it's actually not okay to prevent this kid from being raped, that sounds like a very yikesy thing. And I want to stand back from saying that because that just seems like a very bad thing for me to say.
You got it. And this one coming in from, let me just reload, see if we got any other ones. Want to say, Steven, I just heard back from someone today. This is just a special one. I won't say the name, but I've got to tell you folks, we're working on setting up a debate. It would be ginormous. It would be tremendous. It would be epic. And Steven, it's so close to being confirmed. Do you know what I'm talking about?
We don't talk that much, so I have a good inkling of what you're talking about. Yeah.
You got it. All right. Well, I'm waiting on the final confirmation within a week. They said they can. Dr. Wolf Star says, what is a woman for both of them? I don't know what it, hashtag I don't know what it is.
I guess I'm a trans woman, so I'll start this. I think a woman is somebody who applies the aspects of traditional femininity and identifies and carries herself and lives full time as a woman. Basically, this is somebody who wants to be seen as a woman the entire, like every aspect of your life. Right? I don't believe that someone wears a dress and automatically is a woman, right? I don't believe that drag queens are women. And I just don't believe that being feminine on its own makes you a woman. I just believe you have to want to make an effort to, if you're a trans woman, obviously, but basically you apply the aspects of traditional femininity and you identify as a woman. That makes you a woman.
Gotcha.
Am I supposed to answer that?
Steven, thoughts?
I mean, I would argue there's a gender sex distinction from a sex point of view. Like, a woman is an adult human female, where female is somebody that has like the gametes of a female, and then from like the gender perspective, whatever the cultural performance of the woman is at that time would probably what I'd say a woman is in that sense. But if you don't believe in gender sex distinction, then that's like a separate conversation.
You got it. This one coming in from Summer. Appreciate it. He says, I want to introduce a spicy, relevant topic. Rose and Destiny, was Kyle Rittenhouse justified in shooting the people who were attacking him?
I mean, obviously my opinion is known on this. I would say yes.
Okay, I actually wrote a whole thing down, so if you don't mind, I'm just gonna write this. This is a guy who showed up to a protest with an AR-15, wanted to be a vigilante. It's my opinion that if he didn't show up, these two people would still be alive today, and that his presence caused a danger to everyone else there at the protest. I mean, they were literally protesting against someone who got shot against police, and here he goes shooting more people. I feel like the people were coming after him, trying to take his gun away because they thought that he was an active shooter, and in my opinion, he was. And if people did this to a school shooter, they'd be seen as heroes. Yeah, that's what I had written down.
You got it. This one coming in from G Day says, can someone please explain to me why normal societal ethics and norms would apply when one party has flagrantly and maliciously disregarded those rules of said society?
Is that for Rose?
I think that it's, well, technically for both of you, maybe, depending
I think norms
on,
only work by definition if everybody follows them. You can't have just one side following norms. So when one side casts off norms, I think the other side is forced to. Otherwise, you end up in a shitty prisoner's dilemma where you're the loser taking the cooperate option every time and the other person's fucking you over.
Yeah, and I just hate this idea that some people have that like conservatives are so much morally worse than like liberals. I feel like it's a worrying thing people see where they try to dehumanize the other side. It's like, yeah, we can disagree on politicals, but I don't think like conservatives are necessarily evil. And to act like they're acting so unethically and immorally, I feel like you're giving them the worst fate possible, and that's not really going to change anything. Like, you want to build bridges with these people.
You got it. And that's, let's see, GDA said a follow-up. They said the rapist home invader is not playing the game. Namely, I think they're saying like they're not following along with society. What moral principle compels you to play the game then, they say?
That must be to Rose, right? Because I would say you don't have to, of course, right?
And what game are they talking about?
I think they mean like playing by society's rules still, even though the other person clearly completely flouted. Touted? What's the... They're saying, despite the person completely neglecting to follow those rules.
Yeah, so I understand, like, just because somebody is acting out of line and, that doesn't mean we automatically disregard what makes our society work for what it is. To say that, like, oh, this one person acted out of line, so everybody, it's okay to act as immoral as possible. I feel like that leads, like, a really bad road. Like, you could see somebody's like, oh, well, this person did this awful thing, so I could do that thing too. It's like, I feel like we gotta break the cycle somehow, because if we just keep making justifications for that, I don't think that's good.
I'll make an appeal, a complicated appeal to evolutionary biology here, I guess. Throughout all of society, there are a whole bunch of games being played. We could kind of boil this down to a game called tit for tat, where if there is some creature that hits you and doesn't get hit back, then they'll destroy whatever it is they're engaging with. They'll hit, tit, 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 and if there's no tat to come back, then they'll continue to engage in said thing. If there is all across the animal kingdom, and I think even in like the fungi and insect kingdom, there are very complicated games of tit for tat or tit for tat tat or tit tit for tat for tit with these back and forths where there need to be proper punishments in place. Otherwise, you get kind of these bad actors in the animal kingdom that can just override and destroy any other system as like a form of parasitic leech. So I would argue that morally, to some extent in society, we probably need some kind of tit for tat. Otherwise, if you're never willing to tat, you're going to get somebody that will infinitely tit in your society and things get really fucked, basically. But
well, I would say that we're in the most peaceful time in human history, and we didn't get there by being super aggressive and tough on criminals and stuff. We got there by being more lenient, by being more forgiving, by being more humane. And I feel like those things have led us to a point where most people are much more peaceful than we are.
Maybe, but I don't know if that's relevant to the ethical question at all.
You
might actually, Actually, there might be an argument. I don't have the history to argue this. There might be an argument that our increase in tit for tat has actually led to one of the more peaceful eras in human history. So, for instance, one form of tit for tat might be the criminal justice system. And I think criminal justice, in the way that we practice it in the West, is a relatively new thing throughout all of human history, that somebody is brought to stand trial, they're punished for an action, et cetera, that like when you go past like before 2,000 years ago or whatever, you'll have whole roving bands of people that will just rape and murder people. You had pirates in the oceans that would just steal shit. You had societies that if you got caught doing anything bad, they just kill you because they have to send a message to thieves because it was so hard to find and punish people. I think that the existence of criminal justice system as a form of like a socially enforced tit for tat has probably kept us more moral than in the past, where you just were kind of like in the Wild West, literally and figuratively sometimes.
Yeah, I would just say though that like innocent people plead guilty all the time. I mean, these systems are very flawed and have lots of problems. And I just think the way the prison system is currently set up, I mean, people get raped all the time in prison. People get like,
sure, there are problems, but like it's better than not having one.
I would say I think we just need a complete redesigning of the prison system. That is my personal opinion, because I just think the way it is, it's not ethically moral to really send people there because of all the issues it has. I think that prison is a good idea in concept. I just don't agree with it in practice currently.
Sure, but it's still better than not having prison, right? We can improve it, but...
Well, I don't think that we should like mass murderers like roam the streets, so I guess so.
Mm-hmm.
You got it?
Yeah.
This is from Kyle James. I'll read all of the other those super chats later. Thank you for Displaced Gamer says, Destiny, if you knew for a fact that the rapist was not going to kill you, would you still feel that it's okay to kill the rapist?
If that's the only way to stop them, yeah.
Gotcha. This one coming in for Rose in particular. Gina from Cologne says, Rose, you said you didn't think rape was that bad. So in your opinion, what is worse, getting raped or misgendering someone?
Yeah, so as a transgender woman, I think misgendering can be really psychologically just harmful and cause a lot of harm. Obviously, I think probably raping someone is going to be a worse thing. I don't like comparing the two because they're so different in the ways, and like misgendering is really only going to hurt. Like if you misgender a cis person, I don't think that cisgender person's really going to care that much. I've had a lot of TERFs like me on Twitter. It's like they don't care when they get misgendered because it's like their gender is so obvious to them. And like, well, when we have a trans person, we're just fighting for our existence to just be seen as who we are. So it's going to sting a lot harder. That being said, I do think the psychological impacts of being raped and not being able to trust anybody the way you do sex, it's probably a lot more harmful than misgendering somebody.
You got it. And I think that was it for the last of the questions. So I want to say our guests are linked in the description, folks. That includes, if you're listening via the podcast, all of our debates end up on the Modern Day Debate podcast, available at fine podcast apps everywhere, where you can hear these debates and where we link our guests there as well. So if you're listening there right now, you can click on the description box below for Destiny's or Rose's links, and you can learn more about their views. So I want to say huge thank you. It has been a fun time. Steven and Rose, we really appreciate you guys being here.
Yeah, thanks a lot. It's been fun.
Amazing.
Yeah,
Absolutely. We'll be right back in just a moment, folks. So stick around. As I will say, I'll let you know about upcoming debates that we're excited about. So stick around, and I'll be back in just a moment.
Thanks a lot.
Welcome to the show. It's Friday.
Oof, okay, that was a thing. Okay. I've got 3 convos tomorrow. Talking to some guy about indigenous peoples. Then I'm talking to somebody about schizophrenia. It was a schizophrenic. And then I'm talking with that lavender girl about relationships or something? I'm not sure. Should be interesting. And then it's tomorrow my last day of streaming. No, Sunday's my last day. And then Monday I'm gone for 4 or 5 days. I'll be back on Sunday. What the fuck? That's going on the Twitter. Alright. I love you guys. It's been fun. Oh, we should play Donos, I guess. How many times am I leaving you guys? I don't know, like once a month or something? Damn, chill. Okay. I stream a lot. I need some time off now, okay? Having time to myself. Working myself to death, alright? Ugh.
Thanks for the content.
What is this?
Get beamed
You
by
deserve
merch.
5 big bucks, buddy, but you're wrong about what makes LOTR a lot.
True. Lord of the Rings is only good when the racial purity of the other races is maintained. Otherwise, it's completely trash media. Agreed.
James, my
Odds,
man.
nigga, on 4-nim. That nigga Dylan's mom dead. He dead as hell, nigga, on fucking 4-nim. Nigga, fuck is you talking about? Next time he's a middleman, get beamed by merch. Bitch ass nigga, you're
Okay.
Can I PLS have some Minecraft hearts?
Are you still Minecraft dead? Is Cake able to give everybody 1 heart again that died? Or 5 hearts, I guess, because you'll keep dying. Okay. Are we good? True. All right. We're going to capture up. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Be careful. Peace out. I love you all.